A quorum being present, the committee will be in order. The committee is meeting today to consider HRes 863, impeaching Alejandro Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security, for high crimes and misdemeanors. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, any request for recorded votes may be postponed. I now recognize myself to make an opening statement. We're here today not because we want to be, but because we have exhausted all other options, and our duty as members of Congress compels us to exercise our constitutional duty and defend this separate but equal branch of government. At the beginning of this Congress, each of us took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that we would well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office. This is the same oath I took many years ago in the Army. Several of you also took the same oath in your service to this nation. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas took a similar oath, but he has not lived up to it. He has willfully and systematically refused to comply with the laws passed by Congress and breached the trust of Congress and the American people. The results have been catastrophic and have endangered the lives and livelihoods of all Americans. Even some Democrats are starting to get it. Prominent pundit John Judas recently wrote, and I quote, "America's borders have been de facto open during the first 3 years of the Biden administration," end quote. Our colleague from Texas, Mr. Cuellar, recently said, "We have a crisis at the border." Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman said, "This is a crisis." Even Secretary Mayorkas' boss, President Biden, just recently threw him under the bus, admitting that the border was not secure. For nearly a year, this committee conducted methodical, comprehensive, and fair investigation into the causes, costs, and consequences of the border crisis, producing 6 separate reports totaling around 400 pages. Our members have seen firsthand numerous parts of the southwest border, spent time with law enforcement officers on the front lines, and spoke with real Americans about how this crisis is affecting them. We also conducted a field hearing and roundtable on the border that our Democrat colleagues refused to attend, burying their heads in the sand as if there wasn't a crisis. We held many hearings at the subcommittee and full committee level, and we heard from a variety of witnesses, including former senior DHS enforcement officials, states' attorneys general, the victims of Secretary Mayorkas' crisis. Democrats have consistently claimed these hearings were a waste of time. Tell that to the families of 150,000 Americans who died from fentanyl poisoning in 21 and 22 alone. We have also submitted dozens of requests for information to the department. Many of these have been stonewalled. At every turn, our Democrat colleagues have met these oversight efforts with mockery. They labeled a recent committee hearing with a mother who lost her son to fentanyl poisoning as, quote, Republican border hearing number 746. And when we heard from a mother who had lost her daughter to fentanyl poisoning and another mother whose daughter was brutally raped and murdered by an illegal alien MS-13 gang member, the minority labeled the hearing a sham on their website. Are they actually saying these things never occurred? What a slap in the face. During that same hearing, one member from across the aisle even went so far as to lecture the mom who had lost her daughter to fentanyl, claiming that she was being used and didn't have the background to understand the issues before this Congress. On the contrary, this brave American mother who lost her daughter because of our open border is more qualified to speak on this issue than any of us here today. For almost a year, committee Democrats have turned a blind eye to the victims of the border crisis while berating us for spending what they believed was too much time investigating Secretary Mayorkas' handling of the border. Let me repeat that. Democrats have berated us over and over for spending too much time investigating Secretary Mayorkas' border crisis. Keep that in mind when you hear them claim today that this impeachment is somehow rushed. The truth is that this process has been painstakingly thorough. We made sure of it. Our intent was to be fair, comprehensive, and meticulous. Unlike House Democrats, we take the use of impeachment extremely seriously. I am proud of the work my Republican colleagues have put in through our 5-phase investigation. We have uncovered a lot. Phase 1 of our investigation documented multiple laws, court orders, and rulings that Secretary Mayorkas disregarded, ignored, or abused, and the dozens of times he has been dishonest with both Congress and the American people. In phase 2, we learned that Secretary Mayorkas' actions and unlawful policies have surrendered control of the southwest border to the drug cartels and enriched the cartels to the tune of $13 billion per year just from human smuggling alone. The national security implications are dire. More than 300 individuals on the terrorist watch list have been caught crossing the southwest border. In phase 3, we documented the devastating human cost of the border crisis. The fentanyl epidemic, which is being fueled through the southwest border, is tearing families apart and ravaging communities. Behind every dire statistic is a real human tragedy and a family that has been torn apart. In phase 4, we learned the exorbitant dollar costs of this crisis, including the increased cost to our healthcare system, our law enforcement. These are costs incurred by every American. As we heard from Mayor Eric Adams, the crisis could destroy New York City. In phase 5, we learned that Secretary Mayorkas' actions have enabled a consistent misuse and waste of taxpayer resources. Those investigations have led us to the impeachment process. In our first hearing, we heard from 3 state attorneys general who informed us, based on their expert legal opinions, that Secretary Mayorkas' conduct rises to the level of impeachable offenses. In our second hearing, we heard from 2 victims of this crisis about the deadly consequences of Secretary Mayorkas' open border policies. We also heard from Democrat witnesses in the past 2 hearings, not in their testimony, but from their previous comments during the Trump impeachment, breach of trust. In your refusal to obey the laws, if your refusal to obey the law leads to the death of your fellow Americans, you no longer deserve to keep your job. You're breaking the people's trust. That's why the framers gave Congress the impeachment power, and why, according to James Madison, the father of the Constitution, impeachment can be used to remove those unworthy from office. Secretary Mayorkas is the very type of public official the framers feared, someone who would cast aside the laws passed by a co-equal branch of government, replacing those with his own preferences, hurting his fellow Americans in the process. House Democrats in the 2019 impeachment of President Trump wrote that impeachable offenses were those that, quote, inflicted grave harm on our political order, end quote. Then Judiciary Committee Chairman Jerry Nadler noted during the Senate trial, and I quote, "To the framing generation, moreover, abuse of power was a well-understood offense. It took 2 basic forms. The first occurred when someone exercised power in ways far beyond what the law allowed, or in ways that destroyed checks on their own authority. The second occurred when an official exercised power to obtain an improper personal benefit while ignoring or injuring the national interest," end quote. Chairman Nadler continued, speaking of presidents and by extension executive branch officials, and I quote, "Let me unpack that idea, starting with the first category, conduct clearly inconsistent with the law, including the law of checks and balances. The generation that rebelled against George III knew what absolute power looked like. It was no abstraction to them. They had a different idea in mind when they organized our government. Most significantly, they placed the president under the law, not above it. That means the president may exercise only the powers vested in him by the Constitution. He must also represent the legal limits on the exercise of those powers. A president who egregiously refuses to follow these restrictions by engaging in wrongful conduct may be subject to impeachment for abuse of power," end quote. That was then Democrat Chairman Jerry Nadler. When it comes to Secretary Mayorkas, we are well beyond that point. This is not about policy differences at all. We certainly object to Secretary Mayorkas' policies, but this goes far deeper. According to the Democrat-led committee investigating Iran-Contra, quote, "Government officials must observe the law, even when they disagree with it," end quote. Or when they think that, quote, "Congress is to blame for passing laws that run counter to administration policy," end quote. The case we're dealing with today is that simple. Secretary Mayorkas has put his political preferences above following the law. Honoring our oaths to the Constitution, respecting the framers' intent, and following congressional precedent, including the precedent set by House Democrats, it is therefore our obligation to hold Secretary Mayorkas accountable. Which brings me to today's proceedings. Today is a grave day. We have not approached this day or this process lightly. Secretary Mayorkas' actions have forced our hand. We We cannot allow this border crisis to continue. We cannot allow fentanyl to flood across our border, our criminals to waltz in undeterred. And we cannot allow a cabinet secretary with no regard for the separation of powers or the rule of law to remain in office. That is why today we present this committee with the articles of impeachment against Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. I want to address some claims that you'll no doubt hear from Democrats today, claims that aren't true and are meant only to distract. You'll hear a lot about resources and Border Patrol agents, and let me be clear, House Republicans have consistently voted to substantially increase funding for CBP above the president's requested amount. President Biden's FY24 budget request, a cut to CBP's border security operations, funding by several $100 million. H.R. 2, the border security bill the House passed last year, funds an increase of roughly 3,000 Border Patrol agents, more than double what the White House wants in its supplemental spending package. Even the Washington Post fact-check team gave Democrats 3 Pinocchios for claiming that Republicans attempted to cut funds from our Border Patrol force. The Washington Post, 3 Pinocchios. The resources didn't change from last administration to Secretary Mayorkas. What has changed, as one federal judge pointed out, is that this secretary has turned enforcement of the law on its head, turning our borders into a giant red carpet. That's from a federal judge, the judiciary branch, another branch of government that Secretary Mayorkas has disregarded. We have identified the causes of this crisis and made legislative attempts to address them, yet our efforts deserve to go to Senator Schumer's trash can, said one Democrat member of this committee at our last hearing. Until congressional Democrats put enforcing the law above protecting their political interests, this crisis will continue to rage. Under past presidents of both parties, we didn't have a border crisis of this scale, and what challenges we did have were temporary and resolved utilizing the tools currently available and by following the laws written. We gave Secretary Mayorkas 3 opportunities since August, including for these proceedings, to defend his record in person. Each time he delayed and evaded. We even offered to accept written testimony from him in connection with our last hearing, a request he took us up on at 4:48 a.m. this morning. This 11th hour response demonstrates the lack of seriousness with which Secretary Mayorkas views his responsibilities. And of course, I'll repeat again, that part of the reason we are here is because on November 13th, 2023, 201 Democrats, including 13 Democrats sitting here today, voted to refer articles of impeachment to our committee. Every Democrat on the floor that night voted to do so. You don't get to vote for something and then cry foul when it happens. No Democrat has a right to complain about the process without admitting they regret that vote. So today, we will mark up 2 articles of impeachment: willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and breach of public trust. Again, we're here because our oath and duty compel us to be here. The actions and decisions of Secretary Mayorkas have left us with no other option than to proceed with articles of impeachment. To quote Madison once again, perhaps the greatest danger of abuse in the executive power lies in the improper continuance of bad men in office, end quote. We cannot allow this man to remain in office any longer. The time for accountability is now. I now recognize the ranking member to make an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Since its formation in the wake of the 9/11 terrorist attacks, the Committee on Homeland Security has distinguished itself through serious legislative and oversight work under the leadership of both parties. Republicans' partisan rush to consider House Resolution 863 today is a betrayal of that hard-earned record. This is a terrible day for the committee, the United States Constitution, and our great country. Republican members of Congress sworn to support and defend the Constitution are rejecting the framers' clear intent and over 2 centuries of precedent in favor of a sham impeachment. Republicans have failed to make a constitutionally viable case to impeach Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, a dedicated public servant. The sham impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas is a baseless political stunt by extreme MAGA Republicans. Chairman Green, Representative Margaret Taylor Greene, and others have pushed for and even fundraised based on this pre-planned, predetermined scapegoating of the Secretary. In a process akin to throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks, Republicans have cooked up vague, unprecedented grounds to impeach Secretary Mayorkas' refusal to follow the law and a breach of public trust. Neither of the impeachment charges the committee will consider today are a high crime and misdemeanor under Article 2 of the Constitution. No serious person believes they are. Refusal to follow the law or maladministration was deliberately rejected by the framers as grounds for impeachment. Indeed, no official in American history has ever been convicted after impeachment for refusal to follow the law. These disputes are settled in the court system, not through impeachment. Apparently, Republicans are upset they lost in court and are trying to relitigate their cases through impeachment. The Constitution does not allow that. Breach of public trust requires conduct intended to serve an official's own benefit or the benefit of a foreign power. No serious person can allege that Secretary Mayorkas' action meet the standard for breach of public trust under the Constitution. Nevertheless, throughout this truncated impeachment process, Republicans have ignored the facts and misrepresented the law to justify their scheme. But the law is clear, and so is Secretary's record. He's leveraged the full range of authorities at his disposal while stretching the resources provided by Congress to secure the border. He has removed record levels of migrants detained by more people than Congress has provided funding for, and prevented record levels of fentanyl from entering our communities. Constitutional law experts agree the Secretary has not committed any impeachable offense. Rather, he has faithfully implemented the administration's border policies Republicans apparently disagree with. But policy differences are not impeachable. House Republicans' impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas accomplishes nothing, which would be consistent with their abysmal record this Congress. At a hearing before the committee this month, constitutional scholar Professor Deborah Pearlstein said, quote, "No branch of government has more power under our Constitution to address matters of border security than Congress," unquote. At every opportunity, Republicans have turned their backs on legislation to provide resources to the Department of Homeland Security. In doing so, they are turning their backs on border agents and officers. If House Republicans were serious about improving conditions along the border, they would provide the department the funding necessary to do so. They have not. If House Republicans were serious about improving conditions at the border, they would negotiate border security legislation with the White House and the Senate. They have not. Instead, they sat on their hands as a bipartisan group of senators worked with the Biden administration to hammer out a deal. The extreme MAGA Republicans who are running the House of Representatives are deeply unserious people. They don't want progress. They don't want solutions. They want a political issue. And most of all, they want to please their disgraced former president. House Republicans take their marching orders from Donald Trump, who has directed them to reject a bipartisan border bill and urged Republican governors to defy a United States Supreme Court order ensuring the Border Patrol can do its job, including members of this committee also. The impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas is designed to distract the public from the fact that Republicans have ceded their power to Donald Trump. When Republicans took control of the House of Representatives, they had an opportunity to work with the White House and the Senate to move the country forward. Instead, they have been consumed by petty infighting during multiple speaker contests unenforced crisis over government shutdowns, and futile political exercises like impeachment to satisfy the extreme MAGA base. The MAGA-led impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas is a baseless sham. And the few rational Republicans left in the House know that, even if they refuse to admit it. The American people deserve better. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record the Democratic report on this so-called impeachment.
Without objection, so ordered.
I also ask unanimous consent to include in the record a letter dated today from Secretary Mayorkas to you, Chairman Green, detailing the actions the department has taken to secure the border and be responsive to Congress.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, history will judge what Republicans are doing here today, and it won't be favorably. This impeachment scheme is a dangerous attempt by House Republicans to distort the Constitution and the Secretary's record to cover up their inability and unwillingness to work with Democrats for the betterment of our constituents. Our service to this country demands that we be passionate in our beliefs and practical in our actions. The strength of our nation is rooted in our commitment to democratic principles and our willingness to set partisan differences aside to protect them. There are few better examples than former Republican Secretary Michael Chertoff, who cautioned this week that impeaching Secretary Mayorkas over policy differences would damage the Constitution. He wisely observed, quote, "Our nation is at its best when our leaders work together to confront the seemingly intractable. The situation at our border and our national security demand such bipartisan collaboration," unquote. He went on to say, quote, "Despite our different parties, I know Mr. Mayorkas to be fair and honest, dedicated to the safety and security of the United States. He has represented DHS to the country and to both parties in Congress with integrity," unquote. That is the kind of bipartisanship we need to solve our border challenges. In fact, it appears our colleagues in the Senate are on the verge of reaching a bipartisan border deal. It's not too late to work with them to get the bill signed into law. I urge my colleagues to honor their oaths to the Constitution and drop this sham impeachment, and to give my colleagues a chance to rethink this political stunt. Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now adjourn.
The gentleman's motion is privileged and non-debatable. The question is now occurs on the gentleman's motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall.
No.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins.
No.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest. No. Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Jimenez.
No.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Pfluger.
No.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino.
No.
Mr. Garbarino votes no. Ms. Green of Georgia.
No.
Ms. Green votes no. Mr. Gonzalez.
No.
Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. LaLota.
No.
Mr. LaLota votes no. Mr. Ezell. No. Mr. Ezell votes no. Mr. D'Esposito.
No.
Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee.
No.
Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Luttrell.
No.
Mr. Luttrell votes no. Mr. Strong.
No.
Mr. Strong votes no. Mr. Burkeen.
No.
Mr. Burkeen votes no. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes no. Ranking Member Thompson.
Aye.
Ranking Member Thompson votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Payne.
Aye.
Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Correa.
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Tanadar.
Aye.
Mr. Tanadar votes aye. Mr. Magaziner.
Aye.
Mr. Magaziner votes aye. Mr. Ivy.
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Mr. Goldman.
Aye.
Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes nay. Mrs. Ramirez. Mrs. Ramirez votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes aye.
How am I recorded?
You are not recorded.
The chair votes no.
Chairman Green votes no.
How is Mr. Garcia recorded?
Mr. Garcia is recorded as having voted no. Mr. Garcia votes aye.
The clerk will report to tally.
Yeah, you're right. Chairman Green, on that vote, there were 14 ayes and 18 noes.
The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. You made that motion in the midst of your opening remarks. Ranking member, are you done with your opening remarks? The gentleman yields. I thank the ranking member. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. Pursuant to notice, I now call up House Resolution 863. The resolution was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the resolution.
HRES 863, impeaching Alejandro Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security for high crimes and misdemeanors.
Without objection, the first reading of the resolution is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman,
Ranking member, for what purpose?
I object to dispensing with the first reading of the bill.
There's been a privileged motion to dispense with the first reading of the resolution pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 11. All those in favor say aye.
No. You have to, yeah. I only objected that the motion hadn't been made.
Oh, you didn't want a reading?
No. Somebody else will have to make that.
Okay. Well, we're dispensed. What's that? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I move to dispense with the reading.
Okay. The motion's been made to dispense with the reading.
Now, Mr. Chairman, the rules require that that be in writing.
There seems to be some parliamentary disagreement on whether or not that is required in writing.
Clause 1 of Rule 16.
Do this. So again, a privileged motion to dispense with the first reading of the resolution pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 11 has been made. All those in favor say aye.
No.
All those opposed, no.
Miss-
The ayes have it, and the first reading shall be dispensed with. Without objection, the
We ask
resolution
for
shall
a
be,
recorded vote.
a recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall. Aye. Mr. McCall votes aye. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Guest. Aye. Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Aye. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Jimenez.
Aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Aye. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Ms. Green.
Aye.
Ms. Green votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Lalota.
Aye.
Mr. Lalota votes aye. Mr. Ezell.
Aye.
Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito.
Aye.
Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee.
Aye.
Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Luttrell.
Aye.
Mr. Luttrell votes aye. Mr. Strong.
Aye.
Mr. Strong votes aye. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen votes aye. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes aye. Ranking Member Thompson.
Nay.
Ranking Member Thompson votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee?
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Payne? No. Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Correa?
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Mr. Carter?
No.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Tanadar?
No.
Mr. Tanadar votes no. Mr. Magaziner?
No.
Mr. Magaziner votes no. Mr. Ivy?
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Ramirez?
No.
Mrs. Ramirez votes no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes no.
How am I recorded?
Chairman is not recorded.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman Green votes aye.
Clerk will tally the roll.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, there were 18 ayes and 14 noes.
The ayes have it, and the reading of the resolution is dispensed with, and it is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purposes gentlemen seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record the text of Rule 1, Article 16, that members must reduce to writing any motion.
Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize myself for the purpose of offering an amendment. The gentleman, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Clause 3 of Rule 16, I raise the question of consideration.
The committee will suspend. The gentleman, what is your question relating to?
In terms of having the
I raised the question of consideration.
right, I raised the question of consideration.
Will the committee consider the bill?
Will the committee consider the bill?
To which measure?
Res 863.
The gentleman from Mississippi raises the question of consideration. The question is, will the committee now consider Res H 63? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman asks for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall? Aye. Mr. McCall votes aye. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Guest? Aye. Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Jimenez?
Aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino?
Aye.
Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Ms. Green?
Aye.
Ms. Green votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez?
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Ezell? Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Luttrell? Mr. Luttrell votes aye. Mr. Strong?
Aye.
Mr. Strong votes aye. Mr. Burkeen?
Aye.
Mr. Burkeen votes aye. Mr. Crane? Mr. Crane votes aye. Ranking Member Thompson?
Nay.
Ranking Member Thompson votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee?
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Payne? No. Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Tanadar.
No.
Mr. Tanadar votes no. Mr. Magaziner. Mr. Magaziner votes no. Mr. Ivy.
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no. Mr. Goldman.
No.
Mr. Goldman votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Ramirez.
No.
Mrs. Ramirez votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes no.
How am I recorded? Or how is Mr. Lalota recorded?
Mr. Lalota is not recorded.
I vote yes.
Mr. Lalota votes aye.
How is the chair recorded?
The chair is not recorded.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman Green votes aye.
Please, the clerk will tally the roll.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, there were 18 ayes and 14 noes.
The motion is agreed to. I now recognize myself for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of the substitute.
Point of order.
What purpose are you recognized?
Mr. Chairman, I raise a point of order against the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Clause 7 of Rule 16 states that no motion or proposition on a subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. During this committee's June 14, 2023 hearing, Mr. Chairman, you said, quote, "But immigration is not our committee. We don't get to solve the immigration problems," end quote. As this amendment falsely alleges that Secretary Mayorkas has refused to comply with federal immigration laws, this amendment is not germane to the committee's jurisdiction according to the chair's June 23rd statement, as well as Clause 1J of Rule 10, and I insist on my point of order.
The point of order is overruled, and the reason is that the House voted to send this proceeding to this committee, so we will proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
The gentleman appeals the ruling of the chair. We'll now have a vote on the ruling. The clerk will call the roll. The gentleman from Mississippi moves to table.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman's
pursuant to
recognized.
Clause 1 of Rule 16, I demand a motion to reduce to writing and report it by the clerk.
The committee will suspend.
That's okay.
Submitted for the record. The movement to the table has been submitted in writing. Are we voting on it? Okay. The clerk will call the roll on the motion to table. The clerk.
Mr. McCall. Aye. Mr. McCall votes aye. Mr. Higgins. Aye. Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Aye. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Jimenez.
Aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Pfluger.
Aye.
Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Ms. Green.
Aye.
Ms. Green votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Lalota.
Aye.
Mr. Lalota votes aye. Mr. Ezell. Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito. Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell votes aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong votes aye. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen votes aye. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes aye. Ranking Member Thompson.
Nay.
Ranking Member Thompson votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee?
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Payne? No. Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes no. Mr. Carter?
No.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Tanadar?
No.
Mr. Tanadar votes no. Mr. Magaziner?
No.
Mr. Magaziner votes no. Mr. Ivy?
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no. Mr. Goldman?
Nay.
Mr. Goldman votes no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Ramirez? Mrs. Ramirez votes no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes no.
How's the chair recorded?
The chair is not recorded.
Chair votes aye. Clerk
Chairman
will tally-
Green votes aye.
Clerk will tally the report, the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, there were 18 ayes and 14 noes.
The tabling motion stands, and the motion is moved to the table. Without objection, the clerk will report the amendment in nature of a substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H-Res 863 offered by Mr. Green of Tennessee.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. I now recognize myself to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This amendment is in the nature of a substitute, expands on the underlying resolution by including 2 articles of impeachment. Article 1 relates to Secretary Mayorkas' willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law, and Article 2 relates to his breach of public trust. The amendment in the nature of a substitute also includes updated figures regarding illegal border crossings and other statistics. With that, I yield. Is there any further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized?
Yes, you may. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
We're here based on 2 completely fabricated, unsupported, and never used before articles of impeachment. This is completely debasing and demeaning the impeachment clause of the United States Constitution, and it is a gross, gross injustice to the credibility of this institution. In your opening statement, Mr. Chairman, you quoted James Madison as saying that the impeachment clause is designed to remove bad men in office. But notably, the impeachment clause is not designed to remove bad policy from the office. And the definition of bad men, as Professor Perlstein said, is an individual who abuses his power for personal gain. It has never, ever, there's never been an impeachment in the history of the United States where someone has been impeached for something other than the abuse of power for purposes outside of his official duties. That is for elections, and that is for legislation. This, on the other hand, is an impeachment process that you are moving forward because you claim that Secretary Mayorkas, who's obviously working under the direction of President Biden, is failing to secure the border. The irony of the fact that Secretary Mayorkas has spent the last 2 months plus with a bipartisan group of senators negotiating legislation that would address the problems at the border should not be lost on anyone. You are sitting here right now trying to impeach a Secretary of Homeland Security for neglecting his duties literally while he is trying to perform his duties and negotiate legislation. Now, the real reason we are here, as we all know, is because Donald Trump wants to run on immigration as his #1 issue in the November 2024 election. And you don't have to take my word for it, because he said it himself. And last week, numerous Republicans echoed his call. Why would we actually solve the problems at the border when it is such a good political message to use for the election? And Leader McConnell even reiterated in a closed-door meeting of the Republican members of the Senate that we're in a quandary, he said, because our candidate wants to run on immigration, and we don't want to get in the way of our candidate. Now, I know this weekend I saw Chairman McCall on TV and others, and you're changing your tune now because you said the quiet part out loud that this is all about politics, and so now it's, oh no, the president can do it without legislation. Never mind that you've been calling for H.R. 2 this entire Congress. No, now it's he can do it himself. Well, he's tried to do it himself. He's tried. He's passed numerous policies that would have streamlined the asylum process through ports of entry where migrants are vetted, that would have presumptively made ineligible anyone trying to cross the border in between ports of entry, and would have done a number of different things to address the problems. Republicans went to court to sue him, to stop him from implementing the policies to address the border. So your own party is sabotaging and undermining this administration's efforts to address the border while you are trying to impeach him by saying that they're not addressing the border. The hypocrisy is the least of it. Your attack on the rule of law and our democracy is the worst of it. And you better be careful about the bed that you make. I yield back.
The gentleman yields, and I appreciate the gentleman keeping his remarks within the 5 minutes. Because the day is going to be long, I will not, we're not going to do the typical over 5 minutes if you're continuing a thought. So keep your comments to 5 minutes, please. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I'd like to specifically talk about the Supreme Court's ruling, the United States versus Texas. President Biden's appointed Solicitor General, Elizabeth Prelogar, made a stunning claim asserting that no state, individual, or business has standing to challenge an administration's decision to, as a blanket matter, not enforce any particular law. When pressed by Justice Brett Kavanaugh if states and individuals were precluded from challenging this lack of enforcement, the president's own secretary or Solicitor General responded, "That is correct, but the framers intended political checks in the circumstances. Congress has tools at its disposal." Justice Kavanaugh responded, "I think your position is, instead of judicial review, Congress has to resort to impeachment or dramatic steps in the face of such defiance of the laws passed by Congress." Prelogar's rejoinder was that in the face of dramatic abdication of statutory responsibility by the executive branch, such steps would be warranted. In other words, if the Biden administration's own legal position, it is the Biden administration's own legal position before the Supreme Court that impeachment is proper remedy for dramatic abdication of statutory responsibility. Meaning, if a secretary is not adhering to the laws passed by Congress, the only recourse, because the states now don't have standing, is for the Congress to impeach. That is the rulings of the Supreme Court and the argument brought forward by President Biden's own Solicitor General.
Will the gentleman yield on that point?
I'll finish and then you can be recognized, Mr. Ivey. I think it's pretty clear that in that Supreme Court ruling, the state wasn't given standing. Now, the Supreme Court did not rule on whether or not the gentleman, the secretary, was adhering to the laws or not, but the discussion was about what do you do when they're not? And the conclusion of the court in the minority opinion, or majority opinion, was both by Alito and Kavanaugh, impeachment and actions of the Congress are the only place for recourse of a situation like that. That's why we're where we are today. We have a secretary who has, the law is very clear, shall detain. It doesn't say create policies to allow for people to immediately be released in the country. It says shall detain. And that was not done. In fact, systems were created to do just the opposite of that. That is a violation of the Immigration and Nationality Act. It's actually willful and systemic. And when courts ruled you can't do that, he just repackaged it and continued to do just that. And the Supreme Court agrees that the only recourse is for Congress to take action when a secretary, and I will use the Solicitor General's own words, dramatic abdication of statutory responsibility. I yield. I yield my 5 minutes, and whoever else wants to be recognized.
Recognition.
Mr. Ivey, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to the comments you just made, I refer the chairman and the committee to the actual opinion that was written by Justice Kavanaugh, which is the one that has the force of law, not necessarily the discussion with the Solicitor General Proligar. But on this particular point, the allegation that's being made in the articles of impeachment is that there's a willful defiance of enforcing the law. Justice Kavanaugh, with respect to that point, wrote this: as the district court found, the executive branch does not possess the resources necessary to arrest or remove all of the non-citizens covered by these two statutes. That reality is not an anomaly. It is a constant. For the last 27 years since those statutes were enacted in their current form, all 5 presidential administrations have determined that resource constraints necessitated prioritization in making immigration arrests. In other words, what he's saying, and this is in the context of the court's reference to cases like Waite, and those are prosecutorial discretion cases. For decades, the Supreme Court has deferred to the executive branch the right to make decisions about what to enforce, what not to enforce, and how to enforce it. And that's exactly what he's saying here. And it's especially powerful here because this deals with enforcement of the immigration laws, which is given special deference to the executive branch. So the language you just read and the article, the first section of the impeachment, are totally negated, not only by this language, but by the long history of the Supreme Court deferring to the executive branch and deciding what to enforce and how to enforce it. And that's exactly what we've got here. I think the argument that Secretary Mayorkas has not enforced these laws, you might not have liked the way he's done it, but I think it's clear in the letter he sent to the committee. And by the way, I thought it was totally appropriate for him to send the letter after the articles of impeachment had been released, since his comments should be related to the articles. But anyway, since May 12, 2023, DHS has removed or returned more than 500,000 individuals. Daily removals and returns are nearly double what they were compared to the pre-pandemic average of 2014 to 2019. I refer to page 2 of his letter, which is dated January 30, 2024. You all can read it and get the rest. But the point is this: the language that you're talking about, as the professor testified, is a total failure to do the job. And the points that she pointed, the issues that she pointed to were things like addiction or, physical inability to perform. We don't have that here. And the language that's in the letter that he sent and the data that's backed up by it show that he's actually been working on the job and doing the work, as done the recognition by the Senate, Democrats and Republicans, who've called him to the Hill to negotiate, as they're negotiating a bipartisan solution to the problem. Unfortunately, we haven't done that, but they recognize that he's doing the job. And then the last point I want to make, your reference to—
Gentleman yield for a question.
I can't because I'm running out of time. The last point I want to raise, though, is that your reference to impeachment being the only tool available This is page 14 of the opinion. This is still Justice Kavanaugh. For example, this is where he's talking about options since there's no standing. What can Congress do instead? For example, Congress possesses an array of tools to analyze and influence those policies: oversight, appropriations, the legislative process, and Senate confirmation, and through elections. He does not mention impeachment. In fact, I'm not sure I saw impeachment mentioned anywhere in the opinion that he wrote. And by the way, there's a concurrence from Justice Gorsuch. All three of the Trump nominees to the Supreme Court agreed with this language. None of them supported the position that you just outlined. And it was an 8-1 decision. The articles of impeachment rely on Justice Alito's language. He's the sole dissenter in this case. So just based on the constitutional law as explained by the Supreme Court in the case that you cited in the article cite, it comes out exactly the opposite and undermines the claims that somebody could be impeached in the executive branch for following executive authority that the Supreme Court recognizes as theirs, especially in immigration cases, and that's been true for decade after decade. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Green for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congress has the responsibility to hold the executive branch accountable when they fail to uphold their oath of office, abuse their authority, and/or are dishonest with the American people. This is essential in a constitutional republic built on and separation of powers. In its 2023 ruling in United States versus Texas, the Supreme Court left the House of Representatives with little choice but to pursue impeachment articles against Secretary Mayorkas. The 5-4 majority did not address the Secretary's policies and mandates on the merits, but simply ruled the states did not have the standing to challenge them. Instead, the justices wrote that Congress has political tools available to push back on these policies. The only one that makes sense in the current political environment is impeachment. Remember, Democrats have completely rejected H.R. 2, our strongest security bill for our border. Secretary Mayorkas' actions and decisions clearly meet the standard necessary for initiating impeachment proceedings. This historical evidence is overwhelming that the Founding Fathers intended impeachment to be used to deal with the commission of indictable crimes and the abuse of power, corruption, and injury to the nation caused by public officials, among others. At the Constitutional Convention, the framers purposely devised the impeachment power to include any offenses against the nation's security committed by high officials. Stephen Bradbury, former principal deputy and acting assistant attorney general for the Office of Legal Counsel at the Department of Justice, there is a settled understanding beyond dispute that impeachable offenses include both prosecutable crimes and all manner of gross misconduct in office that does serious harm to the U.S. political system or the U.S. constitutional order. The actions, policies, and statements of Secretary Mayorkas easily meet that standard, and the American people completely agree, especially the witnesses that we've had before this committee, these parents who have had children murdered by fentanyl, murdered by illegal aliens, such as MS-13 crime gang members, and so much more. And I would tell you right now, the family of my two constituents that were killed in a horrific car accident by a 17-year-old cartel member smuggling illegal aliens into Texas would definitely agree with that. Secretary Mayorkas must be impeached for his failure to uphold his oath of office and for willfully breaking federal immigration laws. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes of comment on the amendment in the nature of the substitute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we should certainly, I think, be embarrassed to be here today. This is a complete sham impeachment. I also like to point out that the previous speaker on this committee has been spending a lot of her time actually fundraising off of this impeachment effort, and so the fact that she's posturing to taking it seriously, I think, is quite a joke as well. Now, in this Congress, which is the least productive that we've had, as we all know, since the 1930s, we've only passed 23 laws, and most of those, of course, have been generally terrible laws. But when the extreme majority cannot pass laws, they resort to political stunts and stunt impeachments, the one against the president, and certainly the one here today. Now, we have heard over and over from constitutional scholars, including Republicans, that there's no basis for this impeachment. And I want to take a moment to correct the record on a couple things. I've heard my Republican colleagues claim that Trump secured the border and somehow President Biden opened it. Let's be clear and review the facts. The spike in migration started under Donald Trump. Border Patrol apprehensions actually tripled in the last 8 months of the Trump presidency, rising from more than 21,000 in May 2020 to over 71,000 that December as he was leaving office. So the migration spike started under Donald Trump, and we should make that very clear. Now, today, Secretary Mayorkas is also dealing with the fallout of historic crises happening across Latin America. Venezuela has completely collapsed and is in crisis. Ecuador is dealing with a historic gang crisis. Cuba and Haiti are also facing enormous challenges as well. The whole region is struggling to recover from extreme weather, droughts, and COVID-19. Meanwhile, a historic economic recovery in the U.S. has created a demand for workers. Now, all of this impacts the border. But we know that's not all. The majority blames Secretary Mayorkas for his policies for the surge of people coming here to seek asylum, but they won't accept any legislative proposals or funding to deal with the problem when the president and the secretary offer them. Speaker Johnson has told Fox News multiple occasions now that he's taking his orders from Trump on the border. And he just said recently, as of today, that he won't even take up the Senate deal. Donald Trump speaks about immigrants with the same rhetoric that Hitler did, claiming that immigrants like me and my family, and I quote, pollute the blood of this country. He wants chaos, and he's admitted he even would like to see a recession happening this year. But I want to remind the public and the majority that Donald Trump...
Will the gentleman yield?
I will not yield. I want to remind the public that Donald Trump and House Republicans also have their own ideas for the border. So let's review the majority's border ideas that they've actually presented. Here they are. Donald Trump actually has said that he wants to build alligator moats along the border. That's one of his incredible ideas. Another idea that Donald Trump has promoted is he actually wants to electrify the border fence and maybe even put some spikes on the border. That's another Donald Trump and MAGA majority border idea. Another idea, which I'm not sure how well it would go, is he wants to actually bomb northern Mexico with missiles. That's another Trump idea. And finally, I think one of the ones that I think is the most grotesque is suggestions that instead we should maybe just shoot migrants in the legs as they cross the border. So once again, the Donald Trump and MAGA plan is alligator moats, bombing northern Mexico, shooting migrants in the legs, and electrifying the fence and putting spikes on them. That is the Donald Trump border plan. And so, again, we are here today with these horrific ideas being presented constantly by the former president. This is all about trying to get Donald Trump reelected. Donald Trump himself is saying he wants no solutions this year out of the Congress. And Secretary Mayorkas and President Biden continue to offer solutions every day and are ready to actually talk about real immigration and border solutions in this country. And with that, I yield
Mr. Garcia, will you yield for a clarifying question?
Sure.
Can you clarify what you mean by the analogy that you just said that Donald Trump was Hitler?
Well, when you say that you want to pollute when immigrants are polluting this country, that to me and the blood of this country, that is absolutely reminiscent of things that Adolf Hitler said. And in fact, his imagery, the way he supports white nationalism, the way he supports white supremacy, and those kind of comments are completely offensive to immigrants and hopefully to all Americans in this country.
So just to be clear, you were drawing an analogy between Donald Trump saying he is like Hitler.
I'm drawing an analogy that the rhetoric that Donald Trump uses is very much the rhetoric and the type of rhetoric that Adolf Hitler used.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Pfluger for 5 minutes of discussion on the amendment and the nature of a substitute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's a sad day that we're here. I don't think anybody takes any pleasure in being here. In fact, this is really the last resort that our founders intended to use an impeachment as a check and a balance. I personally have wrestled with the appropriate congressional response to what has been a willful refusal to comply with the law, to adhere to congressional directives, and more importantly, to secure a homeland. The failure to secure the border has been so significant, so catastrophic, so egregious that Congress must now use its power to provide accountability. And we must be the check and the balance against such an extremely egregious breach of the public trust. You know, families around the country have lost confidence in the secretary, in the government, in the administration. I show you this picture right here of the Tambunga family. This is a button that the Tambungas sat right there when Secretary Mayorkas was testifying. The 71-year-old grandmother was killed. The 7-year-old granddaughter was killed by a human trafficker doing 100 miles an hour in West Texas, carrying 11 illegal aliens, evading capture, and tragically slammed into their vehicle, instantly killing them. For Maria and Amelia's sake, if not this effort, then what? She sat, the daughter of Maria sat with Secretary Mayorkas and said, this is not political, we want you to secure the border, and yet nothing has been done. We passed H.R. 2 in May of last year. When you go to the border, when you talk to Border Patrol, when you talk to ICE agents, what they tell you is that there are no consequences, that the Secretary has willfully refused to enforce the laws that are on the books. And I asked rhetorically to the other side, if not this effort, then how do you hold accountability? Do you think that this has been a success? We offer these articles of impeachment today, a willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law, an egregious breach of public trust, because we do take seriously our oath. We do take seriously the check and the balance. There's been 3 years that the other side has had to make a change, and they haven't. And this is the last resort, which is why this is a sad day. The other side is going to say this is policy difference. No, it's not. These are not policy differences. This is a debate. This is not a debate about taxes or spending. This is a debate about following the law, which the executive branch should be doing, and yet they're not. Do you remember the 53 people that were killed in a tractor trailer south of San Antonio in July of last year? They were locked up. A smuggler left them to rot and perish in a tractor trailer. That's what this is about. The Secretary has done nothing, has absolutely done nothing to make our country more secure. He has weakened us in every single case.
Will the gentleman yield for a quick question?
Just a couple of weeks ago, Secretary Mayorkas sat right there next to Director Wray, and I asked a question of the 300 people who have matched the terror watch list. Director Wray, are there still people at large in this country that you know match the terror watch list, but you don't know where they are? Director Wray answered, yes, there are people still at large that match the terror watch list. Secretary Mayorkas, I asked him, do you have a policy to detain people that match the terror watch list? And he would not answer in the affirmative. That's why we're here today, because he has willfully refused time and time again to enforce the laws on the books. We've given many solutions. The Senate hasn't taken them up. It's this type of behavior that brings us here.
Will the gentleman yield
This is
for
an
a question?
extreme position.
Will the gentleman yield
position-
for a question?
No, I will not. My silence to you was the answer. The extreme position is that of my colleague completely disregarding a mother who was here just a few weeks ago that lost her kids to fentanyl. That's why we're here. I've got to think that on this other side of the aisle, that you think that this is a complete and utter failure to secure the homeland. That's why Republicans are here, and I hope that you will join in calling it out and doing the right thing. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Magaziner for 5 minutes on the amendment in the nature of the substitute.
Thank you, Chair. We are here with real challenges at the southern border, and I wish that we were working on them together to solve them. But instead, my Republican colleagues are too focused on playing political games and not focused on working together to find solutions. Here's a quote from this morning from Punchbowl News. The impeachment fight again puts front and center House Republicans' unyielding appetite for political drama over actual legislating. I think that sums it up pretty well. There is no constitutional basis to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. The Constitution is very specific. It states that the grounds for impeachment are treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. There's no treason alleged or mentioned in these articles, no bribery alleged or mentioned in these articles, and no high crimes or misdemeanors either. House Republicans are playing politics instead of working together to find real solutions. If we were working together to find solutions for the border, we could be voting today on President Biden's request for more funding for the border. His request, which would add 1,300 Border Patrol officers and 1,600 CBP officers. We could be working with the Senate to develop policies to address our immigration challenges. But instead, we are wasting our time on impeachment because securing the border is not a priority for House Republicans. Donald Trump's 2024 campaign is their priority. And you know it from the way that this debate has shifted over the last year. Originally, House Republicans were saying, we won't give a cent to Ukraine unless there's funding for the border too. The administration said, okay, and proposed $14 billion of funding for the border. And then House Republicans said, well, no, it's not money, we need policy changes. And the administration said, okay, and has been working with the Senate on policy changes. And now House Republicans just in the last few days have said, no, we don't want policy changes, we don't want money, we don't know what we want to beat Joe Biden in 2024. They keep changing their story about what they want because what they want is the political drama and not the solutions. The real truth here is that the President and the Secretary have taken steps to secure our borders despite House Republicans' attempts to obstruct them every step of the way. So there's two impeachment articles that we are being asked to consider today. And I want to make sure that everyone understands what these articles actually say. The first one says in a nutshell that the Secretary has refused to comply with the law because some of the migrants he has apprehended at the border have been released from detention while they are waiting for their claims to be heard. That's the argument of Impeachment Article 1 in a nutshell, that he's refusing to follow the law because he's releasing a portion of the migrants into the country while they're waiting for their claims to be heard. Every administration has done this. Every administration has released migrants while they are waiting for their hearings. No administration has kept 100% of the migrants in detention because they did not have the resources to do so. Justice Kavanaugh said that in his opinion for the majority of the court. In fact, in the last 2 years of the Trump administration, I want to listen to this. In the last 2 years of the Trump administration, 52% of the migrants encountered at the southern border were released into the United States while awaiting their hearings. That is a higher percentage than during the Biden administration. The Biden administration has detained migrants coming across the border at approximately an 80% rate, which is the same as under the Trump administration. So Article 1 is trying to impeach the Secretary for doing what every administration before him has done, releasing a portion of the migrants, and in fact, a similar percentage as the Trump administration, while they are waiting for their hearings, not because he wants to, but because Congress has failed to give the resources to do it, to detain them. Congress has failed to provide the resources, not just in this Congress, but over the last 20-plus years, and so that is why the Secretary has exercised his discretion, just as all of his predecessors have done. And the second article alleges that the Secretary lied to Congress, but doesn't actually say any fact or figure that he allegedly lied about. It uses words like secure, he said the border was secure, he said operational control, phrases which can be interpreted differently by different people. The case here is so thin on constitutional grounds that it's laughable. And what's really tragic is that this is wasted time that we could be spending to work together to actually fix the problem, as the administration is trying to do, as the Senate is trying to do. But instead, we are here debating these very thin, flimsy legal arguments for constitutional impeachment. And I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose do you seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to enter the case that we're all talking about, United States v. Texas. That's number 22-58, decided June 23, 2023.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I seek
For
recognition.
what purpose do you seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to enter for the record from the Center for Immigration Studies titled "By Admitting Massive Numbers of Parolees, Mayorkas Seeks to Bypass and Subvert the Entire Lawful Immigrant Visa System."
Without objection, so ordered.
Chairman.
I
Mr. Chairman.
I recognize Ms. Sheila Jackson-Lee.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record Article 2, Section 4 of the Constitution of the United States of America, which says the President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Titus, for what purpose?
I ask unanimous consent to enter material into the record. This would be a letter from the future Supreme Court Justice James Airedale's remarks at the North Carolina Ratification Convention, in which he explains policy differences and other matters of judgment are not impeachable offenses.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Carter, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the material into the record.
What material?
Mr. Chairman, I ask that unanimous consent include the record bipartisan letter from 25 of the top constitutional law experts in this country to Speaker Johnson and Chairman Green, explaining in no uncertain words that, quote, an impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas would be utterly unjustified as a matter of constitutional law.
Without objection, so ordered. Other unanimous consent to enter stuff into the record. Mr. Pfluger, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, seek unanimous consent to enter the 64 actions the Biden administration has taken to undermine our national security at the southern border from Speaker Johnson.
Without objection, so ordered. Ms. Clark, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I have materials that I'd like to enter into the record. I ask for unanimous consent, and this is a record from a CNN article. What is Title 42, and why is it ending, and what's happening now at the border, which shows that Secretary Mayorkas and DHS enforced Title 42 policy, and that the DHS carried out over 2.5 million expulsions of migrants from March 2020 until Title 42 expired in May of 2020.
Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize Mr. Thanador.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record Section 751 of Joseph Story's commentaries on the Constitution, which explains that the power of impeachment is not one expected in any government to be in constant or frequent exercise.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Thanador, or Mr. Magaziner?
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record Article 3, Section 1 of the North Carolina Constitution of 1776 and Article 23 of the Delaware Constitution of 1776, showing that the Constitution's framers had examples of impeachment language based on maladministration, but explicitly rejected using such language as a basis for impeachment under the United States Constitution.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to include the record, the Committee of Homeland Security's Majority's Phase 5 interim report titled "The Massive Waste and Abuse Enabled by DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas," where Republicans wrongly point to the Biden administration's budget request to detention beds as an example of Secretary Mayorkas attempting to evade the law.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose, Ms. Green?
I ask unanimous consent that we enter into the record the entirety of the U.S. versus Texas to include the transcripts of the oral arguments.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bishop, for what purpose?
Request unanimous consent to submit for the record Jennings versus Rodriguez, 583 U.S. 281, a 2018 decision from the United States Supreme Court holding that Section 236C of the Immigration and Nationality Act mandates detention of an alien falling within its scope.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Ramirez.
I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a memo from Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, and it's titled Guidelines for the Enforcement of Civil Immigration Law, which shows that Secretary Mayorkas is following the law when it comes to immigration enforcement activities.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Strong, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter dated January the 17th, 2024. This letter comes from Kevin R. Brock, Assistant Director of Intelligence, Chris Swecker, Assistant Director of Criminal Intelligence, Timothy Healy, and the list goes on.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Crane.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to enter into the record Federalist Papers 65.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Menendez.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record the Southwest Border Coordination Center and Migration Information Center Resource Guide, which shows that the Biden administration, Secretary Mayorkas, instituted a whole-of-government approach and plan for the transition back to normal immigration law after Title 42 expired. Yet Republicans are trying to impeach the Secretary for carrying out the laws of this country.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Garcia.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I ask unanimous consent to include in the record the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services Policy Manual of Humanitarian Protection and Parole, Chapter 1, highlighting how Secretary Mayorkas has complied with the INA, which specifically requires that the parole of each individual non-citizen is considered on a discretionary case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit.
Without objection, so ordered. Mrs. Green.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a Newsweek article stating record number of suspected terrorists cross the U.S.-Mexico border.
Without objection, so ordered. I think the next person up to make 5 minutes is Mr. McCall. You're recognized for 5 minutes to address the amendment in the nature of substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to go back to the Supreme Court decision, the United States versus the state of Texas. And the court was examining a statute that provided that the government shall take into custody any alien that has committed an aggravated felony. It's not discretionary, it's mandatory language, shall take into custody. And we're not talking about, we're talking about sex trafficking, human trafficking, drug trafficking, money laundering, firearm offenses. These are serious crimes, and the statute in question requires that it be mandatory, not discretionary. And so what the court says is perhaps most problematic is that an officer cannot rely on the fact of conviction. Why? Because the DHS memorandum says, directly contrary to the statute, and this is a quote from the court, DHS personnel shall not rely on the fact of conviction when deciding to enforce the law. In fact, this takes away their discretion and says you cannot detain based upon a violation of an aggravated felony. You cannot take that into account. That's not prosecutorial discretion. It takes away the discretion. And then going back to the oral arguments that were made before the court, and I found this very fascinating, that during the debate with this, Biden's own Solicitor General responds to Justice Kavanaugh, who says, I think your position is that instead of judicial review, if you're saying they don't have standing, that Congress would have to resort to impeachment or dramatic steps in the face of such defiance of the law. The Biden Solicitor General says she agrees. In the face of a dramatic abdication of statutory responsibility by the executive branch, such steps would be warranted. In other words, the Biden administration's own Solicitor General is saying, own legal position that impeachment is the proper remedy for dramatic abdication of statutory
responsibility. And then returning to the founding fathers. They didn't have a whole lot of criminal statutes back then at the Constitutional Convention. James Madison, when they're forming the Department of State, now it was called Foreign Affairs, says, well, what if they fill the department with unworthy men of public trust? Then he says on the House floor, if an unworthy man be continued in office, the House of Representatives can at any time impeach him. Finally, Justice Story, who was quoted on the other side, a very famous Supreme Court justice in 1833, says, so where a Lord Admiral has neglected to safeguard the seas, that shall be deemed an impeachable offense. I would argue, Mr. Chairman, this is exactly the case we have here. We have a Lord Admiral, a Secretary of Homeland Security, charged with defense of air, land, and sea, as Justice Story was talking about, and is not defending our borders. And to those of my dear friends on the other side of the aisle say that the numbers did not go dramatically under the prior administration, I don't know where you were. Remain in Mexico, I worked with the administration prior. I passed it out of my committee. Mr. Pfluger is correct. There are about 64 executive actions that this president took to rescind the prior executive orders that were working. For instance, political asylum cannot be adjudicated. Once you're detained, you're removed. They're adjudicated outside the United States, therefore ending catch and release. Therefore, 8 million encounters cannot stay in the United States.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Let me finish. I don't see how anyone with a straight face can argue that the numbers have skyrocketed under this administration. Now, I live in a border state, and I just came back from the border, and I saw the detention space. I've done it many times, overflowing. And it's created a human tragedy. I look at the migrants I look at them with compassion, and I see a human tragedy before our eyes when I see them in detention space, knowing that they won't have legal status, that the women are going to go to sex trafficking, the little young men are going to go to MS-13. What are we doing? We're creating a criminal enterprise in the United States, not to mention one of the most dangerous environments I've seen. I chaired this committee, 300 apprehended on the terror watch list. How many more got in? As the FBI director said, it only took 19 hijackers to bring down the World Trade Center. Look, I think there's a legal and framer justification and moral justification.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair.
Who's seeking recognition? Ms. Ramirez, for what purpose?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to Clause 1A of Rule 11, I move the committee do not recess until 1:30 p.m., and I have a motion at the desk.
Committee stands in recess.
Until 1:30?
Mike's, oh, there it is. Okay. Thanks. We'll take a brief recess for just a second.
We're not organized. I don't know why they couldn't have done it after I spoke.
Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia?
Huh? If you could, yeah. And I was getting ready to put stuff in from the record. Let me find out. Why couldn't I have done it after I did my 5 minutes? I mean, it was, so what's gonna happen now? Okay, but for an hour from now? Because I was gonna go right into what McCall was talking about. What does that mean when you say end up doing? Okay, well, that's it,
Committee will come to order. Ms. Ramirez, for what purpose do you seek recognition again?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to Clause 1A of Rule 11, I move that the committee do not recess until 1:30 p.m., and I do have a motion at the desk for that.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman's recognized.
I move to table.
Motion's made to table this motion from Ms. Ramirez.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Yeah. All those in favor of tabling the motions will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. And the motion
Mr.
to
Chair,
table.
I do request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall. Aye. Mr. McCall votes aye. Mr. Higgins. Aye. Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Guest. Aye. Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Jimenez.
Aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Pfluger.
Aye.
Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino.
Aye.
Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Ms. Green.
Aye.
Ms. Green votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Lalota. Aye. Mr. Lalota votes aye. Mr. Ezell. Mr. De-Esposito. Aye. Mr. De-Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee. Aye. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Luttrell. Aye. Mr. Luttrell votes aye. Mr. Strong.
Aye.
Mr. Strong votes aye. Mr. Burkeen. Aye. Mr. Burkeen votes aye. Mr. Crane. Aye. Mr. Crane votes aye. Ranking Member Thompson.
Nay.
Ranking Member Thompson votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Payne.
No.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Correa.
No.
Mr. Correa votes no. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Tanadar.
No.
Mr. Tanadar votes no. Mr. Magaziner.
No.
Mr. Magaziner votes no. Mr. Ivy.
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no. Mr. Goldman.
Nay.
Mr. Goldman votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Ramirez.
No.
Mrs. Ramirez votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes no.
How's the chair recorded?
Chair is not recorded.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman Green votes aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Correa?
unanimous consent?
Let's get the vote done on this motion to table, and then I'll recognize you for that purpose or whatever purpose. Clerk, please report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, there were 16 ayes and 14 noes.
So the motion is tabled, and I recognize, for what purpose, Mr. Correa?
Unanimous consent to insert the record and article?
Can you tell us what it is?
Washington Post dated today entitled House Republicans Keep Fumbling in Immigration. Unfortunately, these articles complain about measures taken by a completely different agency, the State Department, which Mayorkas does not control.
Without objection, so ordered. I now recognize Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee, the gentlelady from Texas, for 5 minutes on the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I started this morning by describing this impeachment proceedings as revengeful impeachment, simply to get back at a performing member of the public sector who is directed by his boss, the President of the United States, to follow laws and policies. I say this to the American people because we pretend that our work here today, and every day we come to this Congress, having taken an oath, is for the American people. There is no doubt that on this side of the aisle, there is a committed and dedicated concern to the idea of sex trafficking. Abhorrent. Human trafficking. Abhorrent. Any form of drug trafficking. Terrorism. There is no doubt that every member that I know on the Democratic side of the aisle has been engaged vigorously in fighting against these terroristic acts. Each and every one of them is a terroristic act to be trafficked, to be subjected to drug trafficking. All of these require the work together for the American people. Today, we are being fooled that work is being done against an individual for treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. The American people understand that that is not the actions that we are here for today. Revenge, vengefulness is why we're here. Otherwise, they would understand that Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is an individual whose family fled the Nazis and then Cuba before arriving here in the United States. That is what he went through. He is the first immigrant to serve as head of the Department of Homeland Security. And yet, this committee seeks to suggest that he is violating the Constitution, when in essence, his freedom is based upon our Constitution. He did block the unlawful act of separating parents from children under the Trump administration. Maybe that's why he's being attacked. He did act as a federal prosecutor, not as, in quotes, a liberal activist, to be able to recognize that we should treat immigrants with dignity. He did act to be able to secure our ports and borders and enforce immigration laws, and he did act to fight for comprehensive immigration reform. But yet, we have two articles, one suggesting that he has willfully violated the law, and clearly, on the very case of Texas versus the United States in 2022, this was a court and policy decision. And coming from Texas, one of the few on this committee, going to the border more times than I can imagine, we have an actual standoff right now at the border between the federal government and one single state acting against the authority of the federal government, violating the law. And our secretary is being impeached, allegedly, for willfully violating the law that doesn't exist. That particular case indicated initially that the states in question, Texas and Louisiana, did not have standing. This is not a willful violation of the law when you have a secretary trying to step in to find space to do his job. The breach of public trust, where is the willful or habitual neglect or refusal to perform the duties of the office? Give him a law. Give him the Senate bill discussed, compromised, and voted on. Give him comprehensive immigration reform, and there will be a law to discuss. There is none. This is a MAGA pathway of vengefulness, of repeating what a presidential candidate is asking you to do. To the American people, this is not what you're asking us to do. You're asking us to have an administration that works. And so the secretary has said, this administration has removed and returned or expelled more migrants in 3 years than the prior administration in 4 years. Since May 12, 2023, DHS has removed or returned more than 500,000 individuals, the vast majority of whom crossed the southwest border. Total removals and returns since May 2023 exceed removals and returns in every full fiscal year since 2015. Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady's time has
Mr.
expired.
Chairman, let me conclude by simply saying.
The gentlelady's time has expired. I made it very
There's no
clear at the
basis
beginning that
on
we were
these
going to stick to the
articles,
5
Mr. Chairman,
minutes.
I'd like to
So the
respond.
gentlelady is not recognized.
Mr.
I
Chairman.
now recognize Mr. Guest
Chairman.
for
Mr. Chairman,
for what purpose? Seek recognition?
ask unanimous consent.
For what?
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a letter from the Republican Attorney Generals, including the three who testified before our committee this month, which endorses Texas blocking Border Patrol access to portions of the border in violation of federal law. This letter demonstrates these attorney generals lack a commitment to following the Constitution.
Without objection, so ordered. I recognize Mr. Guest for 5 minutes to comment on the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to be clear here today that this is not political theater. That what is happening today is we are attempting to rein in a rogue cabinet secretary. A cabinet secretary that has failed to enforce the law. If you don't believe that, just look at the statistics put out by his department. In the last 6 months, Mr. Chairman, we have seen 1.9 million encounters across the entire northern and southern border. Last month alone, 371,000. And in addition to that, Mr. Chairman, we are not talking about the fact that this secretary has breached the public trust. Just last hearing that we had on this, we saw the Democrats call in a congressional expert who said you don't have to have high crimes and misdemeanors. Their own expert in constitutional law says that a cabinet secretary could be breached or could be impeached for a breach of public trust. And I will tell you that that is exactly what we have with Secretary Mayorkas, that he has lied repeatedly to members of this committee. I can count times in which he has lied to questions that I have asked Secretary Mayorkas, where he's lied to questions where Chairman Green has asked him about the border being secured. Questions by Dan Bishop, August Pfluger, Ms. Jackson Lee, former member of this committee, Kat Kamak. I can document at least 6 times where he has repeatedly lied when asked, is the border secure? I'll look at headlines and pulled a few this morning regarding Secretary Mayorkas.
Gentleman, you for a question?
I will not. Mayorkas tells Congress the southern border is secure. DHS Chief Mayorkas said there is no border crisis. Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas tells lawmakers the border is not open. Mayorkas says the border is closed, defends Biden's immigration strategy. Mayorkas takes heat for repeating border is secure. During House hearings, they go on to say this is nonsense. DHS Chief Alejandro Mayorkas' secure border claim a lie, CBP official says. Mayorkas accused of lying under oath, playing shell game with data by former border official. And my favorite, Mr. Chairman, Mayorkas' latest litanies of lies on the border put Santos to shame. These are the headlines, and these are what are being talked about because Secretary Mayorkas has been untruthful with the American public, and he has been untruthful for Congress. He comes in here and he raises his hand and he swears to tell the truth, and then he lies when he says the border's secure. He lies when he says that the border is not open and we are not allowing, as we know, over 370,000 immigrants to flood across the border last month alone. I want to talk about what House Republicans have done, because my friends on the other side say that we are doing this again for political theater. Last year we passed H.R. 2, the most comprehensive package that I have seen during my time in Congress. When we talk about funding and what have we done on funding, I'll tell you that the House Appropriations Bill dealing with funding for the Department of Homeland Security, we went above and beyond what was requested by the President. The President requested a set amount, and we added additional money to that so that the Department of Homeland Security would have the resources that they need to secure the border. And then when we talk about the Senate bill, I have no idea what's in the Senate bill. I'll tell you, I am disappointed that our senators refuse to engage the House of Representatives. They don't allow Chairman Green or Ranking Member Thompson a seat at the table. We don't know what's in that bill. I can't speak of whether I'll support the bill or not. We've seen that. I will not yell, and I have 30 seconds and I will finish my time. I will tell you that for the Democrats to accuse Republicans of political theater is wrong. I want to end with this. I want to end with the fact that there was a recent letter. A letter actually was dated in 2021 by former official Rodney Scott. Rodney was chief of Border Patrol under both Trump and Biden. That letter described how he witnessed a seismic shift in border security and immigration policy that began on January 20, 2021. And that began with a lack of a meaningful effort to secure the border. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would like unanimous consent to enter that letter into the record, and I would yield back.
Without
Mr. Chairman.
objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I have unanimous consent.
What
motion.
purpose do you, unanimous consent?
I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a news article from December 6, 2023 on why my colleague, Representative Mike Ezell, voted to keep known liar and former Representative George Santos in Congress because, quote, my personal feelings about him do not meet the standards our founding fathers established for expulsion, end quote.
I would object to unanimous consent. I don't think that that's relevant in this hearing.
You just brought up Mr. Santos's
Hold on, we're not discussing it.
lies.
A motion's been made for unanimous consent. There's an objection.
So ask for the roll.
You ought to get used to opening the door.
I quoted a headline, sir. I did not open the door to vote of
No
other
no one's
members on an
recognized right now
unrelated
but
matter.
the chair. Nobody's recognized but the chair. All right. So it is not entered with the objection, so. I
Ask
now
for a
recognize-
recorded vote.
So is the gentleman making a motion?
I had a unanimous consent motion.
Right, that was
objected to.
objected
So now
to.
I move for the inclusion of this article and showing that Republican members of this committee apply constitutional standards very selectively.
Oh, no. So all those in favor of admitting to the record the article presented by Mr. Goldman of New York and say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the article is not admitted.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall.
No.
Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest. No. Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Jimenez.
No.
Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Pfluger.
No.
Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino. No. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Ms. Green.
No.
Ms. Green votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. LaLota. Mr. Ezell. Mr. Ezell votes no. Mr. D'Esposito. Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell? No. Mr. Luttrell votes no. Apologies. Mr. Strong?
No.
Mr. Strong votes no. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Crane? Mr. Crane votes no. Ranking Member Thompson?
Aye.
Ranking Member Thompson votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Payne? Aye. Mr. Payne votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Correa?
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Carter?
Aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Tanadar?
Aye.
Mr. Tanadar votes aye. Mr. Magaziner?
Aye.
Mr. Magaziner votes aye. Mr. Ivy?
Aye.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Mr. Goldman?
Aye.
Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Aye. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mrs. Ramirez? Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes aye.
How's Mr. LaLota recorded?
Mr. LaLota is not recorded. Mr. LaLota votes no.
How's the chair recorded?
Chair is not recorded.
Chair votes no.
Chairman Green votes no.
Clerk will, how is Ms. Garcia, or Ms. Ramirez?
Ramirez.
Ramirez.
I vote yes.
Ms.
She
Ramirez
votes yes.
votes aye.
Anyone else? The clerk will report to tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, there were 15 ayes and 14 noes.
The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman,
Wait. The noes have it. Wait, say that again. Clerk, could you report that again?
Apologies. It is 15 noes to 14 ayes.
Okay. The noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion. I would move to strike Mr. Guest's comments about George Santos, given that the majority has now prevented entering into the record a document related to George Santos.
The request is not timely.
Well, it's timely now because you only rejected it right now.
It's not timely. The gentleman's not recognized. I now recognize Mr. Higgins
Chairman.
for 5 minutes of his comments on the
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
amendment.
Chairman.
When I first came to Congress, Mr. Chairman, I had the great honor of befriending the gentleman from Alaska, the Dean of the House, Don Young. I had the privilege of sitting next to Don for 5 years before his death. Don told me when I first came to Congress, he said, Clay, if you want to understand this body, you have to understand a simple fact. He said the Republican Party is primarily a party of businessmen. The Democrat Party is primarily a party of attorneys. That's being shown quite clearly today. So let this old street cop give some of our fancy attorneys on the other side of the aisle a little history lesson. When it was first proposed to limit impeachments in the American Constitution to treason and bribery alone, Virginia Delegate George Mason pointed out that Hastings, who was being impeached at the time by Parliament, is not guilty of treason. Mason questioned the wisdom of limiting impeachment to those two offenses, arguing that treason is defined in the Constitution, as defined in the Constitution, would not reach many great and dangerous offenses that attempts to subvert the Constitution may not be treason as defined, and that it's the more necessary to extend the power of impeachments. Mason then moved that the convention add maladministration to the impeachment power. Eldridge Gerry seconded the motion. Then James Madison argued that the term maladministration, which deviated from the more commonly recognized phrase high crimes and misdemeanors, was so vague a term that it would be the equivalent to a tenure during pleasure of the Senate. Quote of Madison. Governor Morris agreed with Madison, at which point Mason withdrew his motion and substituted as grounds for impeachment, quote, bribery and high crimes and misdemeanors. Bribery and other high crimes and misdemeanors. The motion carried without any further discussion of the new phrase, which ultimately became part of the Constitution. Here's the bottom line. As historians summarize, the actions of the delegates of the Constitutional Convention stated that, in summary, through the early debates, every speaker referred to neglect of duty and misconduct in office as impeachable offenses. And after Madison objected to the vagueness of the proposed impeachment clause, Mason then moved to add high crimes and misdemeanors. This passed 8-3 and became the orthodox phraseology. The vote in favor of the compromise motion suggests that the delegates understood that the new terms included neglect of duty. The addition of misdemeanors to the list of offenses meant that the House of Representatives was permitted to charge officials with misuse of power and neglect of duty. As has been quoted by many scholars, specifically, the term misdemeanors in its original meaning carried with it less the sense of a smaller or less serious criminal law offense, which would be today's common usage of the word, and more the broader sense of misconduct or misbehavior, literally of not demeaning oneself properly. misdemeaning in the exercise of an official capacity or position. The breadth of the constitutional language employed as a standard for impeachment thus plainly embraces a range of congressional judgment extending beyond bare criminality as to what types of culpable official misconduct so amount to a betrayal of trust, responsibility, duty, or integrity as to warrant removal from office. And that's where we are today.
Will the
My
gentleman?
colleagues, no, I will not. You didn't yield to me, my brother.
I don't
My
recall
colleagues
your
across the aisle seem to say that it's acceptable that we've had 10 million illegal crossings in 3 years, that we've had pushing 300,000 Americans dead from opioid overdose. We're losing our country down there. And the man responsible for executing that policy is Alejandro Mayorkas. He will be impeached through this committee this day. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman?
For what purpose do you seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the actual notes from the Constitutional Convention on that exact point in which the framers rejected the maladministration, malpractice, and neglect of duty.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman?
And if I might, this is edited by Max Farrand, the records of the Federal Convention of 1787.
We just need the title on those. Mr. Magaziner, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter an article to the record in which frequent Republican impeachment witness Professor Jonathan Turley states there's no basis for impeaching Secretary Mayorkas. The article is titled "Homeland Security Chief Alejandro Mayorkas' Failures Are Not Impeachable," and it appeared in the Daily Beast.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman.
I also ask unanimous consent.
So ordered.
I also ask unanimous consent to include in the record an excerpt from the book Impeachment by constitutional law professor Raoul Berger and the founder of the constitutional originalism that inspired Supreme Court Justice Scalia, explaining that the term high crimes and misdemeanors is a limited phrase that does not reach policy disagreements and was not intended to use for purposes like we have today.
Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, so ordered. Ms. Green.
I ask unanimous consent to enter from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security on April 30th, 2021. DHS announces steps to protect border communities from wall construction.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Thanadar. What purpose?
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record an op-ed published this morning by Norman Eisen, former impeachment counsel for the House Judiciary Committee and others, in which they point out that House Republicans have spent months searching unsuccessfully for a smoking gun in the Joe Biden impeachment investigations. Instead of admitting failure, they are now pivoting to another target in their frenzy to impeach anyone, no matter how baselessly, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Green, for what purpose?
I ask unanimous consent to enter a Homeland Security tweet on October 8th, 2021, consistent with the DHS border barrier plan at CBP in coordination with the USA CEHQ intends to cancel the remaining border barrier contracts located within the Laredo sector and all border barrier contracts located in the Rio Grande Valley sector.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent.
Mr. Goldman.
I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a section of the book by esteemed constitutional lawyers Lawrence Tribe and Joshua Matz explaining to Mr. Higgins' point, quote, when the framers replaced maladministration with high crimes and misdemeanors, they sought to narrow, not expand, the class of impeachment offenses, and high crimes and misdemeanors was understood as limited to serious misconduct that inflicted injury on the state itself. Mason and Madison thus rejected a term that allowed impeachment for strong differences over policy and personnel.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I have one more.
For what purpose?
From the same authors, another excerpt where they explain that key elements of high crimes and misdemeanors like treason and bribery involve corruption, betrayal, or an abuse of power that subverts core tenets of the U.S. governmental system, proof of intentional evil deeds that risk grave injury to the nation, and they're plainly wrong that the current standards that no reasonable official...
Just the title, Mr. Goldman's all we need. Is that the title?
You don't like the explanation?
No, please
Mr.
read.
Chairman?
But we're talking about saving some time here. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Are you done
All
with
right,
the
well,
title?
It is from constitutional law scholars Lawrence Tribe of Harvard and Joshua Matz.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr.
Mr.
Menendez,
Chair.
you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask unanimous consent to include in the record testimony from constitutional law expert Frank Bowman before this committee, explaining that Republicans have not alleged any constitutionally impeachable offenses against Secretary Mayorkas and swatting down the Republicans' allegations as unimpeachable policy differences.
Without objection, so ordered. And what we're going to do now is take a 30-minute recess for lunch. We're going to let everybody just take a break, go eat some lunch. We're going to be here a while today, it seems. So we're going to do this in as friendly a manner as possible. So we'll reconvene at 12:35. Committee stands in recess. The committee will come to order. Does any other members wish to be recognized for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment and the nature of the substitute? I recognize Mr.
Chairman.
McKean for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
We'll let him go since I recognized him and then come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ivey, I'm going to pick on you just for a minute because you're well reasoned. I listened to a lot of your debate, and I think it's I hear someone that's really stepping into what does the law say, what does the court proceeding say. And so I took note a while ago when you talked about that the Supreme Court, quote, has yielded to the executive what to enforce and how to enforce it. And I just step back as someone who does not have a Juris Doctorate, and I think about that. I just think about that statement for what to enforce and how to enforce it. For all of us that know that we did not have a king implemented in our governance, that's really what we're doing when we allow that ideology to be pervasive. To allow the executive on how to enforce it and what to enforce, you've granted them the ability to become a king, and that flies in the face of what all of us, I think that transcends party politics. We taught the Constitution, we do not have a king, and think about what John Adams said. John Adams, that great statement, he said, we are to be a government of law, not of men. What's he talking about? He's talking about the rule of law. Think about what his cousin, Samuel Adams, said, that neither the wisest constitution nor the wisest of laws will secure the liberty and happiness of a people whose manners are universally corrupt. So what we're talking about here, and don't you think it's quite ironic? We're going to go through these procedural hurdles all day long today, and I respect that. You have the right to use the rules and to bog this process down. But we're using the dot and tittle, making sure we adhere to it, and that will be respected by the chairman. But think about what we're doing. We're defending someone who refuses to adhere to the dots and tittles, who refuses to play by the rules. And so that Alanis Morissette song in my youth is coming up. Isn't it ironic, don't you think? This is about the rule of law in this country. And when we in a moment, when we move to a place to where we're willing to say that we're going to yield to the executive to determine what to enforce and how to enforce, regardless if they adhere to, they're not just violating the will of Congress, they're violating your congressional membership, because you are the voice of we the people. And when we pass laws and we have bureaucracies that don't follow it, guys, what are we up here for? What are we up here for, other than to maintain a position? And I want to finally end with this. Jefferson has an incredible statement, Thomas Jefferson. And he writes this in 1820, and he says to this gentleman, he said, you, sir, are basically asserting that the judges are the ultimate arbitrator of all constitutional questions. Then he goes on to say, that is a dangerous doctrine indeed, and it would lead us to the despotism of an oligarchy. You know what despotism is? Because I had to look it up. It means absent the control of men. Why are we in the Constitution 3,000 words or 2,000 words, and the executive is only 1,000 words? Because they understood the weight need to be left to the legislative body as the voice of we the people. It's a dangerous doctrine when the simplicity of this is we pass laws, they have to be followed, and then we have any ideology that creeps in and says, let them interpret how they want to. It's a dangerous doctrine indeed. And with that, I yield, Mr. Chairman.
For a question?
The gentleman yields, so I think Mr. Magaziner wanted to make a UC request. For what purpose?
Chairman. Yeah, I do have a unanimous consent request to include George Washington's farewell address to the nation, in which he warned that unprincipled men will be enabled to subvert the power of the people and usurp for themselves the reins of government, as we have seen through this impeachment process. I yield back.
Without objection, so ordered. The chair is going to entertain all UC requests further from this point to insert items into the record at the end of our business today. I will not be recognizing members for that purpose at this time. And does anyone else want to make a comment? 5 minutes discussion on the amendment and the nature of the substitute. Mr. Ranking Member, you're recognized.
I yield my 5 minutes to Mr. Ivey.
The gentleman yields. Mr. Ivey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, for yielding. And to my colleague, I appreciate the comments, but I would just remind my colleague that the portion that I read of the Supreme Court opinion addresses that directly. So we don't have kings, we have elections, and we have three branches of government. Usually the Supreme Court is the body that resolves the conflicts between the executive branch and the legislative branch. But as Justice Kavanaugh pointed out, in the event there's a political solution that needs to be pursued, and this goes back again to page 14 of the slip opinion of United States v. Texas, which is now part of the record. Congress possesses an array of tools to analyze and influence those policies. So in other words, if there's a policy dispute, Congress has tools like, and the justice continues, oversight, appropriations, the legislative process, Senate confirmations, and then they reference elections. So, the point with respect to whether this is a king or not, obviously it's not a king. I mean, this is 2024. We got a hotly contested presidential election coming up, I think by any measure. But the point for this particular issue is the Supreme Court said that there are these tools available. They do not mention impeachment. Justice Kavanaugh's opinion does not mention impeachment as a tool for resolving political dispute. And I think based on the other document I entered earlier, which goes to the maladministration piece, the point there is this isn't for policy disputes. You don't use impeachment for policy disputes because it could get out of control. So we want to make sure that we use it for very limited circumstances, and we've heard some of those as, already.
Gentleman, yield for a question?
Yes.
Is one of the tools available to Congress to pass statutes limiting the discretion of the enforcement discretion of the administration?
Yeah, I think that's what Justice Kavanaugh meant by the legislative process. That's
okay,
right.
So that's what Congress has done. That's what the court is dealing with in the Texas case. And the issue is whether or not the administration has flouted, brazenly disregarded those statutes limiting its discretion.
Just to reclaim
so how does the Congress deal with the controversy over that?
Well, I think that's the point that he's trying to make with the other issues the other options that he lays out. But I'll point this out.
Is impeachment one of the options?
Not that he mentions here.
I'm asking you, sir.
This is an 8-1 decision. I think it was said to be 5-4 earlier. And the Supreme Court, the Trump wing of the Supreme Court, is in the majority and the concurrence on this. And the bottom line they're saying here is, even if you think these two statutes are mandatory, which by, I think, Mr. McCall's reading that they were, they're still saying that discretion belongs to the executive. And if I might yield to Mr. Magazzino.
Because I want to speak on this point that raised by Mr. Bishop and Mr. Burkeen. One thing Congress could do is appropriate the funds for adequate detention capacity. Because what we're talking about here is the Secretary exercising his discretion because the capacity of the centers has been reached. So he is exercising his discretion as to who should be released and who shouldn't.
Would the gentleman
Just
yield?
as, and one second, Chairman, respectfully, just as the prior administration and the administration before those did as well. Under the Trump administration, again, in the last 2 years, 52% of migrants in detention were released by the Trump administration because they were at capacity. Once again, the Secretary then was using his discretion under the Trump administration. The current Secretary is doing the same thing.
If the gentleman would yield, I want to point out that CoreCivic and the other company that do our ICE detention have been resoundingly filled with empty beds. If you go look at the numbers, as soon as Secretary Mayorkas took over, those ICE detention facilities, there's one in California they're going to shut because it's got 8 people and it holds 3,000. So I think, I just want to correct the facts on that. The ICE detention beds have consistently been unfilled.
If I could just...
And I yield to Mr. Magazziner.
Yeah. Just real quick. Again, the DHS data shows that across the system, that the detention centers across the system are at and above capacity, and the Secretary has the discretion to decide what to do about that, just as the prior. And again, the prior administration released people from detention as well, so how this would be impeachable and that wasn't is unclear.
If the gentleman would yield, he needs to yield back to you, and then you need to yield to the ranking
Time's
member.
I yield back to the
Time has
ranking
expired,
member. I
so-
apologize.
It's to the ranking member, and time has expired, so.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose?
I'd like to respond to my colleague's assertion about this being politically, a political
We got a
exercise.
queue, and I'll put your name down. The next up is Mr. Jimenez for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And look, somebody said that Republicans are businessmen and women and Democrats are lawyers. Well, I'm neither. I'm neither a business person or an attorney. I'm actually just a firefighter. And I'm very proud to be a firefighter, but firefighters tend to look at things, kind of not so much shades of gray as maybe business people and attorneys do. And so, there's a raging fire happening at the border, and that was demonstrated to me pretty soon after the Biden administration took over. And as a firefighter, what you do is you try to put the fire out, and then you look for what caused the fire. Well, the fire in this case wasn't accidental. It was actually lit on purpose. And I've said that for a couple of years, not just now. I've said it for a couple of years. This was actually done on purpose. And the Biden administration and Secretary Mayorkas are using policy to mask unlawful behavior. You can talk about policy all you want, but that policy, when that policy actually is unlawful behavior, it's unlawful behavior that we're talking about here. It's not a difference in policy. It's the unlawful behavior of the Biden administration and Secretary Mayorkas that has led to that fire that is putting America at risk. Not only is it putting America at risk, it's putting Mexico at risk too, because the cartels that control the southern part of that border are being enriched by the policies, the unlawful policies of the Biden administration, to the tune of where they were making $500 million a year for illegal trafficking, of human trafficking. Now they're making $1 billion a month, over $13 billion. And so the Secretary and the Secretary has always denied that there's a problem. Now even President Biden says, hey, we got a problem. So basically, like you said, Mr. Chairman, he threw him under the bus. But we've had witness after witness after witness saying, hey, we've told the Secretary what he had to do in order to stem the flow of illegal migration into the United States. And as my colleagues so demonstrated, that spike didn't happen during the Trump administration. It happened in February of 2021, right after President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas changed the policy, which was a clear violation of the law and clearly contrary to the will of this Congress. The only remedy that we have is impeachment. For the opposing side to say, no, we can't, it's discretion. So if we write a law that says, hey, you have to paint that thing blue, and they decide to do it red, and then, well, that's just discretion. No. When you violate the law, when you go contrary to the will of Congress, Congress must act, especially when failure to do so puts America at risk. And so, again, I see this very clearly. This fire was started by Secretary Mayorkas, reversing policies that were working. It's his absolute discretion to change policy, but it's not his discretion to change policy when it violates the law. And that's where I
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I won't, because actually, I'm just going to yield my time back. Thank you very much.
Okay, the gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Titus for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment in the nature of substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to point out that some of those empty beds are due to COVID policies, and those guidelines went in under the Trump administration. You know, I've said before a quote that I thought really summed up these sham impeachment proceedings, and that came during a previous attempt, one of the very, very few, to impeach Acting Secretary of Labor Louis Post. They failed at that, and history repeats itself. That, too, was a disagreement over immigration policy. Mr. Post described those efforts as mental dullness at high tension. Well, I think that really describes what we're seeing today, mental dullness at high tension. These articles have no basis in law, not in the Constitution. Of course, Ms. Taylor Greene said several times in previous testimony, we're not talking about the Constitution here. Well, that's pretty obvious. Or in precedent. In the high tension part, we've seen our colleagues across the aisle on TV, pontificating, Fox News, fundraisers. Certainly that is high tension. But you know what? I bet our founding fathers are just rolling over in their graves as they hear some of the interpretations of what they said and did at the Constitutional Convention, citing Mason as though that provision actually went into the Constitution. No, it didn't. Selectively citing Madison and not looking at Federalist Papers that came later to explain the Constitution. Surely they would be appalled were they here. Something else, I keep hearing, this is what the American people want. The American people want us to do this. I've not seen any polling numbers that show where the American people want us to impeach Mayorkas. They want us to solve the problem at the border, which we have a number of opportunities to do. There are several bills in this committee we could be looking at, some involving fentanyl. You've got the Senate compromise that may be coming over here. You've got the budget that came out of the president's office to increase resources. That's what the polling shows. The public wants us to deal with the border, not to impeach Mayorkas. I mean, how many members of the public could actually name Mayorkas as the chairman or the secretary of Homeland Security? This is also demoralizing the people who work for the DHS. Y'all tout these trips you took to the border. Well, we've all been to the border. You talked to one or two people. We've talked to others. We had testimony. The people at the border need the resources. That's what they are telling us consistently. So, I think that what we're doing here has serious consequences for the Constitution, for our democracy, for the people who are working at the border, who are on the front lines, and all for you to have some kind of political stunt, I think. And as Mr. Higgins will know, he's a fellow Southerner, I think another saying appropriately describes what's going on here, and that's just shoveling the same old shit and calling it sugar. And that's not what the people want us to do. So I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize Ms. Lee for 5 minutes to discuss the ANS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And on that note, here we are again, subjected to the characterizations of House Democrats who attack the purpose and the validity of this hearing, who have today referred to it as a waste of time, a sham, a joke, a political game, a policy dispute, and even said that no serious member would pursue these articles of impeachment. In fact, Mr. Chairman, the opposite is true. No serious member could sit in this room and look at the American people and deny the catastrophe at our southern border. No serious member could deny that it is past time for accountability. No serious member could look at the American people and say that lawlessness is acceptable, that it is acceptable for one branch of government to defy the others willfully, purposefully, and with impunity. And that is precisely what Alejandro Mayorkas has been doing all of this time. Mr. Mayorkas has indeed defied, first, the courts of the United States of America. Of course, these matters have been litigated. Of course, the states are fighting for safety of their citizens, for the security of our borders. And what has he been told? Courts have ruled that his subversion of the parole process, his use of that as a way to get around the laws of the United States is unlawful. He's been ordered to desist. He did not. He's been ordered to reinstate remain in Mexico. He did not. He's come to this Congress and he's given testimony before us that was demonstrably false, stating that our border was secure, stating that he had operational control of the border, when in fact, every person in this room, and I dare say the vast majority of America, knows that is not the truth. He has misled this committee. He has misled the American people. This process, this committee's process in consideration of this day has been methodical, it has been serious, it has been thoughtful. We have heard from the men and women of local law enforcement. We have heard the catastrophic and tragic effects to their communities that this failure to enforce our laws has caused. We heard from families who have lost their children, deaths from fentanyl poisoning. We've heard the tragic stories of human trafficking, not only of Americans, but of those who are crossing this border illegally that are being exploited. We have heard these stories week after week. And rather than call them a waste of time, as our Democrat colleagues have done, we need to hear them, we need to heed them, and we need to take action. Because here is the reality. Every single day that Secretary Mayorkas continues in his role, America is less safe. We have ceded control of our border to the Mexican drug cartel, and we have seen the tragic and irrecoverable consequences of doing so. Not only are these articles of impeachment appropriate and based in law, it is our duty to ensure that the United States of America is a nation of law. It is our duty to ensure that our border is secure, and it is our duty to ensure that Secretary Mayorkas faces the consequences of his actions and the consequences of deliberately and willfully creating this catastrophe. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize Ms. Ramirez for 5 minutes to discuss the ANS.
Thank you, Chairman Green. Before I go into my remarks, I do want to ask unanimous consent to include in the record Heinz, President of the House of Representatives, on the last impeachment of Cabinet Secretary William Belknap in 1876.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask unanimous consent to include in the record Heinz, President of the House of Representatives, on the last impeachment of a Cabinet Secretary, William Belknap, that happened in 1876.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. So, you know, I agree with my colleague who just spoke a moment ago. I want to see action as well. I think many of us coming in here, particularly those that came as freshmen, we came from our districts and we told our constituents that we were going to go to Congress. In some cases, some of us came from state legislatures because we wanted to carry on and build on the work we did in the state legislature and get things done. So as I address today, I do it with a deep sense of urgency. And I gotta admit, frustration. As we find ourselves amidst a political spectacle that threatens to overshadow the critical issues facing our nation at the border. There are issues at the border. But the call for the impeachment of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is not only misguided, but it also distracts us from finding natural and practical policy solutions to the humanitarian crisis within our borders. For more than 17 hearings, and for those of you that have been here through all of these hearings, you know, we've heard colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk about how worried they are about the open borders and how it's hurting our communities. Once in a while, some of our colleagues have even mentioned it hurts asylum seekers. Yet instead of working on solutions to these horrible and painful realities, Republicans continue using our pain for their political theater. My colleagues say they care about the pain of our communities. I've heard them say it. They care so much that back in January 18th, they brought mothers who lost their children just to parade their pain in front of cameras. Republicans lied to those mothers and told them that Secretary Mayorkas was going to be present during the hearing. Even when they had knowledge that he was not going to be here, he had asked for a date that was agreeable for the committee and him. They knew he wasn't going to be here, but they told him he would be. My colleagues say they care about thousands of migrants fleeing their homes, dying in the Rio Grande, and being inhumanely denied asylum, yet they celebrate draconian laws that are put in place by Republican governors. See, folks, there's dissonance between what you say and what your actions are. Instead of solutions, we're working on a basis impeachment, and we know that impeachment is a solemn and consequential action reserved for egregious offenses that undermine the very fabric of our democracy. The charges against Secretary Mayorkas of willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and breach of public trust lack the substance required for such a drastic measure. So let us refrain from allowing political posturing to supersede the crucial work ahead. In hopefully a few moments or hours, I am going to give you an opportunity to take action by some of the amendments I'm going to introduce that actually get to border security and actually get us to address the issues of those that are already here. I want to implore each committee member to rise above the political theatrics and commit to the severe work our constituents are expecting of us. Let's stop weaponizing people's pain. Let's end this theater. Let's get to work and find policy solutions that reflect the compassion and values we hold as representatives of the American people. With that, Chairman.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate your passionate words, which are, of course, true. I wanted to just respond, because I know my colleagues don't want me to speak during their time, to a couple of the confusing arguments that I've been hearing. On the one hand, you hear that Secretary Mayorkas should not have changed the policies of the Trump administration. But if he is changing the policies of the Trump administration, that means it's a policy decision, not a violation of the law. Now, you can then argue, as I'm sure you would, that, oh no, it's the policies that are violating the law. But you can't show that any of his policies are actually violating the law. You don't like them, you disagree with them, you don't like humanitarian parole, but there are specific case-by-case evaluations done of every single person.
The gentlelady's time is
So maybe
yielded.
you ought to figure out exactly
Gentlelady's
what
time
your
is yielded, and
argument
the gentleman
as
is
we
not
go forward.
recognized. I now recognize Mr. Strong for 5 minutes of comment about the ANS.
Thank you. I want to respond to my colleague's assertion about this being a political exercise. Anyone running for president has plenty to run on. You think about it, economy, high interest rates, affordable housing, Afghanistan evacuation, fentanyl overdoses, $34 trillion national debt, loss of energy independence, use of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, crime rates, failure to spend to respond to Iranian attacks on U.S. troops, selling influence by the Biden family, cocaine found in the Biden West Wing, grocery prices up by 17 to 21% on every American, gas and energy costs through the roof for all Americans, and the Democrat push for EV vehicles on Americans. You look at it, over 8.3 million illegal border crossings, over 7 million encounters at the southern border, 474,046 unaccompanied minors, 2.3 million migrants released at the border, 1.8 million known gotaways, 57,555 pounds of fentanyl seized by CBP at the southern border. 361 individuals whose name appear on the terrorist watch list were stopped trying to cross the U.S.-Mexico border between ports of entry, including 19 in December. 40% of the catch and release migrants have disappeared, according to DHS. Over 100,000 encounters every single month. 13 billion is estimated cartel profits in 2021 just off human smuggling. 40% increased in encounters at the border since FY 2021, and 370% since 2020. Of the 300,000 children that HHS placed with sponsors or family members in the U.S., more than 85,000 have gone missing as of July 2023. The smuggling of children to America to be sex slaves, I promise immigration is the #1 issue facing America. But there's a laundry list of failures. You look, the Secretary of Homeland Security failed to comply with U.S. law. The answer is clear in the catch and release: cease the exploitation of parole authority, reinstate remain in Mexico, expand, expedite, and removal authority, and renew building the wall. The core mission of DHS is to ensure a homeland that is safe, secure, and resilient against terrorism and other potential threats. No one on this dais believes America is safe, secure, or resilient against terrorism or other threats. Just this month, 10 retired FBI leaders and counterintelligence experts who together served under 7 different presidents sent a letter to Congress January the 17th about the dire threat that Mayorkas border crisis has brought to the U.S. They wrote in part, it would be difficult to overstate the danger represented by the presence inside our borders of what is comparatively a multi-division army of young single adult males from hostile nations and regions whose background intend to do damage to America. You think about it, they're not just coming from a couple of different countries. They're coming to America from 160 different countries. They're flying into Mexico to come across, and they're coming from everywhere in this world. It is unacceptable, and I'll promise you the people of America have had all they can stand. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Payne for 5 minutes to discuss the ANS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I strongly oppose the articles of impeachment offered by the majority here today. Let's talk about the majority's motivations to bring these articles to be marked up. They claim it's about law and order. However, the 2 articles we are considering today fail to meet the bar of Article 2, Section 4 of the United States Constitution. This little document set the basis for our democracy. This document here. At times I wonder if some of you have even looked at this. But if need be, I can have one sent to your office. Article 2, Section 4 states the President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for conviction of treason. Is there any indication that Secretary Mayorkas has committed treason? Bribery. Has there been any indication that Secretary Mayorkas has accepted money for illegals coming across the border? High crimes and misdemeanors. Nothing applies in Section 2. And you can continue to dismiss it in the Constitution. It's interesting how we can ignore the Constitution at times, but then when it presents itself to your need, that you cite it. The accusations levied against Secretary Mayorkas in these articles amount to nothing but more than policy disagreements. Then let's work on policy. Let's work on policy. If there's a problem, let's give Secretary Mayorkas the tools that he needs. But you're unwilling. The Senate Republicans are willing to work with it, but you got the dictator for one day telling you not to go along with it. There simply isn't anything regarding treason, bribery, or high kinds of misdemeanors. In his role, Secretary Mayorkas has carried out his duties and responsibilities with unwavering dedication to the public trust. Now, you may disagree with that, so then let's have that discussion. Let's work on the policy that will make it better. He has not broken the law, and he has not done the best he can to keep order, given the tools that the majority has provided him with in terms of resources and tools to humanely address the issues along the southern border. It is not about the law and order then maybe it's about policy. As Democrats, we have laid out over the past few hearings, impeachment is a political tool that will fail to solve any issues that requires a policy-based solution. Once Mayorkas is gone, does that mean everything is okay? Is that the real issue? Or do problems persist? This is nothing more than a political stunt on an issue that requires a serious policy solution. Building a wall with taxpayer dollars is not a serious policy solution. Closing our borders in an attempt to ensure no immigrants seeking asylum comes in is not a serious policy solution. Starving our Border Patrol personnel of resources they need to protect the homeland is not a serious policy solution. We should come together and find reasonable, humane, and equitable proposals to address this complex issue and put forth a serious policy solution that upholds our values as a country and a society. Instead, we have Chairman Green and Marjorie Taylor Greene and the other members on the majority seem to believe impeaching Senator Mayorkas.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Is an action that will fix the issue
The gentleman is not recognized.
at the
I now
southern border.
recognize Mr. Gonzalez for his 5 minutes of discussion.
I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman. And, you know, one of the best things about Congress is we all represent districts from across the country and we have debate. And I think that's very positive. One of the most difficult things about Congress is it's filled with nothing but lawyers, and they'll talk all day about this, that, or the other, which is, I think, frustrating to many Americans. This is what's going to happen. The House of Representatives is going to impeach Secretary Mayorkas, and there is absolutely nothing anyone can do to stop it. That's going to happen. In my district in Texas, we're feeling this. In Arizona, they're feeling it. In California, they're feeling it. There is not one district in America that is not impacted by this border crisis. So I would like to focus on what happens next. What are we going to do after that? What are we going to do? Are we going to have a conversation on how we secure the border? Are we going to continue to blame others for everything that's wrong? I would like to see this border secure in a manner that protects everybody. And I do think there's an opportunity to do that. I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to come up with a conclusion that makes America on the track of keeping people safe and secure. With that, Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I don't have anybody else in the queue. Is there anyone else who would like to? Mr. Thenadar, have you had? I don't think you have had 5 minutes yet, have you? Okay, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to discuss the ANS.
Thank you, Chairman Green, and I would yield my time to the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Tadadar. Funny that members of Congress would want to focus on the law, given that our job is to write the laws, interpret the Constitution, and implement and pass laws. Crazy to have so many lawyers here who, when we're dealing with laws every day. And unfortunately, what we don't have is anyone on the other side of the aisle that seems to understand what a high crime and misdemeanor is. Now, I know that's part of the law, so you don't want to talk about it, but it is the requirement for impeachment. Now, we agree on a lot of things that have been said today, as surprising as that may be. The situation at the border is untenable. Migration patterns have dramatically changed over the last 5 years. It started in the middle of President Trump's administration as migrants were coming more and more to the border. Not every single person who came over the border without documents was deported under the previous administration. And in fact, that has never happened. So if you are going to impeach Secretary Mayorkas because you say that he fails to adhere to the letter of the law under operational control, then you better impeach every single Secretary of Homeland Security that was during the past 5 administrations and will be going forward, because it's an impossible standard with the resources that they have. We have not increased the resources that the Department of Homeland Security needs to actually stop every single person from coming over the border. So I hear a lot of other things about different areas. I'm sorry, Mr. Pfluger, but you did not yield to me, so I will continue. I will mention one thing, though, you say, Mr. Pfluger. You mentioned the horrific story of 53 people who died effectively by heat and suffocation south of San Antonio, which is absolutely horrible. And if you had evidence that Secretary Mayorkas was working with the driver of that truck who abandoned them and left them there, then you would definitely have good evidence of an impeachable offense. But the notion that you would say that the cabinet secretary who oversees 260,000 employees is somehow willfully and intentionally responsible for that single incident is preposterous. Secretary Mayorkas has not disregarded any court order. Not one. Not one. Certainly he wasn't ordered to return the Remain in Mexico policy, as one of my colleagues said. He has not defied any court order. You have gone to the courts to try to prevent him from doing his job. That is true. And there have been judges who have entered preliminary orders in support of you. Those have been stayed, so he has adhered to the law in every single way that he's been required to do. Ultimately, as Mr. McCall said at the very beginning, what you are upset about is that Secretary Mayorkas rescinded prior executive orders that were working. And you have a right to be upset about that. And you have a right to talk about that. And you have a right to express your dissatisfaction in any way you choose. And you have a right to make that case to the American people so that they vote Secretary Mayorkas and this president out of office in November if that's ultimately what the people believe. But you do not have a right to demean this institution, to bastardize the impeachment clause of the Constitution, to belittle the standard of constitutional impeachment to such a degree that you can't even produce a legal memo in support of your articles of impeachment that do not exist in history and do not exist in the law. And if, in fact, as you allege here, there were false statements made to Congress or obstruction of Congress, those are crimes. You could have charged him with those, but you didn't want to because you knew you couldn't actually prove them. You just want to make the allegations and concoct some crazy breach of public trust which does not exist.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Tanadar, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Bishop for 5 minutes to discuss the ANS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to have the opportunity to take issue with the gentleman from New York. But before I do, on the foundations of impeachment and why it's appropriate in this case, I think I ought to talk about what the news is, because there's not much news about these articles of impeachment. We've been moving toward this process with great deliberation and in open. This committee has, on the leadership of Chairman Green, for months. It's not a surprise to anyone. Let me tell you what the news is. The news is that Mr. Goldman just said that the situation at the border is untenable. The news is that on January 20th, the President of the United States, when asked by White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich if the U.S.-Mexico border is secure, he said, "No, it's not." He said, "I haven't believed that for the last 10 years, and I've said it for the last 10 years. Well, as we hear many members on the other side hold forth about supposed hypocrisy over here, I got to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. We've been saying the same thing this entire administration from the beginning, from January 2021, when the president disposed of multiple policies at the border that had been the most successful in history for containing illegal immigration, rejected them wholesale. And ever since, members of this committee on the other side have been trumpeting how successful this has been. It's been great. There's not a problem at the border. Chairman Green has materials released that, and if you count them up, 32 statements by the Secretary of Homeland Security asserting that the border is secure and that we have operational control of the border. A couple of examples. March 2021, I want to repeat my assurance to our audience this morning that the border is in fact secure. September 2021, Senator Ron Johnson, you have repeatedly stated that our borders are not open, they are closed. Do you honestly believe that our borders are closed? Mayorkas, Senator, I do, and let me speak to that. In July 2022, to ABC's Martha Raddatz, just a simple question, do you think it's working? Mayorkas, I think we are doing a good job. Me, November 2022, Secretary Mayorkas, do you continue to maintain that the border is secure? Mayorkas, yes. Goes on, 32 times. Until suddenly Mr. Goldman says, and others have said it here today, it's not tenable. Maybe it was because Eric Adams from New York said, you're destroying New York City. Maybe it's because the mayor of Chicago said, you got to send us more money, we're in crisis over here. Or Denver, or any of a number of other Democrat-run cities. That's the news. That's the news. This impeachment, these articles of impeachment present a very narrow question, which no one seems to want to follow the line of reasoning long enough to get to. What the Supreme Court said in United States versus Texas, both the majority and the dissent, is that Congress, 20 years ago, mandated restriction of the administration's prosecutorial authority. In certain specific cases, you will detain, and detain until you have removed. And yes, Secretary Mayorkas has brazenly flouted and disobeyed those laws. Those statutory laws. He wrote guidelines that said it shall not be a basis to detain anyone if they're in those, just because they're in those categories that Congress declared in law. So that's what's happened over and over again. The articles of impeachment specify 7 separate statutory commands by the Congress that Secretary Mayorkas has similarly flouted and brazenly disobeyed. And I ask the question, if someone wants to take it up, if the Congress does not impeach, what indeed is the remedy?
I'd love to take it up.
I'm going to finish
legislation.
I'll pose it. I've got 37 seconds, and you'll have plenty of time to address it. I'd be glad to have the colloquy. But what is the remedy? Well, Justice Alito made it clear in the dissent what the remedy is. Congress can impeach. Yes, Congress could do something else. Congress could cut off the money. But there are limits to what Congress can do. I mean, you can beg the question whether Congress has any power to restrict the discretion of the executive. The Supreme Court seems to think that it does, but it has said we are not the forum to vindicate those restrictions. That's what this process is about. It is about vindicating the rule of law in our constitutional system.
The gentleman yields. We are now up against votes, so we are going to recess until 15 minutes after the last vote. There are 2 votes. We are in recess. The committee will come to order. I have right now in the queue Mr. Correa and Mr. Carter. I don't see Mr. Correa, so Mr. Carter, you are up for 5 minutes to discuss the NAS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was said earlier by one of my colleagues in the Republican Party that you were going to impeach Mayorkas no matter what. There was, and I'll quote, I think it was Mr. Gonzalez who said, we're going to impeach Secretary Mayorkas and there's nothing you can do about it. What happened to due process? What happened to us going through, we're having a hearing to provide evidence, to have discussion? You're saying we're going to do it no matter what. Let me tell you what a dangerous slope this is. Because you have the votes, simply because you have the votes, you're going to do it and there's nothing you can do about it. Let me see how dangerous that is when the pendulum swings. When Democrats have the votes and we go back and forth and we impeach people just because we can. No, I disagree. We didn't. There was evidence to support it. It's my time. It's my time. And I'd appreciate your respect. So the slippery slope of just because we can is a dangerous one. And we should be very careful of how we approach. Just because we disagree with someone philosophically, because we disagree with them ideologically, you have no evidence to support why a person should be impeached. And if you are successful, the American people are not stupid. They're watching, they understand. Demonstrate that you really want to fix the border. Someone mentioned a minute ago, what do we do next? Why do we have to wait until next? Why aren't we doing it now? Why aren't we doing it now? Why aren't we funding and providing resources so we can fix the border instead of using this as a way to play political games and make political points? Shame on you. I yield the balance of my time to Ms. Titus.
The gentleman yields to Ms. Titus.
Thank you. At this time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter some things into the record. First, a record of the Texas Tribune article titled, Texas Border Republican Accuses GOP of Using Immigration Crisis for Politics, in which committee member and Republican representing an actual border district, Mr. Gonzalez, rightly points out that Republicans are politicizing the border for political gain. I also ask unanimous consent to include in the record a CBS News article in which Republican Congressman...
Let's rule on the first one.
Oh, sure.
With no objection, so ordered. Okay.
Excuse me. I now ask unanimous consent to include in the record a CBS News article in which Republican Congressman Tom McClintock calls Congresswoman Green's impeachment push against Secretary Mayorkas I quote, new and unconstitutional abuse of power, end quote.
With no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a Bloomberg News article entitled Mayorkas Uproar Puts DHS in Familiar Spot as Political Football, describing how the Republicans' sham impeachment against Secretary Mayorkas is threatening the ability of DHS employees and officers to do their job, disrupting DHS operations and hurting their ability to recruit.
Without objection, so ordered.
I now ask unanimous consent to include in the record an op-ed by Michael Chertoff, published just this week, entitled Don't Impeach Alejandro Mayorkas, in which the former Bush-era DH secretary says, quote, House Republicans are misusing the process to target an official who has done nothing wrong. Political and policy disagreements aren't impeachable offenses, end quote.
Without objection, so ordered.
I now ask you, Mr. Chairman, for unanimous consent to include in the record a letter entitled Opposition to the Impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas from Former DHS Officials, in which 26 former DHS officials, including numerous officials who served in the Republican administration, urged the committee not to impeach the secretary because the sham impeachment, quote, not only threatens to undermine national security, but sets a perilous precedent that could have dire implications for the stability of our government, end quote.
Without objection, so ordered.
I got two more. You want me to wait?
You got 13 seconds.
Oh, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a News Channel 5 Nashville article entitled Representative Green on Impeachment. I can't imagine the founders support anything like this, which demonstrates that Chairman Green had a different standard for the impeachment process of then President Trump.
Without objection, so ordered. And the time is up. I now recognize Mr. Correa for 5 minutes to discuss the NAS.
Chairman, before I begin with the amendment that I'm going to present, I'd like to, with unanimous consent, include to the record a number of articles. First one, United Nations High Commission for Refugees Global Trends Report for 2022. Next article.
Without objection, so ordered.
An article from the Center of Strategic International Studies titled Persistence of the Venezuelan Migrant and Refugee Crisis.
Without objection, so ordered.
Second article, Biden administration White House fact sheet, the Los Angeles Declaration on Migration and Protection.
Without objection, so ordered.
Next article, Biden administration has admitted more than 1 million migrants into the U.S. under parole policy. Congress is considering restricting.
Without objection, so ordered.
Next article, record from the New York Times titled For People Fleeing War, U.S. Immigration Fight Has Real-Life Consequences.
Without objection, so ordered.
Next article, USCIS processes Cuban, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans, that outlines that nationals from these countries can be paroled into the United States on a case-by-case basis.
Without objection, so ordered.
DHS FII 22-year in review, showing that Secretary Mayorkas put more personnel, technology, and infrastructure and resources on our borders.
Without objection, so ordered.
Forward U.S. George Mason University, that shows that the humanitarian parole programs helped to address our labor shortage and actually helped ease inflation.
Without objection, so ordered.
And last article from Axios titled Funding Deadlock Threatens to Make the Border Crisis Worse.
Without objection, so ordered.
I'd like to yield now to Mr. Golden. To Mr. Ivey.
Mr. Ivey, you're recognized.
I'll look the same.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Correa. I did want to reference my colleague from the Ethics Committee, Mr. Guest, drew a comparison between Mr. Santos and Mr. Mayorkas, which I thought was totally missed the mark, and so we pulled his statement he made on the floor at the time he offered the resolution to remove Mr. Santos from the Congress. I just want to point out a couple of things, since we're both on the Ethics Committee. This show a stark contrast between what we did there and what's happening here today. First of all, the Ethics Committee moved in a bipartisan way. All of the members voted for the removal, or for the report supporting the removal of Mr. Santos, which I think led to supporting the legitimacy of the 2/3 vote that we got on the floor. By contrast, every vote here has been along party lines, and not only just today. I mean, when we voted on H.R. 2, and I think almost every other vote we've had here has been along partisan lines. The second big one, though, was the Ethics Committee did a very thorough investigation. We went through 172,000 pages of documents, generated a 50-page investigative report, interviewed 40 witnesses. Compare that to what we've done here on a similar constitutional issue. I think they presented 3 states' attorney generals. My recollection is one of them didn't say anything in his written testimony about impeachment.
Would the gentleman yield, though?
I'm not my time, and I'm running out of time.
Okay,
But
okay.
2 made one-paragraph comments about impeachment as far as reaching the constitutional standard. And really, the only witnesses we've had here that have talked about it have said that this does not rise to that standard. And we've submitted multiple versions of that from other constitutional scholars as well. Another big one, though, I think, too, is Mr. Santos's conduct was criminal, and he personally benefited from it. And those are the arguments that were generated by the report that we released. I think, as Mr. Guest said on the floor, Representative Santos sought to fraudulently exploit every aspect of his House candidacy for his own personal profit, blatantly stole from the campaign, deceived donors into providing what they thought were contributions. In fact, payments were payments for his own personal benefit. We don't have anything like that with respect to Mr. Mayorkas. In fact, we don't have anything that reaches the constitutional standard that we've been discussing here today. And I think we've mentioned Mr. Chertoff. In fact, Ms. Titus just put that article in a few minutes ago, but he basically says all of that, impeachment's inappropriate here, and that Mr. Mayorkas, good public servant in a tough job. With that, I yield back, and thank you, Mr. Correa, for the time.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Kane for 5 minutes of discussion on the ANS.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to yield my time to the chairman after stating that my name is actually Crane, not Kane. Thank you.
And you're from Texas, right? The gentleman yields to me. I want to just clarify here. We've got 400 pages of a report from 5 different phases of several months of digging into this. To imply that it was 3 states' attorneys general are our only witnesses that have come before this committee and talked about the failure of the secretary to adhere to the laws passed by this Congress, that's not fair.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I'm not going to yield. We haven't made a habit of that today, so I'm not either.
Whenever you're finished.
That's not what
Just for a question.
No. So I think it's really, we disagree. I think even if he was a Republican, if it's just elections and impeachment is for something different than this, you can have a cabinet secretary get in there and just do whatever the heck they want. And that's not what our founders intended. They did not intend for 3 separate equal branches of government where one writes the laws and another one executes it, that somebody in this branch can just do whatever the heck they want. That makes no sense. It's not even intuitively obvious to a casual observer. And so there are people out there who say, y'all had the minority had 2 witnesses come in here. It was fascinating, though, when we went back to their statements on the Trump impeachment, they talked about policy, even one of them, even policy is a justification for impeachment. But of course, now that it's this situation, that's not the case. And I actually played the podcast. So, I played it on the overhead. So this is a disagreement. But I genuinely believe at the core of who I am, when you take an oath to defend that Constitution, that means the principle of the Constitution of separation of powers is entertained. And I quoted earlier, or someone quoted earlier, a case where lawlessness is not, one of the founders said it, I think it was Madison, not acceptable. And so, I know we disagree, but in my heart of hearts, if this was a Republican, I'd be doing the same thing. And I yield back to Mr. Crane.
I yield.
Gentleman yields. Are there any other members who wish to speak on Mr. Menendez? You're recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield to my colleague from New York, Dan Goldman.
Thank you, Mr. Menendez. Mr. Chairman, you had an opportunity to address a Republican subject to impeachment. And at the time of Donald Trump's first impeachment, you made a number of statements talking about the high bar for high crimes and misdemeanors, that this did not meet it. And let's just review the facts. I'll let you respond.
Okay. I just wanted to know which one you were talking about, because there were 2 impeachments last time, one with a steel dust.
I'm talking about
turned out to be false, and then the January
Okay,
6th stuff.
it's
So,
my
okay.
time, and I'm happy to address
I just wanted you
that,
to clarify what you were.
because I hear you and many of your colleagues completely misrepresenting what that impeachment was about. That impeachment did not include, rely upon, or have anything to do with the Steele dossier. Go look it up, Mr. Bishop. It did not. It absolutely did not. It started with Rudy Giuliani in Ukraine doing Donald Trump's bidding to try to extort the president of Ukraine to open an investigation that would help Donald Trump's political reelection chances. Now, whatever you think of whether that rises to a high crime or misdemeanor, it was clear, based on a bipartisan vote in the Senate, that Donald Trump used the power of his office purely for his own personal gain. He did not use it for any official purposes. And even one of his lawyers went on the Senate floor and tried to make the argument that whatever is in Donald Trump's personal interest is in the national interest, and that's why impeachment should not apply.
No, you're saying I said that?
No, I said one of his lawyers.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So that scenario, no matter if you want to misrepresent the Steele dossier or any of the other red herrings that you all cite, showed an official using his official duties for his personal gain, just like every single other impeachment in the history of the United States. And so what we have here is an official acting in his official capacity for the benefit of the public interest, as he has done for his 22-year career in government service. And you like to quote Ms. Pearlstein on the other side of the aisle, I believe talking about your made-up, fabricated article of impeachment of breaching the public trust, and that she said that actually could be an article of impeachment. And what she said is, offenses against the public trust are instances in which an official is willfully acting for his own benefit or the benefit of his own power or on behalf of a foreign power, which of course was what the framers were worried about when they talked about unworthy men who would take bribes from foreign governments when they created, as Mr. McCall said, what is now the Department of State. So we can disagree on what's going on at the border. We can disagree about how to solve it. That's what Congress is about, and that's what the Senate is going through right now, to give the administration the authorities that it needs to be able to address the situation at the border. But you are sitting there saying that he is violating the law by failing to detain every single person who comes over the border when they do not have, what do you mean false, Mr. Bishop? It's in the articles of impeachment. You just listed 7 of them. He cannot put them all in detention because they don't have the funding, the resources, or the beds to do it. You are trying to hold Secretary Mayorkas to a puritanical standard that you have never held anyone else to before, including Donald Trump, who let 1 million migrants go in the United States while he was president. And yet, you say that only when Secretary Mayorkas does it
Gentleman's time
is
has
it rise to the
expired.
level
Gentleman's
of
time has expired. Is there anyone further who would like to comment on the amendment in the nature of the substitute? Ms. Clark, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have materials that I'd like to have ask unanimous consent to include in the record. It's an article from the constitutional law expert, Mr. Frank Bowman, entitled "Republicans are calling to impeach Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Here's why their case is bunk. That explains quite well why, and I quote, "There's no case for impeaching Secretary Mayorkas."
Without objection, so ordered.
Very well. And I yield time now to Mr. Ivey.
Thank you.
Mr. Ivey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to follow up on some of the comments that Mr. Goldman made. But with respect to this breach of the public trust article that's in the articles of impeachment, I just want to refer to what Mike Chertoff wrote, who was the predecessor for Mr. Mayorkas. And I suppose by the standard that the committee's talking about now, he could have been impeached because he wasn't able to stop everybody else crossing the border either. But he points out, since Mr. Mayorkas took office, the majority of migrants encountered at the southwest border have been removed, returned, or expelled. In fact, since the pandemic-era Title 42 policy was ended last May, DHS removed, returned, or expelled more non-citizens than in any 5-month period in the past 10 years. The truth is that our national immigration system is outdated, and DHS leaders under both parties have done their best to manage our immigration system without adequate congressional support. He goes on to say that he doesn't agree with every policy decision made by the Biden administration. There are aspects of immigration strategy that are worthy of debate. But House Republicans are ducking difficult policy work and hard-fought compromise. Impeachment is a diversion from fixing our broken immigration laws and giving DH the resources needed to secure the border. In your initial comments, Mr. Chairman, you referenced somebody mentioning that H.R. 2 was in Schumer's trash can. That was me. You left out, though, that I also said that H.R. 2 was in McConnell's trash can, too. And both of them said, when H.R. 2 was passed, that it was too radical for them to take up. So when you all talked about why they're doing it in the Senate and not sharing it with you, it's because they had to start from scratch. H.R. 2 was so extreme.
Would
and
the
you
gentleman
rejected,
yield?
Not yet.
Okay.
You rejected every amendment, not you personally, but the Republicans voted down every amendment that they offered, even though you, on some instances, said, there might be some merit in that. That's why they rejected it. So they're starting from scratch over there because of what they got from us, well, really, House Republicans on this committee. And then on top of that, I just listened to Senator Lankford's comments over the weekend. I don't know him, not familiar with him. He sure didn't sound like a liberal to me. But he really did sound like he was deeply concerned about what's going on at the border. He sounded like he had deep Republican roots. He sounded like he had constituents that were worried about what's going on there. But he's anxious and working hard to pass legislation that can make a difference, which is what we've been requesting here, too. And if it's all right with...
Would the gentleman yield?
It's my time, Mr.
Yes, it is. He's
Clark,
yielding back to you.
To additional time to me, please?
Mr. Goldman.
Mr. Goldman, you're recognized.
Thank you. We hear a lot from my Republican colleagues today about how this is our only option. And in fact, if you go to the Articles of Impeachment, page 15, it says, in light of the inability of injured parties to seek judicial relief, impeachment is Congress's only viable option. That's funny. I thought Congress was supposed to pass legislation. I thought Congress was supposed to address the problems in this country through legislation. And I'm not the only one who thinks that, nor are House Democrats the only ones who think that. Senate Democrats think that. Senate Republicans think that. And the President of the United States thinks that. So there are 5 entities that are involved in the legislating process. 4 of them agree that we need to pass legislation. 1, the House Republicans are doing everything they can at Donald Trump's direction to sabotage any legislation because you don't want solutions, you just want politics.
Time is
And I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. I recognize Mr. Garbarino for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the chairman.
Okay. Well, interesting that we talk about legislation as a solution to the problem. We did pass H.R. 2, both out of Judiciary Committee and this committee as a combined bill on the floor. And it is over there. Some say it's too radical. But we did do the work of passing the legislation. But interesting you say that legislation is the issue. I think I recall the first 2 years, we got to have immigration reform fixed. I think I recall in the first 2 years of this president's tenure, the House was controlled by the Democrats, the Senate was controlled by the Democrats, and the White House was controlled by the Democrats. Why didn't you fix it then? You were in total control. Yeah, it's still messed up. You're right. And what's happened is that the Homeland Security Secretary has said, well, I'm just going to ignore these laws and do what I think. I'm going to take my agenda for immigration because I can't get it passed through the House or the Senate, even when my own party's in charge, and I'll just do what I want. And that's not what the founders intended.
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield back to Mr. Garbarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mr. Pfluger.
Just to set the record straight here on this discussion of resources and not enough bed space, I want to ask a question. Has any Democrat been to the facility in Adelanto, California? Okay, so you haven't actually been to the facilities that have 1,940 bed spaces there, yet only 8 are full. So this discussion, this argument that there's not enough resources, that there's not enough bed space. I'm going to continue the thought here. It's completely false. That's not the only facility. Let's talk about in 2021 that 4 out of 5 beds at the facility in Tacoma, Washington were empty. Let's talk about in 2021 where DHS spent $12.5 million on a facility in Georgia with unused beds at the same rate. So the detention piece of this argument, the willful refusal to comply with the detention piece of the Immigration and Nationality Act is what we're talking about. That is the law that Secretary Mayorkas has not complied with. He has not enforced. He has not done anything, in fact. And he had the resources, he had the bed spaces, he had the ability, and he didn't do it. So when I hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and by the way, how many Border Patrol agents have you actually talked to over the past year? How many people have you actually heard from? Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record the Border Patrol Union document that talks about the fact that they don't have the ability to actually do their job. And this is called Agents Are Not Violating the Law or Following Unlawful Orders. I'd like to enter this into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
I'll yield back to Mr. Garbarino.
I yield to Mr. Bishop.
I thank the gentleman from New York. And there's one other thing to add to the cogent point being made by the chairman and then by Mr. Pfluger. It is a straw man argument to say that Republicans are doing this because Mayorkas has not detained every single migrant in a particular category. And what I endeavored to suggest a moment ago was that the articles, I would ask somebody to point to me the page in the line where it says anything about every single migrant. What it's saying is, of course, there remains, even when Congress passes a law to restrict prosecutorial discretion from being exercised in a certain way, obviously there are certain circumstances where it can't be avoided. So if an administration is doing its best, if Secretary is doing his best or her best to abide the law, but circumstances prevent it. But when you're reducing the amount year over year that you're asking for detention beds from 54,000, it goes up to 60,000, then down to 32,500, down to 25, those are the requests of the department. They're creating the circumstances under which they are accomplishing what they want to do, which is preventing themselves from being able to follow the law in the main. They're trying to change the categorization of migrants by which they detain or do not detain. That's different than not being able to detain every single migrant. And I can tell you this, if they were trying, If Secretary Mayorkas were trying to follow the law and there were circumstances that were preventing it, there would be a wholly different reaction from this Congress. I yield back.
Mr. Bishop, I would point you to page 16.
The gentleman yields and his time
lines
has expired.
17
His
through
time has
19.
expired and you are not recognized. Now, is there anyone else who would like to speak on the amendment? Hearing none. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
An amendment at the desk.
The gentlelady from Texas has an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, we don't have an amendment at the desk.
117.
Point of order is reserved.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HRes 863 offered by Ms. Jackson Lee.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with.
Chairman, I object to waiving the reading of the amendment and ask that it be read in full.
We have a motion to dispense with the reading.
I object.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it.
I call for
and
roll call.
There's a call for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall. Aye. Mr. McCall votes aye. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Jimenez.
Aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Pfluger.
Aye.
Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino.
Aye.
Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Ms. Green.
Aye.
Ms. Green votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Ezell. Aye. Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito. Yes. Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee. Aye. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Strong.
Aye.
Mr. Strong votes aye. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen votes aye. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes aye. Ranking Member Thompson.
Nay.
Ranking Member Thompson votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Payne.
No.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes no. Mr. Carter.
No.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Tanadar.
No.
Mr. Tanadar votes no. Mr. Magaziner.
No.
Mr. Magaziner votes no. Mr. Ivy.
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no. Mr. Goldman.
No.
Mr. Goldman votes no. Mr. Garcia. No. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Ramirez.
No.
Mrs. Ramirez votes no. Mr. Menendez. No. Mr. Menendez votes no. Ms. Clark.
No.
Ms. Clark votes no. Ms. Titus.
No.
Ms. Titus votes no.
Can I ask what the tally is? Can I ask what the tally is?
Mr. Chairman, would you like to vote?
What's the tally?
You have to vote.
Just hold on. I can ask the tally.
On that vote, we had 14 ayes and 14 noes.
How am I recorded?
The chairman is not recorded.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman votes aye.
How's Mr. Lalota recorded?
Mr. Lalota is not recorded. Mr. Lalota votes aye.
What's the tally now? How is Mr. Luttrell recorded?
Mr. Luttrell is not recorded. Mr. Luttrell votes aye.
Anything else? What's the tally?
On that vote, there were 17 ayes and 14 noes.
The ayes have it. The clerk will distribute the amendment. Took longer to do that than the.
That's all they would have read.
Got that cardio
Mr. Chairman, question on procedure. If the minority is going to require that every amendment they offer be read, not dispense with the reading, I said, let them read it. We can be here all night. That's fine with me.
We look forward to your vote.
The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H-Res 863 offered by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, number 117.
The gentlelady is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, the Founding Fathers deliberated for a period of time to ensure that the American public for ages beyond would be protected. And so their interpretation of impeachment, which, by the way, to answer a question poised some many minutes and hours ago, yes, there is authority to do our job. Yes, impeachment does exist. As Professor Charles Black has indicated, it deals with other high crimes and misdemeanors. In particular, impeachment is focused on the idea of treason, bribery, high crimes and misdemeanors. Professor Black notes that in his influential handbook, impeachment is not permitted for mere inefficient administration or administration that does not accord with Congress' view of good policy. Simply put, the Constitution forbids impeachment based on policy disagreements between the House and the executive branch, no matter how intense or high stakes those differences of opinion are. I would venture to say that the disruption of a presidential election in 2020 was not a mere disagreement between Congress and the executive, a direct connection to disrupting the election and changing the election, nor was an outright insurrection on January 6th could be equal to the idea of a disagreement with Congress. And so what we have here today are two articles with no constitutional basis of charging a secretary or a public figure anything dealing with an unconstitutional violation. It has been 9 months since our committee's chair told his donors in Tennessee to, quote, get the popcorn, unquote, for his 5-phase predetermined plan to impeach a cabinet secretary over policy differences. Over 9 months, the hearings floundered. Not a shrivel of evidence of high crimes or misdemeanors. Why they wish to not read my amendment, which is to eliminate Article 1, because as our Secretary formerly of Homeland Security, of whom I worked with, has indicated, again, he emphasized, Secretary Chertoff, political and policy disagreements aren't impeachable offenses. To the American public, he made it as a simple statement of fact. The Constitution gives Congress the power to impeach federal officials for treason, bribery, and high crimes and misdemeanors. That is a high bar, and we do not have that. And now, after 2 impeachment hearings with no Republican-invited constitutional experts, my colleagues across the aisle have rushed to their pre-planned, predetermined conclusion to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. As I said earlier, This is revenge impeachment. I got you. That's despite Republicans not affording Secretary Mayorkas any rights to participate in the process, unlike the previous impeachments of former President Trump. They claim that the Secretary is playing a game of cat and mouse, but my Republican colleagues rejected the Secretary's offer to testify before the committee on a different day. He details that in a very effective, lengthy letter that, yes, we did receive in the early morning hours, but he did provide that with us, for us. A day where he was not already planning to host Mexican officials to do what our colleagues want him to do, the job of stopping fentanyl. The meeting was to collaborate on clamping down on fentanyl trafficking and reducing unlawful crossings. Isn't that interesting? Performing his constitutional duties, and he was rejected. And the chair of this committee did not act upon our properly entered Minority Day hearing request to call on constitutional experts to discuss this impeachment process. Republican attorneys general, masquerading as constitutional experts, don't provide an insightful view into the impeachment, just a partisan one, but more importantly, they are not constitutional experts. They deal with the laws of their state, not the laws that we are governed by in the United States, Congress, or this committee in particular. They should be guided by the Constitution, inasmuch as states are subject to the power of the federal government that seems to be missing in several of our states today. But I guess Republicans consider the two impeachment hearings methodical. In light of these observations, my amendment seeks to strike Article 1 of the Articles of Impeachment. The article is filled with unsubstantiated allegations and a general lack of understanding of both historic border policy and U.S. immigration law. My colleagues want to impeach the Secretary for allegedly not enforcing immigration law.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
And I hope to continue by one of my colleagues yielding. At this time, I reserve what I did not have to reserve.
The gentlelady yields.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman. I'd like to withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Does anyone want to speak on the amendment? No. Her amendment, Republicans go first. So is there a Republican? Nope. Okay. You're recognized, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll begin by yielding back to Ms. Chastenley.
You're very kind, sir. Thank you so very much. Let me say that, again, my colleagues want to impeach the Secretary for allegedly not enforcing the immigration law. Be reminded, my colleagues, that he was attempting to meet with Mexican officials to enforce laws to determine what laws we could work on together, and which he could not be at this particular hearing and was not given another option. They seem not to understand that Congress provides the funding for and sets the minimum threshold for detention levels, and Congress has never provided the resources to detain all undocumented migrants. DHS is currently detaining more people than required by this body, while Republicans refuse to consider the Secretary's request for more funds to further increase the bed space. Similarly, Congress has never provided the resources to remove all eligible non-citizens. No administration have ever requested funding for such a large deportation scheme. We have not even tried to participate in legal, if you will, immigration by providing the necessary tools. I didn't say that they would all be granted for asylum. And so we have an extensive backlog in all forms of assessing the migrants coming across the border. Therefore, Secretary Mayorkas uses prosecutorial discretion in the absence of other tools in accordance with longstanding precedent, and rightly instructs the officers and agents to prioritize threats to public safety, national security, and border security as the American people would want them to do. How do you protect us, Mr. Secretary? Well, I've been given zero by this Congress. They've done nothing for comprehensive immigration reform, so I'm going to, in my best judgment, as a public servant, following the Constitution, doing my duty, try to ensure that you will have the opportunity to be safe. The prioritization doesn't stop him from enforcing the law. He's already removed and expelled more people than the Trump administration. My colleagues also want to impeach the Secretary for executing his parole authority in a way that aligns with decades of precedent. Every administration since Eisenhower has used parole. Its first use was actually for 30,000 Hungarian nationals fleeing communism. President Trump used parole to expedite the reunification of Cuban families facing long waits for immigrant visas. Now Republicans want to say it can't be used on a case-by-case basis for Ukrainians fleeing Russian aggression, or the multitude of different persons that are now coming across the border because, again, there was no stand-up Republican Party to provide the resources, stand up to the cause, to provide the resources that would allow for this secretary to perform his job. My amendment affords my Republican colleagues to go back to the table for an opportunity to do their job and to correct their baseless allegations, of which I would care for them to adopt their own instructions. Secretary Chertoff said, that is why Republicans aren't seeking to hold Mr. Mayorkas to the Constitution's high crimes and misdemeanors standard for impeachment. They make the unsupported argument that he is derelict in his duty, and they have no basis to be able to suggest that. And Secretary Chertoff goes on to say, the truth is that our national immigration system is outdated, and DHS leaders under both parties have done their best to manage our immigration system without adequate congressional support. But no Democrat, during the time that we were in the majority, attempted to impeach our Secretaries of Homeland Security when they respectively had challenges and difficulties sending or returning migrants that were coming to this country. So let me, as I conclude, we have been executing, and this is by way of Secretary Mayorkas, but no one wants to listen to. We have been executing an unprecedented and high-impact campaign to disrupt, dismantle the smuggling organizations. More than 14,000 smugglers throughout the region have been arrested, and thousands have been prosecuted under federal law. We have worked with Mexico to conduct mirrored patrols along the southwest border, protection of the southwest border. And we have worked with Mexico and other countries to increase interdictions along the migratory routes, include repatriation flights, and execute the removal of third country nationals. Last year, we secured funding to hire 300 more Border Patrol. We scrapped and got whatever we could get.
Gentlelady, your time has expired,
And
but
so
I think
ask my
Mr.
colleagues
Thinidar is
to
going to
support
yield to you.
the Jackson-Lee
Mr.
amendment
Thinidar,
to
you're
eliminate
recognized.
Article 1. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time to the gentleman from Rhode Island.
Mr. Magaziner is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to Representative Thinidar. I want to speak in favor of Ms. Jackson-Lee's amendment. The legal case for impeachment in these articles is incredibly thin, and I want everyone to understand this. In Article 1, the argument that House Republicans are making is that somehow Secretary Mayorkas is choosing not to follow the law because a portion of migrants apprehended at the border are not being detained until their cases are heard. But again, there is not enough detention capacity because this Congress has not provided that funding for that capacity. Stats and numbers don't lie. For fiscal year 2024, and I want everyone to hear this, Congress provided funding for 34,000 beds in ICE detention centers, 34,000. The average daily population in those detention centers is 37,000 people. They are at capacity. So there may be individual examples of certain facilities at certain times that are not at capacity for safety reasons or health reasons or whatever the case may be. But overall, across the system, we are at and above capacity. And so what should the Secretary do? The Secretary, because he has not received the funding to provide adequate detention capacity, has to use his judgment for who to detain and who to release. That is not illegal. It is certainly not impeachable, and it is the exact same kind of discretion that every other director before him has used. In the last 2 years of the Trump administration, 52% of migrants apprehended at the southern border were released, not detained. 52%, nearly 1 million people. I did not hear my Republican colleagues trying to impeach the secretary or acting secretary under the Trump administration during those years, but here they are trying to impeach Secretary Mayorkas for doing the exact same thing. And in fact, the percentage of migrants who have been released under the Biden administration, 48%, is lower than the 52% rate under the last 2 years of the Trump administration. In Article 2, and that's, by the way, that is essentially their whole argument in Article 1, so we can forget that. Article 2, they are arguing that somehow the Secretary has lied to Congress because at various times he said things like the border was secure or the border was closed. These are subjective terms. Again, certainly not impeachable. If he said, you know, we're holding an average daily count of 37,000 people a day when it was really 10,000 a day, well, that would be a lie. That would be misstating a fact. But characterizing the situation on the ground in a way that my Republican colleagues might disagree with is certainly not impeachable or a lie. If I say to you, it's hot outside and you think it's cold, I haven't lied to you. If I say to you it's 80 degrees and it's actually 40 degrees, well, that might be a lie.
Would the gentleman yield?
But I'll just say once again, you're talking about terms like closed, secure, that are inherently subjective terms. Oh, okay, I mean, there are certain terms like operationally secure that may have a legal definition, but again, the idea that this would be an impeachable offense is ludicrous. There is no law that my colleagues have pointed to that has been broken, and particularly when it comes to the Secretary using his discretion to decide how to manage the lack of capacity because Congress has not provided the resources that he has asked for. He's using the same discretion that every secretary before him has used.
The gentleman yield quick for...
Yield to Mr. Goldman.
Just to follow up on Mr. Magaziner's point on the operational control of the border, as that term is defined in the Secure Fence Act of 2006, that, of course, requires 0 immigrants from crossing the border in order to achieve that standard. And of course, that's unreasonable, unattainable. So in 2007, under the Bush administration, the department issued guidelines to redefine what operational control is. So if you are actually trying to point to this and the letter of the law, then you ought to talk to your colleagues in the Wayback Machine in 2007 who changed that definition.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Would the gentleman yield? Would
The
the gentleman
gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mrs. Green for 5 minutes to comment on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're listening to Democrats today talk about Secretary Mayorkas requesting funding from Congress and talking about detention space. But the facts tell the truth. Secretary Mayorkas has requested less detention space. Fiscal year 2020, $2.7 billion for 54,000 beds, including 2,500 for family units. Fiscal year 2021, $3.1 billion for 60,000 beds, including 5,000 for family units. Fiscal year 2022, he requested $1.8 billion for 32,500 beds. Fiscal year 2023, he requested $1.4 billion for 25,000 beds. And in fiscal year 2024, Secretary Mayorkas reduced it again down to $1.3 billion for 25,000 beds. This is a reduction of 9,000 from fiscal year 23 enacted. DHS has not provided Congress with statutorily mandated reports on detention needs as required under 8 U.S.C. 1368 and requested by the committee in a letter on January 4th, 2024. Also, DHS claims in fiscal year 22 and 23 budget requests that a reduction in detention capacity level will not impede ICE's ability to apprehend, detain, and remove non-citizens that present a threat to national security, border security, and public safety. Secretary Mayorkas closed detention facilities, closed them, while paroling en masse millions of illegal aliens into our country. By December 2021, DHS stopped using family detention centers for family units. In March 2022, ICE announced it would close an Alabama detention facility and limit the use of 3 others in Florida, Louisiana, and North Carolina. Secretary Mayorkas refused to utilize MPP. But let's talk about what has been the result of that. Human trafficking is a $150 billion a year industry. And what has this done for the cartels? Cartels and coyotes are making over $13 billion a year in human trafficking alone off of Secretary Mayorkas's willful breaking of federal immigration laws. This revenue is 26 times more than cartels earned under President Trump, approximately $500 million under Trump, according to the New York Times. But what is that doing? This is trafficking children, trafficking women. This is what, he is not holding these people. He is not detaining these people. He's not coming to us and asking us for more money. He's asking us for less money. He's asking us for less beds. And then he's closing down detention facilities. It is an outright lie to claim that Secretary Mayorkas is following the law when in fact he's not. He is breaking the law. And he is paroling them by the millions into the interior of the United States. What else has happened since then? Fentanyl, the #1 killer for Americans between ages 18 and 45. Let's also talk about how many Americans are dying. 300 Americans a day are dying. Let's talk about what that does to people like 2 of my constituents, Jose and Isabel Lerma, who were killed in a human smuggling pursuit caused by Mayorkas's open border policies. What about 20-year-old Kayla Marie Hamilton? Remember her mother? Poor Kayla was raped and strangled to death by an illegal MS-13 gang member who was actually apprehended at the border. Apprehended. He had gang tattoos on his body. But because Secretary Mayorkas breaks federal law, he says, go ahead and release these people into our country. And this 20-year-old was raped and murdered by an MS-13 gang member who should have never been in the United States. This is the outcome. That's just one example. We could spend hours and hours. You know what? We could go all week, and I'm sure Chairman Green would let us do it if we talked about every American who has been affected by Secretary Mayorkas willfully breaking federal immigration law. Is that what we must do? If we must, we must. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Payne for 5 minutes discussing the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield to Congresswoman Sheila Jackson-Lee.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Jackson-Lee.
I thank the gentleman, and forgive me, Mr. Magazine, that I didn't thank you when you yielded. Thank you so very much. Let me give us all a suggestion. Let us move to adjourn this meeting and have an authorization meeting, because my heart goes out to every single victim that has suffered a loss of life, being a family member or who's died in this terrible scourge of drug trafficking or fentanyl. And let's have a meeting that deals with authorizing Secretary Mayorkas $20 billion to be able to do the job that we understand he has not done, because he has not asked for $1 billion, $2 billion, $5 billion, $6 billion, $7 billion. It goes to the very point that we are making. These are policy decisions. These are decisions that the Budget Committee participates in, the Appropriations Committee participates in. And it may be in the overall discussion of the budget of this nation or appropriations that the Secretary was given the amount that he could work with, policy. And it wasn't a constitutional decision, it was, this is the budget for DHS. And the billions that you are asking or maybe need will have to be dropped down. And so I can't for the life of me see why my colleagues cannot understand that you are dealing clearly with the issue of a policy decision and a very wise secretary that is trying to do his job by protecting us in the narrow way that he's allowed to do so. Here are my resources. Here is who I can detain. And for the information of this committee, many Republicans want to use our immigration and criminal justice system to solve public health crisis or blame the secretary. Under President Biden's leadership, overdose deaths have decreased or been flat each month for 6 consecutive months. As well, we have reported, based on a rolling 12-month count, with significant increases during the final year of the Trump administration. We didn't have that. With Democrats, we've been working to bring it down and to stop the scourge of drug trafficking. In September 2021, during the first year of the Biden administration, the DOJ and DEA announced law enforcement surge that resulted in the seizure of far more of these fentanyl pills and other horrible aspects. And so the real question is, how long are we going to pursue a question of behavior under your job versus direct acts that result in the deaths of people? Are you telling me Secretary Mayorkas was directly involved in killing people? Would we go to that length? Would we so much even suggest that the smugglers and the cartels gaining profits have now rendered under Secretary Mayorkas under Article 2 that talks about the breach of trust? Or has he benefited monetarily? Who would want to stand and say that? And so we're getting to a point now where it really is a question of understanding. And that understanding is that Article 1 does not fit any of the charges that the Republicans are making against this gentleman. They're not constitutionally grounded. And we have not allowed the Secretary, who is now engaged in negotiations now for over a month, I believe, or more, with the Senate, a very table that the House Republicans have been invited to sit at, the very table that the Speaker of the House has been invited to sit at. And my understanding is that their seats are vacant. But yet our Secretary of Homeland Security, under the threat of impeachment, at every point has gotten up every day to participate in abiding by laws that he hopes will make this country safer. Is that the basis of impeachment? Is that the accusation that will hold under this Article 1? Mr. Chairman, it will not hold, and I ask my colleagues to support the Jackson Lee amendment and vote down Article 1.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
thank
I
you,
now
Mr.
recognize Mr. Guest for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment to the amendment.
Briefly, Mr. Chairman, I oppose the amendment. I do disagree with Ms. Jackson Lee when she says that members of the House have been asked to sit at the table during these Senate negotiations. That is completely untrue. You've not been asked. Ranking Member Thompson has not been asked. These negotiations are taking place behind closed doors in secret, and we have no input whatsoever. And so for any member to say that House Republicans have refused to participate is just a complete misstatement of fact. I also disagree with refuse to participate is just a complete misstatement of fact. I also disagree with my colleagues. We can argue whether or not lying to Congress should be impeachable, but I don't believe we can say that what Secretary Mayorkas has said time and time and time again is not untruthful, is not a lie. I'll give you quotes. Congressman Pfluger asked him in 2023, is the border more secure under your leadership than when you started? Secretary Mayorkas said, Congressman, the border is secure. This is my time, Mr. Magazine, and I'd like to read the statements of your Homeland Security Secretary, who has misled Congress repeatedly. I asked Secretary Mayorkas, are you saying that all 9 sectors are secure? His testimony was, it is my testimony that the border is secure. I later asked him again that in light of the statements made by Chief Ortiz, is the border secure? And he said, Congressman, I stand by my prior assessment. Mr. Bishop asked him, I've heard you in the Judiciary Committee recently this summer testify the border is secure. Secretary Mayorkas, do you continue to maintain that the border is secure? His answer was yes. I asked Mr. Mayorkas on another occasion, so my question to you, Mr. Secretary, are you testifying as you sit here today that the southwest border is secure? His answer, yes, I am. And then when questioned at some point by Ms. Jackson Lee, his response was, Congresswoman, the border is secure and the border is not open. In a hearing in which Representative Roy asked him as it relates to the Secure Fencing Act, Congressman Roy says, do we have operational control of the border? Secretary Mayorkas, yes, we do, and Congressman, we're working to, and then he doesn't finish that statement. And so we may argue whether or not that is impeachable, but I don't think we can argue whether or not he has been truthful, because his statements in and of themselves are distruthful. How can we say that the border is secure when last month, nationwide, there were over 370,000 immigrants come across the border?
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield to the chairman.
So I also think it's very important to point out, as you brought up the Chip Roy testimony in Judiciary, that Chip Roy read the definition of operational control from the law passed by Congress, and said, do you have operational control by this definition? And the Secretary said, yes. In another hearing, he had already said, I don't know if it came first, I want to be very clear here, which came first, before this in another hearing or after. Mr. Secretary said, no one has ever had control by that definition. So it's not whether it's warm or cold outside. There is a very clear definition in the code for operational security. He was asked, read the definition, and asked if we had operational control by the definition, and he said yes. And later or before, and I'll have to get the date on it, he admitted that no one's ever had control, which is a false statement. I mean, that is a false statement. Knowing the definition, knowing that no one had ever had control. In fact, Mr. Biden, just a few days ago, President Biden said no one's had control for 10 years. Mr. Mayorkas lied to Congress, and he lied to Congress.
The gentleman yield.
And I yield back to Mr. Guest.
Mr. Green, thank you, Chairman. In my last few seconds, I do want to reiterate the point that you just made, that the President himself, within the last several weeks, has made statements that contradict everything that Secretary Mayorkas has testified repeatedly. The President of the United States said not only is the border not secure, but the border has not been secured for well over a decade. So the border has not been secured at any time in which Biden has been president. Under his statement, the border was not secured when Donald Trump was president. And under his statement, the border was not secured when he was vice president. And so Mr. Mayorkas has lied to Congress. He has breached the public trust. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment to the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Goldman, you are recognized.
So secure is a term of art, as you know. Operational control and secure of the border is under the Secure Fence Act of 2006. The Department of Homeland Security under George Bush in 2007 recognized that it's an impossible standard, and they implemented rules and regulations by which the department has operated since 2007 under the Bush administration, Obama administration, Trump administration, and Biden administration. And so when Secretary Mayorkas says it is secure according to the guidelines that oversee the Department of Homeland Security. Nobody is escorted into this country. But I want to talk about Ms. Jackson Lee's amendment because it is one that I fully support, and I want to focus on a reason that we haven't talked about very much, which is the complete lawlessness of this impeachment process. This was referred to this committee for impeachment, but that does not mean that prior impeachments are irrelevant as precedent. Prior impeachments have always allowed for due process to the individual who is being impeached.
Correct.
President Trump got it in 2019, and every single individual judge, president, or otherwise has gotten heightened due process standards where they were permitted to provide evidence, provide testimony, call witnesses, cross-examine the witnesses. What we had in this impeachment process was one hearing where the Republican witnesses were all state attorneys general who are suing the Biden administration. Pretty clear conflict of interest. No impeachment knowledge or expertise. And another hearing where we heard stories, tragic stories from parents of children who have died. And Ms. Green says we should stay here and talk about all of the anecdotes of individuals who have died at the hands of those who should not have come across. Well, I'll tell you what would be much, much longer than that, is going through every single victim of mass shootings around this country with assault weapons that have no place in our civilian society. 2 a day. That would take a lot longer than everything else. So we're here in an impeachment process that has no due process. There is absolutely no legal analysis of any of these articles of impeachment, which are unprecedented and have been made up out of whole cloth. And then in Article 1, which is what we're talking about here, the gist of it, as my colleague from Rhode Island said, is that Secretary Mayorkas has failed to secure the border, and the specific examples generally relate to his failure to follow the law and detain everyone. Now, I would add, of course, Ms. Green is wrong in the President's supplemental appropriations request. The President did ask for more funding for ICE detention. He asked for more funding for Border Patrol agents, for asylum officers, for immigration judges, for USCIS officials to process everything, because we have such a backlog of the asylum process. But he's being impeached right now because he did not put everyone in jail. That's what we said. Now, Mr. Bishop then responded saying, no. Well, obviously there are some circumstances when not everyone can be detained, and in those circumstances, then not everybody should be detained. So I figured it out. We have the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas, because the law says that immigrants shall be detained unless it is the judgment of Representative Dan Bishop of North Carolina that they are exempt from detention. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields in time. I thank the gentleman. Ladies and gentlemen, we have votes going on right now. We're going to recess and we will reconvene at 4:40. At 4:40, we're starting back in here. We're in recess. Committee will come to order. I have Mr. Carter in the queue, and I have no others in the queue, so communicate with me if you're interested in talking on the amendment to the amendment. Mr. Carter, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll yield to, she's not ready yet. So earlier, you know, we've had this discussion and we've been talking about the significance of being able to work together. We're not doing that when we aren't looking for real solutions. Imagine if we took the level of energy that we're using now on what is tantamount to a witch hunt. No evidence, just a difference in philosophy, a difference in idea. Imagine what our democracy would begin to look like if we impeached each other just because we disagreed. It's a dangerous slope. It's a dangerous slope. To think that we would waste the taxpayers' time and money chasing windmills because we don't agree with an individual's politics, policy, or ideology. None of us would survive. I implore my colleagues, let's get back to the work of the American people. Let's talk about doing what's necessary to shore up the border. So the young ladies that came before us last week with tears in their eyes at the loss of their children never has to repeat itself. We all wept with them. We all hurt with them. We all want what's best, yet we're divided in a hoax of an inquiry where there is no substance to support an impeachment. Again, I appeal to your hearts, to your minds, to your sense of fairness. Let's get the work done for the American people. And I yield the balance of my time to the honorable lady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentleman has made a very valid point about, and I thank the gentleman for yielding, about this whole idea of getting to work. As I indicated earlier, we could adjourn and reconvene as an authorizing committee to provide the Secretary with the resources that he could have the billions of dollars that he says that is necessary. I'm getting more detailed information about operational control, but as I think was said at this table before, operational control is zero. And the ability to do one's job and stay measured in one's response deals with the money and the staffing that you would have. And that's why this hearing or this markup has, I don't know if we'd say deteriorated, but has gone full circle to be a full discussion of policies, that we may agree or disagree with, and facts, such as the 57,000 that died of fentanyl deaths under Donald Trump. And we heard no outcry, as I recall that number, we heard no outcry of impeaching any of the representatives of the Department of Homeland Security. So I keep trying to get my colleagues who continue to indicate under Article 1 that Secretary Mayorkas operated willfully in violating the law. I have to raise the question of what law. And again, I bring to your attention the submissions that the Secretary has made where he has steadfastly done his job. And I think it is worth, in my last moments, recounting the work that he has done. He has removed, returned, or expelled more migrants in 3 years than the prior administration did in 4 years. Since May 12, 2023, a couple of months ago, DHS has removed or returned more than 500,000 individuals, the vast majority of whom crossed the southwest border. Total removals and returns since mid-May 2023 exceed removals and returns in every full fiscal year since 2015. I think that is worth noting. So if you're saying someone is not doing their job, they did more than was done in 2015, which certainly was not the Biden administration at that time. and the majority of individuals encountered at the southwest border throughout this administration have been removed, returned, or expelled. There is no doubt that there has been a surge in the migrant movement, but I don't know if I open my remarks with that. There is a major movement of migrants across the world. There is a major movement of migrants around the world.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
And so I would clearly indicate
The gentlelady's time has expired.
support my amendment. I yield back.
And I now, Mr. Senator, I think you've already spoken on this. You'll need somebody to yield to you. Mr. Ivey, I think you wanted to be, anybody on the other side want to be recognized? Okay. Mr. Ivey, you're recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in favor of the amendment, but briefly, I wanted to also address the Adelanto point that was made. I think it was said that there's a capacity of 1,940 at that facility and only 6 people are there. I forget who raised it, but they forgot to mention that the facility is under a court order to release all of the detainees and pause on new intakes, which I think is kind of relevant to the fact that it doesn't have more people there. And that's been in place since 2000. I think the point that was made in one of the Republican documents is that apparently the view is that the Biden administration isn't fighting hard enough to get it reopened. But I would note Department of Justice moved to stay the order, and the stay was denied. But in any event, that's just a litigation argument, which is the ultimate policy dispute. I'm sure we're not going to impeach anybody based on a litigation dispute of that type. But to get to the amendment, the reason I support the amendment is because when I go through Article 1, pretty much all of the provisions, well, there's one that references immigration court backlog, but obviously that's not, that's Department of Justice for that, as apparently as it's addressed here. So I don't know that, we should be impeaching Secretary Mayorkas for that. But the other provisions go to this basically created language with respect to impeachment. Refusal to obey the law, willfully refuse to comply, willfully refuse to comply, willfully refused to comply, willfully exceeded his parole authority, etc. Every provision under Article 1 has that kind of language. Now, the reason I'm raising that is because, as I mentioned earlier, the Texas case that the majority has cited emphasizes prosecutorial discretion, even in instances where there's mandatory statutory language. So the basis of the article that you put forward is directly contradicted by the case that you cited. So just to read it again, so that it's clear in the record, and I know what the vote's going to be. Mr. Gonzalez is already clear that this is going to move forward. But for the people who review this in the Senate, who maybe will have an open line and take a look at the language, 2 points that Justice Kavanaugh made in the Texas case. The first, as the district court found, the executive branch does not possess the resources necessary to arrest or remove all of the non-citizens covered by these 2 statutes covered in that case. That reality is not an anomaly, it is a constant. For the last 27 years since those statutes were enacted in their current form, all 5 presidential administrations have determined that resource constraints necessitated prioritization in making immigration arrests. Now, I forget who said this, but I believe one of you acknowledged that if there are those sorts of constraints, just based on the resources, you wouldn't be moving forward with impeachment. But that's basically what we've got here, as the Supreme Court's pointed out, with respect to this specific agency. We're not analogizing from a different agency. This is about Homeland Security. And then with respect to how to address it, I think the chairman and others have made the point that the only remedy available is impeachment. And again, that's not what Justice Kavanaugh wrote. Kavanaugh wrote, Congress possesses an array of tools to analyze and influence those policies, the immigration policies we're talking about, oversight, appropriations, the legislative process, Senate confirmation, and he also mentions and through elections. He does not mention impeachment. So, to say that impeachment is the only way to resolve these disputes with respect to immigration issues, and you're basing it on this case, you're basing it on the Alito dissent, which was, 8-1, where he references impeachment in passing, but that's not in the majority opinion. So just to wrap up, I support the amendment because based on the case that you cited, there's no constitutional basis for the standard you're relying on in every provision of that article, except for the one that references the Department of Justice, which is not in his jurisdiction. So I move to support the amendment.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does anyone else want care? Mr. Ramirez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman, I'd like to yield to Congressman Magaziner.
Thank you to Representative Ramirez. Just again, for those keeping score at home, 2 proposed articles of impeachment. The first one claims that the Secretary willfully ignored the law by failing to detain all migrants, when in fact we know that the migrant detention centers are at capacity, 34,000 beds, funded by Congress, 37,000 annual daily count. We know that the Secretary has released people from detention at about the same rate as the Trump administration in its last 2 years, and also that it's apprehended people at the southern border at the same rate, 78%, exactly the same rate as the Trump administration. And the Secretary, in doing so, is exercising the same discretion as all of his predecessors have. Article 2, we spoke about this earlier, that my Republican colleagues claim the Secretary lied to Congress by saying things like the border is more secure than my predecessor, clearly an opinion, not a statement of empirical fact one way or the other, and using terms like secure, closed, etc., which are open to interpretation, and even when it comes to operational control, defined as 0 people, he clarified after the fact that he meant a regulatory definition, not the statutory definition. But listen, I'm glad that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle care so much about having people who testify before Congress be honest in their statements. The Secretary has appeared in front of Congress more than any other Biden administration official, and I am glad that my colleagues care so much about honesty in those who testify before us. I have an article from ProPublica, March 2nd, 2017, 5 Trump cabinet members who've made false statements to Congress. EPA Chief Scott Pruitt stated in testimony to Congress that he had never used a private email account while he was Oklahoma's Attorney General. That was found to be false. Education Secretary Betsy DeVos stated during her confirmation hearings that she has not been involved in her family's foundation, which has given millions of dollars to groups that oppose LGBT rights. You sit on the board, Senator Maggie Hassan noted. DeVos responded, I do not. It later emerged in tax filings that for 17 years she served on that board as vice president. Secretary Mnuchin denied that his former bank had used robo-signing to improperly foreclose on homeowners. That turned out not to be true. Tom Price, Health and Human Services Secretary, insisted that the discount he got on a biotech stock was available to every single individual investor who was an investor at that time. The Wall Street Journal reported that fewer than 20 investors were offered that discount. And perhaps most notably, Attorney General Jeff Sessions, when asked in his Senate confirmation hearing if he had communicated on behalf of the Trump campaign with the Russian government during the course of the campaign, said that he had not, when in fact he had discussed the campaign with the Russian ambassador. So I'll have to go back and look. I am sure that my Republican colleagues who were in office at the time filed articles of impeachment to take these Republican cabinet secretaries to task for lying to Congress under oath in hearings. I'll have to go back and look at that and see how that turned out. And I'm going to ask for unanimous consent that this article be entered into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
All right, well, thank you, and I'll yield back to Ms. Ramirez.
Gentleman yields back to Ms. Ramirez.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on the amendment? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ms.
Chairman.
Sheila Jackson Lee.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentlelady is recognized.
yeah, I'd like to put into the record,
We have rolled all UCs
these
until
are,
the end.
this is, well, it's to this amendment.
You're amending your amendment?
No, it is to this amendment statement. The Border Patrol, the Secure Fence Act is as the ability to detect, respond, and to interdict penetration into areas deemed as
Does somebody
high
want to yield to
priority
Ms. Sheila
with threat
Jackson Lee?
potential.
Mr. Menendez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I yield my time to Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
I thank you. I was going to ask, but I appreciate it very much. Thank you. This bears on advocating for the amendment, Mr. Chairman, and so I guess this is part of the debate, and I thank my colleagues for their courtesies. We have gone all around and around about operational control, my friends, which might be the most glaring aspect of Article 1, where we say the willful violation of the law. And we keep using this very elusive act that I don't think anyone has been able to comply with. So it is interpreted as this: the Secure Fence Act statutorily defines operational control as preventing all unlawful entries into the United States. No administration had ever met that standard, and a secretary that is the boss of that particular agency can rely upon representations that the efforts have been made to do their jobs at the various levels, so that the Director of Customs and Border Protection, the Director of Border Patrol can make the representation that they're in the field trying to do this. In 2007, after the act passed, the Border Patrol interpreted the Secure Fence Act as the ability to detect, respond to, and interdict penetrations in areas deemed as high priority for threat potential or other national security objectives. It didn't say zero, though we've now got an interpretation that says zero. It interprets it to do their job. And so if you ask me the question as Secretary of Homeland Security, is my staff doing their job? Well, based upon the interpretation of my professional staff, my staff in the field, they are working on detecting, responding, interdicting to the various penetrations. It is beyond preposterous to take the position that Secretary Mayorkas maintained that DHS achieved operational control as would be narrowly defined by the Secure Fence Act. And that means that every aspect of interdiction, if you will, was adhered to. So my point is, again, with my concluding remarks to this, the Constitution is a very serious document, and it was a document created for the worst level of abuses and the highest level of actions against the American people, which are treason, bribery, high crimes, and misdemeanor. And I frankly question using the impeachment proceeding for acts of employees who are attempting to adhere to guidance given to them by laws that are very difficult to potentially adhere to without the billions of dollars that we were alleged to have asked for and did not get, or that we should have asked for and did not get. All of these components should be put in the category of job performance or policy disputes, but they should not be put in the context of impeachment. John Marshall indicated the Constitution intended to endure for ages to come and consequently to be adapted to the various crises of human affairs. This was a living document, or is a living document, to try to relate to the day-to-day affairs that are occurring. I don't know if our founding fathers would have ever expected this country to be this size, this large, or to have any concept of coming across the border, the land borders. But here we are. And I believe that this Constitution should not be taken lightly, and it should be addressing human crisis. and the human crisis should be done with all of us working together, Democrats and Republicans, or how best to secure this border. And what we're doing today does not in any way come up to the front door of that problem or solving that problem of working together on securing this nation. I have no doubt that Secretary Mayorkas wanted to secure this nation, wants to secure this nation, and will continue to work with this administration and all of us to ensure the safety and security of the American people. Please support the Jackson Lee amendment. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Roll call.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Rolling the vote. Do any other members wish to bring an amendment? Are there any other amendments? Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 59.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HRES 863 offered by Mr. Correa of California, number 059. Page 15, line 21, strike Article 2 and all that follows through page 20, line 11.
I'd say without objection, the reading is dispensed with, but you just read it, so.
Mr. Chairman, I object to the waiving of the reading of the amendment and ask that it be read in full.
He just read it.
Okay.
He just read the whole amendment. You want him to read it again?
Can you do that, sir? We're only, this is the second amendment out of 40. Let's make sure we do it right.
Okay. I mean, are you serious? Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. All right. Actually, we have okay. All right. We will hear this amendment when we come back from a dinner recess. We're going to give you guys an opportunity to go get fed and be ready because I think it's going to be a long evening. We will adjourn we will recess and return at 7 p.m.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, can I withdraw my point of order?
Point of order is withdrawn, and the ranking member is recognized for what purpose?
Well, first of all, Mr. Chairman, at the beginning of this markup, the committee granted the chair recess authority by unanimous consent. At the beginning of the last vote series, the chair declared the committee would reconvene at 4:40 p.m. upon conclusion of the floor vote series. The committee, in fact, did not reconvene until 5:22. What can members expect from the chair in terms of its use of the recess authority for this markup?
I anticipate that following a dinner break, we shouldn't have a need to recess again. I genuinely believe that. So, I mean, unless something unforeseen comes up, but that's been the plan all along.
So we reconvene at
Reconvene at 7 PM, and everybody in their seats at 7 PM. We stand in recess. The committee will come to order. I believe the gentleman, Mr. Correa, is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amendment number 59. Mr. Chairman, impeachment, as you know, is a grave constitutional matter. It's a process that shouldn't be taken lightly, and the constitutional standard for high crimes is a misdemeanor is very high. And policy differences have not and will never be enough to meet that standard. And that's why I'm troubled today to read that the second article of impeachment that seeks to remove a cabinet secretary is over policy differences. You want to impeach a secretary for not building a wall that we know doesn't work and is a massive waste of taxpayer funds. But that's not the whole story. In fact, Secretary Mayorkas is moving forward with building a wall construction in Texas, where it is specifically required by law. And of course, this is much to my disappointment. But let me be clear, Secretary Mayorkas is building a wall that was started by President Clinton. And again, he is building a wall in Texas today. And Mr. Chairman, according to the articles of impeachment, he also impeached the Secretary for terminating the asylum cooperative agreements. And this argument, Mr. Chairman, doesn't even pass the smell test. Why? First of all, let's be clear. It's the State Department, not DHS, that handles bilateral agreements. And second of all, the termination of these agreements was announced on the day Secretary Mayorkas first took office. And so, of course, he was not part of the official conversations to end the asylum cooperative agreements. He also tried to impeach Secretary Mayorkas for a decision that he had no role in and wasn't even carried out by his department. You're also trying to impeach the Secretary for not complying with congressional investigations. Yet you fail to mention that DHS has sent over 13,000 pages of documents to this committee alone, and DHS is currently working through more than 1 million pages to respond to your request, Mr. Chairman. And as you know, the Secretary has testified no less than 27 times in the past 35 months, including this past November. Clearly, DHS is not being ignored by the Secretary. Mr. Chairman, my amendment simply would strike the second article of impeachment. I urge adoption of my amendment, and furthermore, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a letter from the OMB Director, Shalonda Young, to Speaker Pro Tem Patrick McHenry. This letter requests that Congress provide emergency supplemental funding for the border priorities.
Without objection, so ordered.
And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the gentleman from California's amendment. It's common sense. It addresses the underlying issues of this impeachment. This sham impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas, as has already been said by a number of members, is baseless, and it's basically something that's already established. It's just a matter of going through the motion. We've had the witnesses before this committee who have been persons of note in that area. They've had excellent credentials. They've offered the constitutional theories for impeachment. They all agree that that threshold hadn't been reached. But as important for Mr. Correa's amendment, there have been a couple of misstatements made relative to bed space. You know, Congress sets the bed space for people who are captured coming across the border, not DHS. So if the secretary does anything, he does something consistent with what the House of Representatives and the Senate does. And that's how we set the space, and that's how we pay for it. So I've heard my colleagues talk about it, but that's how the process works. His budget is something that's put before us as a recommendation that comes obviously from the administration, and ultimately we determine what those numbers are. By we, the House of Representatives makes that determination. That's so important because that's part of what the framers put together. And so we are criticizing our secretary in this impeachment for something Congress has a responsibility to do in its authority. So this notion that we're here today to impeach a secretary who, in my opinion, works for the President of the United States. He's not an independent person. He's recommended, confirmed by the Senate, and ultimately, because of that confirmation and the President's recommendation, he is the secretary, and he carries that out. And obviously, there are challenges in the position, but those challenges, nonetheless, in this impeachment proceedings have not risen to the level that he should be impeached. This whole issue of breach of trust, willful and systematic refusal to comply with the law is just glossing over what is. So I support the gentleman from California's amendment, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Goldman, the gentleman from New York, you recognized for 5 minutes.
Article 2, another novel article of impeachment in United States history, the breach of public trust. I find it interesting that the basis for this so-called breach of public trust is that Secretary Mayorkas has knowingly made false statements to Congress, which is a crime, and that he has knowingly obstructed lawful oversight by Congress, which would also be a crime. So you actually had the opportunity to include in your articles of impeachment allegations about specific knowing false statements and specific instances of obstructing Congress. And you instead decided, no, we're not going to put the actual specific examples as you would have to do to prove a case of any sort. No, we're going to gloss over that with some made-up, fabricated breach of public trust. And so you might wonder, I'm sure you're going to say, yes, we just wanted to subsume it all together. We wanted to include it all together. Well, that's not exactly true, because you do include specific statements that you say were knowingly false. Things such as the border is secure. The border is no less secure than it was previously. The border is closed, and that DHS has operational control of the border, as that term is defined by the Secure Fence Act of 2006. I guarantee that no two of you, if asked to write down a definition of what secure means, what closed means, what no less secure than it was previously, or what operational control, would not be able to put down the same definition because there is no clear definition. Because you could say the border is secure. Well, like some of my friends over there, that would mean no single immigrant gets over the border unlawfully. Or it could be based on the 2007 Bush Department guidelines as to what secure and operational control means. Or you could say, as my colleagues do, oh, it's open borders, open borders. Well, I guarantee you, you will not find a single policy or a single statement from Secretary Mayorkas or anyone else that says our border is open, you may enter without checking in, and you may go on and live your merry way. Of course, that's not what is going on, and even you are not alleging that. So, because if you do try to unlawfully cross in between ports of entry, you will be apprehended if you can be, if there are enough resources for the department to apprehend you. And if you come across the ports of entry, you'll be vetted. You'll go through an asylum process. You'll be vetted. There are 13 different databases that every single immigrant is run through. Well, that's closed. You're going to have a different definition of closed. You cannot prove a false statement if you do not have a clear statement that is unequivocally false. Chairman McCall and others who have been prosecutors know that you would never indict false statements without a very specific statement that you could prove was not only false, but knowingly false. Then you say, oh, we have obstruction of Congress. What obstruction? What subpoenas are you talking about that they have not complied with? He has testified more than any other cabinet secretary in this administration. They have cooperated far beyond anything any single department did in the Trump administration. Tens of thousands of pages, tens of thousands of hours. You do not specify a single subpoena or a single example of how Secretary Mayorkas obstructed. So the two bases for your made-up articles both are not even
Gentleman's time has
in the
expired.
article
The gentleman's
itself.
time has expired. Does any other member wish to make a comment on the amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Menendez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to piggyback off of my colleague Dan Goldman's comments about the second article, specifically the fact that you're alleging he knowingly made false statements when you have someone who's appeared before Congress more than any other Biden official. He's come to your personal offices. He's appeared before this committee. Time and time again, he's made himself available. And you're saying he's done that while willing to knowingly make false statements. It just doesn't hold muster like most of the things that you allege in this impeachment. But I want to afford my colleague, Mr. Goldman, as much time as he needs.
Gentleman yields.
I thank the gentleman from New Jersey. I just want to finish up on the bogus allegations that are in here in Article 2 and reiterate what I was cut off from saying before, which is that there is not a single example of a subpoena or a request that Secretary Mayorkas did not comply with. And when you then try to say that he didn't appear when he was requested to testify, once again, it is my way or the highway for this majority. You must do exactly as I say, or you will be held in contempt, or you will be impeached. That's not the way this works. He clearly offered to discuss with you when a good time to come in would be, and because this was so rushed and so urgent to get it done by the end of January, because I'm sure someone promised Ms. Green that that would happen, that here we are without any testimony from Secretary Mayorkas. But I do hope all of you read his letter. I hope you do read it, because it refutes absolutely everything you say, and it also demonstrates the gross abuse of using this impeachment power that has only been used one time before for a cabinet secretary on an immigrant himself who has dedicated 22 years of his career across multiple agencies in our government dedicated to protecting this country as a prosecutor, and in the Department of Homeland Security. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have repeatedly and personally attacked Secretary Mayorkas. And the notion that you accuse him of intentionally being complicit in crimes that have been committed by individuals who've come across the border, that somehow he has tried to usher in more fentanyl, which is causing destruction, is absurd. The data, of course, says otherwise. Under his watch, more fentanyl has been seized than in any other administration, including the previous one. More arrests have been made. More deportations and removals have been executed than under any previous administration, including the most recent one. All of your allegations are completely bogus, and they exclude the obvious and clear rebuttal points that undermine everything that you're trying to say. So I support this article, which would strike Article 2, which is lawless, not based at all in the Constitution or interpretation of the Constitution, is factually inaccurate and insufficient to rise to the level of a crime, much less a high crime and misdemeanor, and completely ignores all of the data that does not go your way, that shows that Secretary Mayorkas has been working with the limited authorities and resources he has
Gentlemen,
to
yield.
do as well as he can. And I would like to yield to my colleague from California.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, there's a factual allegation that Secretary Mayorkas has never testified in this committee. He was, in fact, here in November to testify about worldwide threats, a time they would have had the opportunity, all of us, to ask him any questions on these issues. Just want to be clear, he was here in November before this committee. Thank you. I yield.
Well, and when he was here, no one was focused on worldwide threats. Just about every question was geared toward the southern border. So he's appeared here plenty of times, far more than any previous secretary, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. You may want to, I'll jump in here then. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. You know, again, I appreciate the recognition that Mr. Mayorkas came for the national threats brief, but that was for the national threats brief. We asked him on 4 occasions to come, and every time he either said no or kept postponing and postponing and postponing, clearly stonewalling. In terms of this dishonesty, he was asked the definition, and the definition was read to him, and he said yes, he had operational control. He then admitted that later that there was never operational control. No one's ever had operational control, meaning he always knew that definition, nobody had control, and when he admitted or said that there was operational control under oath, that's a lie. And I'm sorry, it's intentional. There have been 170 plus requests by our office to him that have been completely ignored. I appreciate someone citing the number of pages, but for months and months we've been waiting and haven't gotten anything. In terms of the cause and effect of all this, we've said it many times. In fact, the one time I laid it out very clearly, we had 2 members on the other side admit in that hearing that there was absolutely a crisis at the southern border. So I'm going to lay it out again. In the campaign, we're going to do away with all this stuff. We're going to open the border. We're going to, okay. Then day 1, take down all the policies. People start coming. They come, they go, we're just released. And so they call home. And then hundreds and thousands came and overwhelmed. And the cartels thought, you know what, this is a great opportunity to make a whole boatload of money. So we're going to charge all these people. Remember the wristbands and the color bands? So So they came up with a process to make billions of dollars, and then they controlled all the pathways. In fact, Chief Ortiz said they control 5 sectors of our 9 sectors of our southern border. So anyway, they come, they develop strategies. I mean, we went and saw them. You saw the spotters on the far hill. They're sitting there with binoculars and radios, and they call, and then they push them right where the border control people are. They tie them up, and then they bring the fentanyl and other stuff around. And then they do those mass crossings at the crossing sites where they overwhelm. They have to pull, I mean, heck, we got air marshals down there making sandwiches for the migrants now. They're not covering the aircraft. I went through customs the other day. The line was, I mean, it was like out the door. I called the chief of the customs over. I'm like, what's up, man? I mean, he's like, oh, we're down processing migrants at the crossing sites with the border completely uncovered. This notion about more fentanyl, well, yeah, it's because it's being pounded into the border. Sure, the raw numbers are up, but why has fentanyl gone from 95 bucks a hit in January of 91 to $28 a hit in Tennessee? Well, it's supply demand. It's real simple. There's a whole boatload more fentanyl coming into this country now than there was before. That's economics. So, I mean, just a few points of clarification, I thought.
The gentleman.
Yes, I will yield.
I appreciate the chairman's comments, and although I've focused frequently, and in fact almost exclusively, on the detail of the 7 separate statutory commands that have been consistently flouted by Secretary Mayorkas, I do think that, to your point, it is understandable when someone says the border is secure. You can't call this border secure.
No.
In any fairness. Now, you can call the border untenable, as Mr. Goldman calls it. You can call the border not secure, as President Biden calls it. But it's been a device. The Secretary of Homeland Security has come here and come to the Judiciary Committee and come to other committees on the Hill over and over and over again, and sat there and smugly defied this Congress to say, these committees, to say that this border is secure, so that he could continue a process of thoroughly undermining the Immigration and Nationalities Act, so that he could violate it in every particular, because it was purposeful. And it is only now that Mr. Goldman is constrained to say that the border is untenable. The situation at the border is untenable. Untenable cannot be reconciled with secure. It is not a secure border. I yield back to the chairman.
Actually, it was Mr. Goldman who said it was a humanitarian crisis several months ago when I did lay out those processes, just FYI.
The chairman yield for a quick question?
You got 7 seconds.
You listed out all the problems with fentanyl and human trafficking, and assuming that is correct, and assuming that the statistics about removals and fentanyl arrests and seizures are also correct, do you think the fact that we have a fentanyl problem in this country is grounds to impeach a cabinet secretary?
No, I think that's the effect. The cause is saying the Congress shall detain, shall deport if there's not credible fear, and he's done none of those. You look at the deportation.
What does that have to do with fentanyl?
We're not going to have a debate. I'm answering the question, and the time has expired.
Chairman?
Anybody? Mr. Magaziner, you recognize.
Thank you. A lot to respond to here. Let me first start by thanking the chairman for acknowledging that Joe Biden won the election. I know that some of his colleagues on the other side of the aisle disagree with that, but I thank him for acknowledging it. And I also thank him for acknowledging the fact that President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have shifted personnel and resources to the southern border, yet another sign that the Secretary is doing his job in endeavoring to secure the border, despite the lack of support that he has been getting from the Republican Congress. It would be even easier if they would take up the supplemental funding request for 1,400 more Border Patrol officers, for 1,000 more CIS officers that the president has asked for. But of course, this isn't about actually solving the problem for my Republican colleagues. It is about having an issue. Let's take a step back here. There is a real risk that if we move forward with this, it will open the floodgates by establishing a new precedent for impeachment based not on the Constitution.
Will the gentleman yield?
In a minute. Based not on the Constitution, based not on bribery or treason or high crimes or misdemeanors, but policy differences and politics. There is no legal basis here in these articles. Article 1 alleges, as Mr. Bishop said, that the Secretary has been willfully ignoring the law. He is not. Under his watch, 4 million individuals have been removed from this country. The detention centers are at capacity because he is detaining people, and he is detaining people at approximately the same rate as under the Trump administration. In Article 2, we are debating Article 2, and we are reduced to talking about, is the word secure a fact or an opinion? Clearly, it is an opinion. Clearly, questions like, is the border open or closed, is based on opinion. And clearly, as Mr. Goldman has laid out, when the Secretary clarified his remarks about operational control, he was referring to the regulatory definition, not the statutory definition. But regardless, if we open the floodgates here, earlier, before the recess, I listed 5 times that Trump cabinet secretaries were caught in obvious lies in their testimony to Congress. Are we going to be doing baseless impeachments every time there's a game of gotcha that the opposite party is trying to play? The Secretary has, as Mr. Bishop noted, appeared here again and again and again. I believe that was his quote. And my Republican colleagues have been parsing every word, trying to find something that could be construed as a mistruth. If we are going to be playing that game and playing this gotcha every single time somebody comes to appear before Congress, we are going to be opening the floodgates to baseless impeachments that are going to bring our country to a really perilous place. So, taking a step back here, I hope that we can get back to debating policy on immigration and the border. I hope that we can get back to talking about solutions. But instead, we run the risk of opening the floodgates here to baseless impeachments based on games of gotcha that are going to damage our republic. Mr. Pfluger?
Gentleman yields. Did you ask him to yield, or?
I asked him earlier to yield.
Okay, you're recognized.
I appreciate the commentary on impeachments. I know you weren't here at the time of the last impeachment and the one previous to that, but I do appreciate the fact that you talked about baseless impeachments, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone else want to speak on the?
I'll yield to Mr. Swalwell. I have some time left.
Sorry, I was going to take 5 minutes. I thought he was done. Yeah.
Oh, do you want? Okay. I'll yield back then.
I now recognize Mr. Swalwell for 5 minutes.
When it comes to the border, you can, in Washington, admire the problem, you can weaponize the problem, you can politicize the problem, or you can do the hard work and you can try and solve the damn problem. And that offer is there. That offer was there in 2014 when 68 Republicans, some of the most conservative Republicans, worked with Democrats in the Senate to come up with a bipartisan agreement. And that offer is there now. I want to talk first about Secretary Mayorkas. Look, this guy needs a badge to come into the building. He's here so often. I mean, he's literally the most testifying member of the cabinet. And he came here for worldwide threats, and to say that the border is not a threat, I mean, that's what we're all concerned about. So if he's here for worldwide threats, of course he's going to be talking about the border. That's his job, and he did, and that's where most of the questions were about. And any shortcomings that Mayorkas may have, frankly, are your fault. He's asking for authorities to do more, to have more border agents, to have more resources. And so his limitations are caused by you. You put him in place. You won't let him do it. And anyone who wants to proceed with this impeachment but voted against a guy who incited a mob and aimed a mob at a Capitol and had all of us running for our lives, if you didn't vote for that one, I don't understand how you can stand here and say this one is credible. The border is a real issue. It is a real issue. No one in this room wants an open border, despite the accusations that are made. We want security at the border. That's why Senator Lankford, the second most conservative member of the Senate, according to the American Conservative Union, has been working with Democrats and the president to immediately solve this issue. Senator Thune, he's no rhino, I don't think. Senator Thune said that the best chance to solve any issues at the border is under President Biden. And he said it's not going to happen under President Trump. And this is all in the spirit of what President Biden has done over the last 3 years. Bipartisan infrastructure bill, bipartisan CHIPS Act, bipartisan Safer Communities Act to address gun violence, all bipartisan. And we have an opportunity to do a bipartisan border bill and address the threats that I keep hearing here every day. But it's the difference between wanting to weaponize the problem and wanting to solve the problem. And you see so many on their side. Border Patrol agents, God bless them, they're heroes. They'll seize fentanyl, and to just own the libs, they'll say, see, this is Joe Biden's border crisis. I don't understand. Were they not supposed to seize the fentanyl? Like, they got the bad guys. They got the fentanyl. And by the way, 90% of the fentanyl is coming through ports of entry. That's a separate problem. The only high crime that is happening in this room is the fact that we are doing anything but working on a bipartisan deal that's taking place in the Senate. That's the crime. We're wasting time if we're not solving this. I just invite my colleagues, go back, please, to your election night, the first time that you ran. I remember it. My mom, my dad were there. They were more surprised than I was that I won. Your friends, your family are there, and you give that gracious speech about what you're going to do when you're going to go to Congress. And I don't think any of you said in that speech, as you thanked your supporters, I want to go to Washington to take on small issues. You all ran for Congress to go to Washington to take on big issues. And this is a big issue. It's not an easy issue. It's a complicated issue. But there's a bipartisan path forward. So I urge my colleagues, when it comes to the border, choose the fix, not the fiction. Choose the fix, not Fox. And choose the fix and not fame. And we can live up to the promise that we made to our constituents when we made that decision to run for Congress and do big things and solve tough problems. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Guest, the gentleman from Mississippi, for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Again, very briefly, Mr. Chairman, I know I sound like a broken record, but again, for my colleagues across the aisle to say that Republicans don't want to fix the problem, that we've offered no solutions, that we've just sat around and hoped that the crisis at the border has gotten worse, is a complete fabrication and a completely false statement. Mr. Chairman, you've mentioned H.R. 2, the legislation that we passed out of this House, that H.R. 2 would have employed 22,000 CBP officers, the highest number in history. And not only do we authorize that in H.R. 2, but in the House Appropriations package where we funded the Department of Homeland Security, we actually funded that. Our appropriations package that passed out of the House with no Democrat support funded 22,000 agents. We actually put more money in the budget than the president requested. It is $3 billion more than the budget was last year. And so when Republicans are plussing up what the presidential request is, when Republicans are investing in technology, where we're investing in retention bonuses, where we're hiring more agents, to hear my colleagues across the aisle say that we're doing nothing to solve the problem. And I continue to hear about this solution in the Senate. The Senate is crafting this bipartisan legislation, which now for weeks we've been waiting on bill text. Weeks. And has the Senate engaged the House? Have they engaged members of this committee? Maybe they have on the other side of the aisle. Maybe Ranking Member Thompson or maybe other members of the committee on the Democratic aisle have been briefed on what is going to be in the bill. But we have been shut out of those talks. We are not part of that solution. We don't know what that is. And so when people say we need to go ahead and we need to just adopt what the Senate is going to send over, I want to see what's in there. I mean, for weeks and weeks and weeks, we have been waiting on this. And so, Mr. Chairman, and the effort to not continue to beat a dead horse, Republicans have offered solutions. Republicans have offered solutions in funding. Republicans have offered solutions statutorily in H.R. 2. Republicans have time and time again done everything that we know to do to fix this crisis. But the one thing we can't do is we cannot make Secretary Mayorkas enforce the law. And the only remedy that we have left is to impeach the Secretary for his refusal to enforce the law and to impeach the Secretary for his lying to Congress. And I disagree with my colleagues across the aisle that a secure border is some vague term that nobody knows what it is and that we have no idea. And that when we start throwing facts at it about numbers of immigrants who are coming across the border each and every month, and we see those numbers continue to spike and continue to rise. We see the number of people who are dying every day from fentanyl. Yes, we're catching more fentanyl coming across the border, but do you know that the leading cause of death for individuals 18 to 49 are drug overdoses? Most of those caused by the use of fentanyl, and that fentanyl comes across our southern border. And so when confronted with those facts, do we have a secure border? The answer is clearly no. And the answer is no because this cabinet secretary refuses to enforce the law.
Gentleman yield?
I yield.
It's interesting. The point that you made about the House Republican DHS bill, including money for 22,000 more Border Patrol officers.
Agent total.
Agents. 3,000 more. Thank you. 22,000. 3,000 more. It is interesting. How can it be? We hear constantly from the other side of the aisle that Republicans won't support the additional spending, and yet that's in there. How do you reconcile those two? Here's the answer for Mr. and Mrs. America if they're watching this. They only want the money for one reason: to process more illegals into the country faster. That's what they want more money for. And if you think that solves the problem of the immigrants camped out on the sidewalk outside the Roosevelt Hotel in Mr. Goldman's district, it does not. It does not solve or alleviate the problems that are destroying New York City. It does not solve the problems that are destroying Chicago and Denver and so on and so forth. That ain't going to get it done. Yield.
The gentleman yields and the gentleman yields back. Is there anyone else who wishes to?
Mr. Chairman.
For five? Mr. Higgins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleague, whom I regularly disagree with, but I genuinely respect, Mr. Goldman asked earlier, could any of us identify I believe your question was, could any of us identify what a secure border looked like?
Just to clarify, if I may.
I think so.
I said no two of you would
write
I'm
the
just one. Same specific definition,
I'm
which is
gonna
what
try
is
and give you an
required
answer.
for a false statement.
I'm going to try and give you an answer because it's pretty clear. You ready? 2019. That's what a secure border looked like. The third and fourth quarter of 2019. I skipped right over 2020. We'll give you all that because COVID interrupted the cartel operations. So we're going to skip those numbers. Let's go to pre-COVID numbers. Third and fourth quarter, 2019, 554,872 southwest border CBP encounters. You had more than that in the last 2 months under this administration. How much money did we spend? Listen to me, America. The total budget for DHS in 2019 was $81 million. 81, it's a lot. I can't read this, my staffer. You got too many numbers here. Okay, here you go. Because I got 1 trillion numbers here. I know this wasn't. Is it 81 billion? We spent 81 billion. Listen to me. In 2019, we had the cartels on the ropes, and we spent 81 billion. Last year, they rolled over us. We're losing our country, and we sent DHS 101 billion. We spent more money, a lot more. In the Biden administration, we're giving it to Mayorkas. He's supposed to be the expert. I mean, honestly, what does President Biden know about securing the border? That's why he hired a secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. He hires this man, yeah, it was his 22 years of service. It's his first 19 we were fine with. These last 3, he's been destroying our country. And we're giving him more money to do it with. So what changed? My colleagues, what changed between 2019? You think the cartels changed? All of a sudden they got hungry for more money? No. Policy, executive policy out of our White House, out of your president, that began in January of 2021. This is why our country is disintegrating, America. And who's ultimately responsible for that? The expert that President Biden hired. That's who we're impeaching today, because we asked him to resign, we asked him to correct. He quite pompously and arrogantly rejected all of that and kept coming before this body and our colleagues in the Senate and tell them everything's cool.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
I'm going to yield back to the chairman, if you don't mind, my friend, Mr. Goldman.
Do any other members? Ms. Titus, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But first, I want to just be sure that we understand what we're talking about the border being controlled by the cartels. You're suggesting that the cartels are controlling both sides of the border, and it's this nightmare. I'd like to quote for you Raul Ortiz, who is the chief of the U.S. Border Patrol. I will tell you that in certain areas, the cartels control an awful lot of the southern border south of the United States. They are not in the United States, they are south of the United States. And then you have Chief Patrol Agent Aaron Heike from the San Diego sector saying it's correct to say that the cartels don't actually control any land on the U.S. side of the border. So when we talk about the cartels controlling the border, let's be sure we tell the whole story. But it's not surprising that only tell part of it, because the hypocrisy of the people on that side of the aisle has just become so egregious over the course of the day that nothing surprises me. You sit here self-righteously attacking Mr. Mayorkas and saying he's not abided by the law, I guess the immigration and nationality law. He's lied, he's willfully done these things as though he has some personal motive for seeing the cartels bring in more fentanyl. He's broken the law, and that's why we've got to impeach him. So I would ask you, if somebody was accused or indicted or convicted of rape, would you think they broke the law? How about fraud? How about sexual harassment? How about sedition and subversion? And let's don't forget tax evasion. Do you all think those are laws that if you do those things, you've broken the law? Well, of course you have. And yet your candidate for president, who not a one of you have condemned or stood up and said, no, I'm not going to support that guy because he's broken all these laws. I hadn't heard you say it. You're fine to go down the path with him, but you want to attack Secretary Mayorkas for doing the best that he can and not violating any such laws as this. And
Will the gentleman yield?
I'll yield, Mr.
Thank you very much. My friend from Louisiana, I have a question for you, if I may. I may not get the data right, but I believe you said that in the third and fourth quarter of 2019, there were approximately 500,000 encounters at the border. Is that right? And then over the past 2 months, there have been many more encounters at the border? So is it your view that more encounters at the border means that the Secretary of Homeland Security is doing a worse job?
The gentleman allow me to respond?
Yes, please, I yield.
Yes, sir. My perspective is likely quite different from yours, good sir. I'm a cop, and my data comes from boots on the ground. The effectiveness of our law enforcement operations under President Trump was a well-run machine because of policy.
I understand. I mean, I don't want to get into like a whole long thing.
You didn't
The only question I had, if I could reclaim my time.
coming in our country.
If I could reclaim my time, the only question I'm asking, and the point I'm making, is you're trying to make an argument that more encounters at the border means that our border is less secure.
Yes.
But what it actually means is that the men and women of the Department of Homeland Security are doing a better job of securing the border. Because you have more encounters with slightly more resources, as you said, which is on a pro rata basis doing a better job. So I'm glad, though, that my colleague from Louisiana has determined that secure, as included in Article 2 of the impeachment, is defined as the third and fourth quarter of 2019. So now we all know that that is the definition of secure that Secretary Mayorkas lied about when he said it's secure, and it's not what it was in the third and fourth quarter of 2019. I will yield to Mr. Magaziner.
78% of southern border encounters were detained under President Trump. That's a pretty good number, 78%. 78% also during the Biden administration. It is the same percentage.
Time has expired. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr.
Ms. Green,
Chairman.
you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Secretary Mayorkas' willful refusal to comply with immigration law is the root cause of the border crisis, and it's the driving factor in the impeachment articles against him. The beginning of Secretary Mayorkas' tenure marked a rapid increase in encounters on the southwest border. During Secretary Mayorkas' first full month in office, the U.S. witnessed a roughly 70% increase in encounters at the southwest border when compared to the prior month. Secretary Mayorkas does not need to work with the Senate to find solutions to the border crisis. The solution to the border crisis is for Secretary Mayorkas to enforce the laws he already chose not to enforce. Comparing stats from the Trump administration to Secretary Mayorkas' tenure paints a clear picture that Secretary Mayorkas is not working to fix the problems as he claims. CBP alien encounters at the southwest border from February 2021 to December 2023 is 7,078,271. Let's compare to fiscal year 2017 through fiscal year 2020. That number is 2,437,856. That's quite an increase from before Secretary Mayorkas to when Secretary Mayorkas is secretary. The gotaways, let's talk about the gotaways. From February 2021 to December 2023, approximately 1.8 million. We know that's probably higher now, don't we? From fiscal year 2017 to 2020, it was only 521,247. Let's say it again. From 2017 to 2020, 521,247 to under Secretary Mayorkas. The gotaways are over 1.8 million. Known or suspected terrorist apprehensions between ports of entry. Fiscal year 2021 to fiscal year 2024 to year to date, 331 suspected terrorist apprehensions between the ports of entry. But we don't know how many terrorists are in the over 1.8 million gotaways. Now, let's compare under fiscal year 2017 to fiscal year 2020. 11.
There were only 11 suspected terrorist apprehensions between ports of entry. The facts and the data and the statistics do not lie. Secretary Mayorkas is willfully breaking federal immigration laws. That's what we're talking about today. This is not a policy debate. This is proof. You can't lie about the numbers. No matter how much time you keep giving to Representative Goldman, he's not going to be able to spin it and change it for all of you. The facts are the facts. Secretary Mayorkas is breaking the law. We are going to impeach Secretary Mayorkas today on this committee. We don't care how long you go on. You can keep taking your 5 minutes and yielding back and forth and going to Goldman. Keep going. We're going to impeach him because he has broken the law. He has violated his oath of office. He is breaking federal immigration law. Americans are dying. It's the #1 issue all over the country, and it's going to hurt you. It is going to hurt you. You want to know why? The same people that vote for you are fed up with it. They're fed up with it. Enough of this. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Payne, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, this is very troubling, and I know I've kind of started to raise this issue amongst us as Americans, but I heard it mentioned a few times about supply and demand. Supply and demand. If all this fentanyl is coming to the country, there must be a demand for it. We better look at ourselves in this country and figure out why our children are using these illicit drugs. I know it's not popular, but it's a concern of mine. The supply and demand of fentanyl is increasing. We see it. We know it. We need to deal with the issue at hand with our children. And I just feel that all of these issues are about policy. No one still has specifically told me or gotten me to understand what law Secretary Mayorkas actually has violated. It's kind of a arbitrary he's violated the law. What law has he specifically violated? Nobody has said that yet. But I would yield
Will the
to Mr.
gentleman yield?
Magaziner.
Will the gentleman yield?
To Mr. Magaziner.
Okay, I'm just going to answer your question on what law.
Well, no, I'll listen, I'll answer that. The answer is none, because once again, he has used his discretion in the same way that secretaries before him have used. And I wonder what my Republican colleagues want. I mean, Congress has funded 34,000 detention center beds. The average daily count is 37,000. So what, do they want 40,000 people, 50,000 people in facilities that are only have 34,000 capacity? Congress has refused to fund more capacity. And so he is using his discretion, just like Acting Secretary Wolf did under the Trump administration, just like Secretary Chertoff, just like Secretary Johnson. He is using his discretion in how to manage that restrained capacity. And with all due respect, you know, Mr. Guest, Mr. Bishop said, well, we supported more funding. You haven't supported the more funding that is in the supplemental request. $14 billion to add more detention capacity, more Border Patrol. House Republicans have been sitting on that request for 4 or 5 months now, call a vote. Even if you don't agree with everything else that the president's requested, call a vote on that. But they undercut their argument. They undercut their argument by refusing to act on the president's request. They undercut their argument that they are the side that cares about securing the border when they won't give the secretary the resources that he's asking for. This is like cutting off water to the fire department and then saying you're gonna fire the fire chief because the fire's not going out. Like, that's what the Republicans in the House are doing. And so the answer, Mr. Payne, is he has not violated any law. He has used his discretion in the same way that all of his predecessors have. 52% of migrants in the last 2 years of the Trump administration at the southern border were released, not detained, because acting secretary, he was never confirmed, Wolf, exercised his discretion in the same way that the current secretary is doing. I'll yield back to Mr. Payne.
The chair recognizes Congressman D'Esposito for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that it's been a long day and that we've been in here since 10 a.m. But if we are going to make excuses for the failures and the broken laws of Secretary Mayorkas and claim that people are dying in this country, and we shouldn't blame Secretary Mayorkas, we should blame it on supply and demand, it's honestly the most ridiculous thing I've heard all day, and we've heard a lot of ridiculous things. I mean, I've been listening, and it's my time. I didn't interrupt you, it's my time. In the early days of the present border crisis, Gloria Chavez, excuse me, sir, it's my time. I didn't interrupt you, okay? I'm not lying. You're lying by trying to tell the American people that it's supply and demand, and that's why people are dying. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Fentanyl was involved in 884 adolescent deaths in 2021. In the early days of the present border crisis, Gloria Chavez, then the El Paso Sector Chief Patrol Agent, said, quote, "For the first time, we're starting to see these tactics where fentanyl is being smuggled between ports of entry. They find ways to intimidate migrants and find ways to illegally have them transport that narcotic into the United States." End quote. The cartels overwhelm Border Patrol agents in one sector with a group of migrants and then push more groups and drugs across in another. So I guess don't blame Secretary Mayorkas and the fact that he doesn't follow the law. Blame supply and demand, and that's why people are dying. That's why that the cartels are smuggling narcotics across the southern border. It's ridiculous. Sheriff Skinner, quote, "It's quite frankly a tsunami of death that is crashing into the United States over our southern border. It's killing Americans wholesale, and it's just another epic slaughter, manufactured by the cartels. If you don't secure the border, it's going to continue." So an epic slaughter manufactured by the cartels who are allowed to come across and have operational control of the southern border because of the policies and the laws that Secretary Mayorkas are breaking, but yet we are going to blame supply and demand. Well, perhaps just 2 weeks ago, when the mother of victims who were killed because of overdoses or because of, being raped and mutilated by gangbangers coming over the southern border, I guess we should have just told the mom, well, sorry, it's about supply and demand. We're just not going to do anything about this. We're going to allow Secretary Mayorkas to continue on his rampage of doing whatever he wants and not enforcing laws on the southern border and allowing people to die and allowing cities, and we're not just talking about cities along the southern border. We're talking about cities, counties, and states thousands of miles from the southern border who are now border states. A place like New York, where you have a pretty progressive Democrat mayor who flat out has said, this crisis is going to destroy New York City. And again, is destroying New York City a reason to impeach? Absolutely not. But what is a reason to impeach are the laws that Secretary Mayorkas has failed to uphold, the fact that he has not upheld his oath of office, and the fact that he's allowing people on the southern border, he's allowing these laws not to be embraced. That's the problem that we're dealing with. And the fact that we can't understand that, and we want to turn around and say, well, we're sorry people are dying, but you know what? Less people should do drugs. It's about supply and demand. It's ridiculous. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Sheila Jackson-Lee from Texas for 5 minutes.
We hope as the evening proceeds that cooler heads will prevail. It is obviously a deep divide in facts trying to match a document that is on its face very clear. And I think the point that Democrats are trying to make is that the vigorous opposition to the policies of Secretary Mayorkas, and for that matter, the policies of the Biden administration, do not warrant impeachable offenses. There is no doubt that has been stated by my colleague earlier, the obvious, that Mr. Mayorkas will be impeached tonight. Every one of us who are here can count. And it doesn't take much to note that Republicans have more at the seat, at the table, than Democrats, unless some miraculous disappearance occurs. I know the chairman has got a handle on everyone there, so we don't expect that to happen. But again, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to emphasize that the two impeachments of Mr. Trump, of which this is the basis of why we are doing this, because Mr. Trump cannot tolerate the fact that he was impeached and not convicted, which has been the general trend, and that we do not have a mark on our board to have been impeached. And the reason is because we did not seek to impeach Democrats. Mr. Trump, on the 50,000 that died with fentanyl in the years under his leadership, we did not seek to impeach the appalling separation of children from their parents, and even under the newly elected Biden administration, they were still looking to reunite children with their parents. They had still not been found. But again, the breach of trust, of the public trust, if I might say, has these elements: willful or habitual neglect or refusal to perform the duties of the office, using the position, powers, or privileges of the office or any public property to serve a private interest rather than the public interest. He has received no financial benefit from this position other than, I understand, his salary compensation. A breach of public trust and abuse of position by federal, state, or local officials in their private sector accomplishment. And government official, whether elected, appointed, or hired, may violate federal law when he or she asks, demands, solicits, accepts, or agrees to receive anything of value in return for being influenced in the performance of their official duties. We are not tying any real benefit to the secretary. That is a dilemma for Article 2. He has no benefit. And neglect or refusal to perform the duties. You don't like the way he is performing them, but he is performing his duties. And I'm still looking for a delineation of the specific law that he is now violating. All of the scholars continue to emphasize that they can find no basis for impeachment. I read constitutional law experts on the impeachment proceedings against Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas. These individuals, as scholars of the Constitution, I read partly, consider the facts currently known and the charges publicly described. We hereby express our view that an impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas would be utterly unjustified as a matter of constitutional law. These are constitutional scholars whose political persuasion probably come from all manners. When the framers designed the Constitution's impeachment provisions, they made a conscious choice not to allow impeachment for mere maladministration. In other words, for incompetence, poor judgment, or bad policy. Indeed, they provided that impeachment could be justified only by truly extraordinary misconduct. I know it sounds like we are being repetitive and redundant, but it is very difficult when the arguments from the other side is he will be impeached. He will be impeached by the numbers that are before us. He will not be impeached by facts. And I read into the record as well, hot off the press, something that we will ultimately submit into the record, and that is an article that just came out a few minutes ago from Trump's impeachment defense lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, titled, "Republicans Who Voted Against Impeaching Trump Should Not Vote to Impeach Mayorkas because he has not committed bribery,
If someone would like to yield to Ms. Sheila
I yield
Jackson,
back
Lee, you
and
may do
ask-
that. But
ask one of the underlying amendments.
is there anyone else who seeks to speak? I don't have anybody else in the queue.
Thank you,
Mr. Carrera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that I concur with our colleague from Alabama that folks in this country are sick and tired of fentanyl in our streets. As I've stated before in this committee, about 65% of the fentanyl comes through San Ysidro, and as it moves north, it goes through my district into Los Angeles to the rest of the country. All of us have seen the scourge of fentanyl in our communities. But today, to again impeach Secretary of Homeland Security because we disagree with him on policy, no reason to impeach him. Former Secretary of Homeland Security, General Kelly, used to say, border security does not begin or end at the border. You may disagree with Mayorkas, but he's doing his job. Today, we've had record seizures of fentanyl, not only in this country, but in other nations around the world. Record seizures. Working hard to protect our country. Is it enough? No. A lot more left to do. So today, here we are, spending probably another few hours in here till tomorrow morning, by tomorrow late in the morning. After this impeachment, like my colleague has said, it's going to happen today. We can all count the numbers. We'll go through impeachment, we go to the floor, and I guess I hope that'll change the security system, the level of security we have in this country. I think what's going to change is if we add additional funding to Homeland Security. And that's not Lou speaking, but rather the message that I've gotten from the men and women in green and blue uniforms. We need help at the border. That's what we should be doing. They didn't ask us to impeach. They said we need additional resources at the border. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else seek to speak on the amendment? I got it. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Correa. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.Res. 863 offered by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, number 016.
Without objection, the read. Did you finish? I'm sorry.
Page 2, line 2, strike quote "in his" and all that follows through page 20, line 11, and insert the following.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I object to the waiving the reading of the amendment and
clerk
ask
shall
that
read.
it be read in full.
Clerk shall read it in full.
In 1788, Alexander Hamilton wrote, quote, "In many cases, impeachment will connect itself with the pre-existing factions and will enlist all their animosities, partialities, influence, and interest on one side or the other. And in such cases, there will always be the greatest danger that the decision will be regulated more by the comparative strength of parties than by the real demonstrations of innocence or guilt," end quote. And in that comment in the Federalist number 65, Hamilton underscored the need for due process for impeachment proceedings to be viewed as something other than a baseless political stunt. In conducting its purported impeachment proceedings, however, the Committee on Homeland Security did not afford Secretary Mayorkas standard due process rights commonly granted to the accused. For example, the committee did not permit Secretary Mayorkas to present witnesses or cross-examine witnesses, such as was the procedure for the impeachment of Secretary William W. Belknap, in 1876, the first and only precedent for the impeachment of a cabinet secretary. Further, due to the lack of a resolution authorizing the inquiry adopted by the full House of Representatives, there was no role for Secretary Mayorkas' counsel to represent him before the committee, which was a right afforded former President Donald J. Trump in his first impeachment. Indeed, in an exchange of letters with the ranking minority member of the committee on January 26, 2024, Chairman Mark E. Green appeared to mistake the motion to refer this resolution to the Committee on Homeland Security with an authorizing resolution that would have afforded Secretary Mayorkas with the standard due process rights afforded to the accused in other impeachment proceedings. Notwithstanding the lack of procedural or substantive due process rights afforded other subjects of impeachment inquiries, Secretary Mayorkas did agree to testify before the Committee on Homeland Security in a January 11, 2024 letter to Chairman Green. Though in action to schedule an amenable time for such testimony, the Committee on Homeland Security denied Secretary Mayorkas the opportunity to testify. The lack of adherence to precedent and the denial of due process imply that the Committee on Homeland Security has, in the case of Secretary Mayorkas, engaged in precisely the same kind of political stunt Hamilton warned would offer no, quote, "real demonstrations of innocence or guilt," end quote.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Withdraw your point of order. Mr. Ranking Member, you are recognized for 5 minutes to talk on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, articles of impeachment are like an indictment in a criminal trial. They lay out the House charges the Senate would examine like a court. Accordingly, I think this resolution would be incomplete without a full recitation of the lack of due process afforded Secretary Mayorkas. This supposed impeachment was preceded in a way totally unlike any other in recent history, unlike the other impeachment of a cabinet secretary nearly 150 years ago. It was not authorized by the House. Secretary Mayorkas was not permitted to present witnesses or cross-examine witnesses or have his counsel present to do so. Secretary Mayorkas was not permitted to testify before this committee despite his willingness to do so. A properly entered request for a minority day hearing to examine the lack of constitutional grounds to pursue impeachment was not acted upon prior to today's markup. Mr. Chairman, the only way this denial of due process, this rejection of 2 centuries of precedent makes only sense at all is if we merely a political stunt to satisfy the most extreme elements of the Republican Party. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a letter I sent you dated January 26, 2024, explaining in great detail how flawed this predetermined sham impeachment was from the start. As we've already heard from members on this committee who say it's just a matter of time tonight or tomorrow morning or whenever that they will vote to impeach. So their mind's made up. The facts don't matter. Now I'd like to address some common misunderstandings about this issue of due process. First, the House motion to refer House Resolution 863 to this committee does not necessarily authorize it to begin a proper impeachment inquiry. The motion to refer simply sent the resolution to the committee rather than have it be considered immediately on the House floor, since it had been called up as a privileged resolution. At the time, the resolution sponsor said the motion to refer was, quote, pathetic and an attempt to kill her measure. Republicans who voted against the motion have changed their tune to portray the motion as some kind of endorsement of this sham now that it's advancing. But we all know the truth. A real authorization for this impeachment would have given the whole House an opportunity to debate the lack of merits for it before and it got to that point. A real authorization would have provided due process to the Secretary, just like the other impeachment authorizations throughout history. As in another matter, it's a mere referral of a measure obligated the committee to act on it. There are more than 40 Democratic bills awaiting this committee's action, but we are wasting time on this instead. Indeed, there has been a very unproductive committee this Congress, mirroring this do-nothing Congress of epic proportions. I'll also note that nothing in my January 6th letter of this amendment mentions that the committee must hold the Minority Day hearing prior to today's markup. We all know that this is not the case, but the failure to schedule the Minority Day hearing on this amendment, subjects prior to the markup of this resolution, demonstrates how rushed the supposed process has been. Why don't Republicans want to hold at least one more hearing on something as significant as impeaching a cabinet secretary, something with only one other example in this long history of our great nation? Mr. Chairman, I submit that the rush to basically impeach the secretary is really about politics, not about facts, not about guilt or innocence, not even about the law. My amendment begins with a statement by Alexander Hamilton, which was read, who was involved in the drafting of the Constitution. He said in Federalist 65 that the greatest danger of impeachment was that the decision would be governed by the majority party rather than the merits of the case. Mr. Chairman, if this baseless, political, fact-free impeachment advances, Hamilton will be proven sadly correct. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a letter from...
The gentleman's time has expired, and I will, without objection, place the letter that you mentioned before and suggest you get someone to yield to you for the rest of those unanimous consents. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment, Mr. Bishop?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Certainly, we have seen in the recent history of the House an impeachment proceeding that did indeed enlist the animosities, partialities, influence, and interest on one side. This impeachment, I submit, is entirely different. The gentleman from New Jersey earlier said he doesn't know what statutes are violated. I suggest a quick trip through the articles of impeachment. For 7 specific statutory provisions are set forth, each of which has been disregarded, brazenly violated by Secretary Mayorkas and his administration of the Department of Homeland Security. It's very straightforward. I do understand that someone can say, I mean, if you take the position that those statutes can't be enforced by Congress through impeachment, in the face of a statute, in the face of a cabinet secretary who simply decides he's going to disobey them. But I don't believe that's the correct understanding of the power of impeachment, the power of the Congress over the subject of immigration. And that makes this proceeding really, I mean, as impeachments go, quite vanilla. It's straightforward. It is simply enforcing the Congress's determination of immigration policy as reflected in statutory law. With that, I yield to the chair. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Carter for 5 minutes for his comments on the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my time to the ranking member.
Gentleman yields to the ranking member. You're recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record relevant sections of the Constitution, Jefferson Manual, and the House Rules discussion impeachment, since it really doesn't seem like my Republican colleagues understand how House rules work.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record a New York Times article titled "Key Republicans Tell Donors How He Will Pursue Impeachment of Mayorkas," which highlights the predetermined nature of this impeachment effort and explains how Chairman Green promised his political donors all the way back in April of last year that he would deliver the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas, telling them, quote, "Get the popcorn," end quote.
I object to the inclusion of that because I've stated on many times in here that I was misquoted in that article. So we're going to object to that.
Mr. Chairman, I move to include it in the record.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
Motion to table. Do you want to hand
favor.
hand me the writing? In writing? Okay. All those in favor of moving the request to the table, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair.
Recorded vote. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. McCall. Mr. Higgins.
Mr. Chairman, can we stop the clock?
Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Bishop.
Aye.
Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Jimenez.
Aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Pfluger.
Aye.
Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Ms. Green. Ms. Green votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota votes aye. Mr. Ezell. Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito. Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell votes aye. Mr. Strong.
Aye.
Mr. Strong votes aye. Mr. Burkeen.
Aye.
Mr. Burkeen votes aye. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes aye. Ranking Member Thompson.
Nay.
Ranking Member Thompson votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Payne. No. Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Correa. No. Mr. Correa votes no. Mr. Carter.
No.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Tanadar.
No.
Mr. Tanadar votes no. Mr. Magaziner.
No.
Mr. Magaziner votes no. Mr. Ivy.
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no. Mr. Goldman.
No.
Mr. Goldman votes no. Mr. Garcia. No. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Ramirez. Mr. Menendez. No. Mr. Menendez votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Ms. Titus. Ms. Titus votes no.
Give me just a second.
Am I recorded?
How's
Mr.
Mr.
McCall is not recorded.
Yes. I vote yes.
Mr. McCall votes aye.
How am I recorded?
The chairman is not recorded.
Chair votes aye. What's the
Chairman
tally?
Green votes aye.
The tally?
On that tally, Mr. Chairman, we had 18 ayes and 14 noes.
The motion is moved to the table, and I think you have 3 minutes and 4 seconds. And thank you, Mr. Goldman, for catching the clock.
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record the text of House Resolution 660 from the 116th Congress, which shows how a proper impeachment process can be established, as was done during the 2019 impeachment of then President Trump.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. LaLota for 5 minutes.
I think I had 3 minutes
Oh,
left on my
you got,
time. There were 3 minutes.
that's true. Well, it was less than 3 because it was 3:04 when he started.
Well, but I think we stopped it. It had gone probably about 40 seconds.
So 2:30?
That's fine. That
Okay,
works.
sounds good. Put 2:30 on the clock and it goes back
Well, he
to
said
Mr.
it,
Carter.
but it had been going for a
No,
while before it was
he had
caught.
yielded, so it's his time.
So I yield my time to the gentleman from New York. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I only need 2.5 minutes, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you to my colleague, Mr. Carter, for yielding. You know, I just wanted to respond to what my friend from North Carolina just said, that the articles of impeachment identify specific statutes that have been violated, and cited an argument that those statutes cannot be enforced through impeachment, or at least that's the allegation of, or that's the characterization of what our argument is. That is not it at all. Those statutes that you have included in your articles of impeachment cannot be enforced with the authorities and resources that Congress has provided to the department. We have completely cut the legs out from under the Department of Homeland Security to adjust and deal with this massive influx of migration at the border. So it is simply impossible for the department, for the Secretary of Homeland Security, to adhere to each and every one of those under the circumstances presented to the department. Not only that, when the Secretary and the administration has tried to use their limited authority to change policy to limit the number of people coming to the border, to streamline the process, to make it go through ports of entry, Republicans filed lawsuits to stop the administration from doing it. So again, the hypocrisy of you sitting here accusing Secretary Mayorkas of failing to enforce the law when you are going to court to prevent him from enforcing the law
I've used my time on this.
is hypocrisy at its height. You have created this situation, and now you want to have the second impeachment of a cabinet secretary ever. You let him do his job. You work with the Senate, your colleagues in the Senate, on the legislation needed, and then let's figure out how to address the border.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Luttrell for 5. The gentleman yields to Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee, you're recognized.
As a preliminary matter, it's important to note that the Department of Homeland Security has resources. The question here isn't whether they are being properly funded and properly resourced. It's how they are using those resources and to what end. We have a department that has willfully and deliberately stopped construction of any physical barrier at our southern border. We have a department that has taken the brave men and women of Border Patrol who wish to be enforcing our laws. We've heard from them in this committee. We've heard from them at field hearings. We know that they want to be out there doing their jobs, and what are they doing instead? They are passing out sandwiches and releasing people who've crossed our border unlawfully into the interior of our country, with no idea where they are going, with no idea who they are, with no idea what plans they may have for this country. All day long, and now well into the evening, we have heard disparaging remarks about the motivation of Republicans. We have heard insulting verbiage and descriptions on our purpose for being here today and the value of this hearing. But that is not something that the American people are going to believe, because the American people see the very same thing that House Republicans see. And that is a wide open border, a Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security who is directly and purposefully subverting existing laws, and a country that is left safe, a country that every day is put in danger by the people unknown flooding across our southern border, the fentanyl, the human trafficking. Time and again, we've heard the heart-wrenching testimony, and we've heard the staggering statistics. To sit here and have the temerity to suggest that House Republicans do not have a duty, do not have a responsibility, that this Congress does not have an absolute obligation to the people of the United States of America to review, to research, to oversee, and to take action is ludicrous. The American people know the same thing that House Republicans know, and that is our southern border must be closed. Our Secretary of Homeland Security must respect the laws and Constitution of this United States. Secretary Mayorkas has deliberately defied the courts of this United States of America. He has deliberately subverted existing law passed by this Congress. He has made the United States of America less safe. Yes, he's testified before Congress, but did he tell us the truth? Did Secretary Mayorkas look at this Congress and look at the American people and admit that the border was insecure, that it was open, that he had lost operational control? No, he did the opposite. It is not difficult to understand what it means to have a border that's open, to have a border that isn't secure. All we need do is look. All we need do is face the reality of the statistics and the reality of what's happening there every day. We encouraged our colleagues to go with us when House Republicans went to the southern border. They did not. And we saw with our own eyes the same things that you've heard reported every single day. People walking across our southern border with no effort whatsoever to interview them, to stop them, to turn them away. No, they're sent all over America into our communities. We've seen the tragic consequences time and time and time again. What we are doing here today is lawful, it is appropriate, and it is our responsibility. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Ivey for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was trying to sit this one out, but you know, I gotta say, and my friend from North Carolina, my friend from Florida, I you know, respect your intellect. We disagree sometimes, but you know, this is impeachment. This is a constitutional issue here. And so, you know, everything that my friend from Florida just said boils down to policy disputes. The building walls deliberately defied, purposely subverting the laws. And I'll go through it again because I guess it isn't sinking in. Purposefully subverting the laws, as the Supreme Court wrote, this is Justice Kavanaugh, said, look, they have discretion. Prosecutorial discretion is the term that he used, that the court used, not only in that case, but all of these cases. And it doesn't just apply to Homeland Security, it applies to the Department of Justice, it applies to the attorneys general that you brought in here to testify. All of them have prosecutorial discretion, and it's especially protected here because this is in the province of immigration. So, you know, take action, yes, but again, as Justice Kavanaugh wrote, appropriations, Senate confirmation, he listed out several things. I've read it 4 times. I'm not going to read it again. Impeachment was not one of those. So, you know, if you're going to move forward with impeachment, you've got the votes to do it, but please don't act like you've got a constitutional obligation to do it, because you don't. There are other options you can pursue. You're choosing not to do that. That's your right, but you are not required to impeach. And by the way, you shouldn't impeach on this evidence because it's insufficient. The legal standard, which both of the statements that were made, no mention of high crimes, misdemeanors, bribery, treason, no mention of the actual language in the Constitution, not once. And I submit there's a reason for that. And so with respect to the points that have been made about purposely subverting the laws, deliberately defying, et cetera, all of those are manufactured standards. I haven't seen any place where there's a prior impeachment proceeding that uses that kind of language. By the way, back to the point about due process, I had a chance to work back in the 1980s when I was here working for Congressman Conyers, and he led a couple of impeachments with respect to 2 judges. And there was a level of due process protections there that obviously aren't occurring here. And some of those were listed out in the amendment. By the way, it's the amendment, nobody's talked about the amendment really yet, but you know, but the due process piece is important, especially for something of this magnitude. Now, I know you guys are in a rush to get this done. I don't know what the January, early February deadline is. I'm not sure. It's your call. You control the gavel and the calendar. But this is one for the ages. This is historic in what we're doing here today. And so, you know, giving the secretary an additional opportunity for due process, I think makes sense. And the chairman has said, you know, he didn't come testify on this particularly. He did testify 27 times already. But, you know, if you think that it would have been important for more information to be provided or to let his counsel present evidence or cross-examine witnesses, or the things that usually happen in impeachment proceedings or any proceeding of this magnitude, why can't we take the time to do that? I don't know what the rush is on that front. With respect to the process too, and I referenced this earlier, I know Congress has the ability to do this, as I mentioned a moment ago. We did it with respect to those impeachment proceedings. We also did it on the Ethics Committee. And one of the factors that we looked at in making the decision to move forward on a bipartisan basis in a way that drew more than 2/3 of the votes in the House and ultimately led to Santos' expulsion, was we gave him due process opportunities, multiple due process opportunities, none of which have been provided by the committee in this instance. So, you know, expulsion's constitutional, impeachment's constitutional. Both of them are very serious. These are 2 of the most significant powers that the founders have given this chamber. Can't we take the time to do it right? I see my time has expired, but with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for that. His time has expired. I now recognize Mr. LaLota for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, it's obvious the 2 parties have different approaches to how to secure the border, or if the border is secure, and things related, but we shouldn't have 2 views on what is factual. It's been offered by the other side that if you only pass more laws, you'd give the administration more of an opportunity to secure a border, that if you only trust this administration with more authorities, that somehow it would secure the border, while it hasn't done so in the last 3 years. That it needs Congress to go to the Senate to debate and discuss a bill. Well, we did that in H.R. 2 and waiting for them to do something, but let's not make a mistake and let's not confuse the facts. The president doesn't need a single thing more to secure the border, to do an executive order, to remain in Mexico, to stop the repositioning of border agents away from the border, to resume border wall construction, and to cancel mass parole of migrants. The president does not need Congress to do that. Maybe he needs an appropriation of 50 cents for a pen to sign that executive order, but he does not need us to do anything more than we have done already. The second thing that ought to be cleared up, that Secretary Mayorkas was not afforded a proper opportunity to come before this committee, despite his willingness to do so. Well, that's not so correct either, because on 3 separate occasions since August, Secretary Mayorkas was indeed invited to testify before the committee to defend his actions and his lack of actions as Secretary of Homeland Security. In response, his staff either tacitly declined our invitations or engaged in a game of cat and mouse to avoid being accountable for his actions. He never had any good faith to find a mutually agreeable day. He never offered any real times or days to testify. And most recently, on January 5th of this year, Secretary Mayorkas was invited to appear before the committee at our January 18th hearing as a part of the official impeachment proceedings. The Secretary then rejected the offer to testify, and his office failed to communicate with our committee and failed to make himself available to testify at another time. Understanding that his declinations would continue and our investigative duties would be stymied, the committee again offered the Secretary 10 days from the date of January 18th hearing to provide written testimony. The committee has yet to receive a response. And here's some background on the efforts this committee has undertaken to invite the Secretary to date. On August 16th, the committee sent a letter to Secretary Mayorkas inviting him to provide testimony about the state of the southwest border and his handling of the crisis that has been raging for nearly 3 years. Nearly a month later, on September 14th, in response to the committee's offer to appear before members and defend his decisions, DHS rejected that invitation. Subsequently, the committee sent another follow-up letter on September 18th, reiterating his request that the Secretary appear before the committee. Yet several days after the deadline, DHS again sent another letter declining the invitation, claiming that DHS has limited capacity to support such a hearing request. I think this is disappointing, Mr. Chairman, and under unanimous consent, I'd like to enter into the record the 5 invitations this committee has sent to the Secretary.
Without objection, so ordered.
Will the gentleman yield?
No.
The gentleman still has some time left.
I yield to the chairman.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize
Chairman? Yeah.
Mr. Magaziner for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to return to Mr. Bishop's comments because, again, we're supposed to be talking about the legal basis for impeachment or lack thereof in these articles. 2 things. Mr. Bishop noted that there are 7 statutes in the article that he alleges the Secretary has not fully complied with. 6 of them, and I have read them, 6 of them have to do with detention, 1 of them has to do with parole, right? All seven are statutes that the prior Secretary also used his discretion to follow when he could with the resources that he had, but could not do it all of the time. And so he used his discretion. The former Secretary, under the Trump administration, and every administration before that, released migrants into the United States. The Trump administration, over 1 million people. We didn't impeach him for that. The Trump administration used parole authority to help families from Cuba. We didn't impeach him for that, but we're going to impeach Secretary Mayorkas for doing the same thing for Ukrainians. So Cubans under Trump is okay, Ukrainians under Biden is impeachable. Mayorkas using his discretion to figure out when to hold people in detention and when to release them is impeachable, but Trump doing it, well, that's okay. So again, yeah, there's 7 statutes listed in here, but again, the hypocrisy is saying that all of these things were okay to do under the Trump administration and prior administrations, but they're impeachable under the Biden administration is laughable. And I'll also just note, Mr. Bishop also made a comparison on partisan impeachments with the prior impeachment. I assume he was talking about the second Trump impeachment. I will just say once again, that impeachment where President Trump was impeached for inciting a violent mob to storm the Capitol to try to stop the legal counting of votes under our Constitution, resulting in the deaths of multiple police officers, was a bipartisan impeachment. 17 House and Senate Republicans voted yes It was a bipartisan impeachment, rightfully so, unlike this one where, according to the reports, Republicans are scrambling to find enough votes on their side on the floor, much less try to make it bipartisan. And with that, I'll yield to Mr. Goldman.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Goldman is recognized.
Thank you to my friend from Rhode Island. I want to address just one of the due process argument that Mr. Lalota was talking about. This amendment and the concern on our end has to do with the impeachment process. All of those requests and letters for Mr. Mayorkas to come and testify before that, separate and apart from the impeachment process. There is a heightened requirement of due process under the impeachment clause, as there has been in every single prior impeachment in this body. So when we focus on the due process afforded to Mr. Mayorkas as part of this rushed impeachment process, you identified one request on January 5th, which offered one date for Mr. Mayorkas to appear. At that time, ironically enough, he was meeting with a Mexican delegation to try to formulate a better working relationship to secure the border, and he was unable to testify. His staff made it very clear to this committee that he was willing to testify on a different date. And their letter was very clear, and the House Republicans, the majority of this committee, did not follow up with an offer of any date. My way or the highway. That is how this Republican majority works. You show up when I tell you to, or you don't show up at all. You come all the way to my most extremist, draconian, xenophobic legislative bill, H.R. 2, or nothing. We will not negotiate. We will not compromise in a divided government where two of the three entities are controlled by the opposite party. Ms. Lee said we have a duty to take action. That is correct. We have a duty to take action to address the problems at the border, not to have a sham political impeachment designed to help a presidential candidate in an election. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Pfluger for 5 minutes of discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ivey, I agree with you. This is historic, but it's sad. And I think that at the end of the day, history will definitely define Secretary Mayorkas as the most infamous cabinet member ever for his complete abdication of his responsibility. It is historic. And I think we finally found something we can agree on. And Mr. Correa, I agree. I hope you're right. I hope that at the end of this, the result is change in a positive way. And I think already in this committee, we have seen positive change just today, because for the first time in 3 years, we actually have Democrats admitting there's a crisis. And I will note too, and many of you were not here last Congress, but while we were in the minority, and my good friend from New York City said, that the secretary couldn't do his job because he didn't have the resources. Well, that's not what the secretary said. The secretary didn't say that. Secretary Mayorkas came to our committee and he said the border is secure. So that's false. We, for 2 years, asked for a border hearing while in the minority, 2021 and 2022. And how many full committee hearings do we have on border security? 0. Not a single border security hearing for 2 straight years. So when you hear the gentleman from New York City say that the secretary doesn't have the resources, completely false. You know what's funny is this is the only group of 15 people, the only 15 people who can't define operational control are sitting in this room. Everybody else, including the secretary, Mayorkas could define operational control. He defined it to Chip Roy. He looked at the definition of operational control and he said, yes, we have operational control. Everyone in this country knows that we didn't have operational control. Yet we still have 15 people here who can't define it. Why the rush, Mr. Ivey? I'm going to borrow something from my friend from Georgia. Why the rush? For 3 years, we have been demanding change. For 3 years, my community has been ravaged. People like the Tambungas sat here and poured their heart out to the secretary because of their loss. People who lost their children to fentanyl sat here and testified and were scolded, in fact. The rush is because just today, hundreds of people have died in this country.
Gentlemen, yield.
Due to the fact that this border is open. I'll yield to you in just a second, Lou.
Well, I'd ask you to me because you're speaking to me.
The rush, I'm answering your question from previous debate.
That's fine.
The rush is because for 3 years, we have demanded change and we haven't gotten it. And there is a complete refusal. I ask you to turn to page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, all the way through the rest of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to look at the exact law that has not been complied with. It says a case-by-case basis parole may be given. We're talking millions of people who have been paroled into this country, illegally entering this country and released into this country. Because Director Ray sat right there and said, we are still looking for people who match the terror watch list. They are still at large. So you're calling this a rush today. This is not a rush. This is 3 years of us demanding that change happen. He will go down as the most infamous secretary in the history of this country. Mr. Correa, I will yield to
Thank you. In August,
Yields to Mr. Correa. You're
thank you,
recognized.
Mr. Chair. Again, we're talking policy difference, August. We did have some hearings over the last 2 years in the Oversight Committee on the Border Security. Tony and I had some of those hearings. We went to Central America. But look, August, we're talking here about difference of opinions. You keep talking about H.R. 2. H.R. 2 never made it out of the Senate. I had 2 or 3 bills that I supported on immigration, never made it out of the Senate. Okay, so I'm glad we're talking right now because there's a lot of other things that are going on.
Thank you. My time's expired. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee for 5 minutes.
Despite the hour, I am certainly at this moment not without awe, shock and awe. And August knows that we have had a great opportunity to work together on a number of important challenges, and we have been successful. But I cannot sit here and counter and accept the description of a valiant immigrant, fled Nazi Germany, family fled Nazi Germany, then had to flee Cuba, as someone who is infamous, and the most infamous, if you will, of the public servants of this nation. We've had some. But to indicate that someone who you cannot document violation of the law, you cannot put before me a mountain of evidence that I would then have difficulty in opposing. And then the gentleman's amendment from Mississippi, of whom I rise to support this amendment, clearly is well pronounced. We did not give the secretary due process. We are accusing and criticizing him for using discretion. Gentlemen, ladies, of which you all are, this is an outrage. We have the authority for our public servants. There's a rumor going around. I've got so many documents here saying that Biden's secretaries and other officials didn't take the oath of office, a video or something atrocious. It's one atrocious accusation after another. And in order for this country to run, in order for this country to work, we simply have to stop it. We are going to vote on this, and my colleagues have every right for their amendments. I have another amendment or two. But the point is, you can't name call for such little facts. And what you are pointing to, and we're being redundant because what you're pointing to is the difference of opinion in how the agency itself is running based on the resources that the secretary has. I will take no backseat to my absolute outrage over sex trafficking, human trafficking. That has been my work that I have done. That's legislation that I've introduced. Nor will I take a backseat to those whose loved ones have died and who've been impacted by first the opioid crisis and then, of course, fentanyl that has come to take so many lives. I will not accept that accusation. And I will not accept the fact that the secretary takes it lightly. But you cannot deny that you have not given him due process. That's very clear in the Fifth Amendment. Because you call him infamous, and it says no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval, et cetera, without due process. The Founding Fathers thought that this was an extremely important aspect, and they added it again in the 14th Amendment. And so in this letter, of which I'm sure you have not taken to reading, he recounts for us the conditions. The number of migrants encountered at the southwest border after COVID. There were conditions that we had to be subjected to. There were not enough money for him to utilize. And now you want to accuse him of doing something that every public official has done. Use your discretion. And then he's called infamous. No, that is unacceptable. And I would hope, you would counter those words. They simply, my timeliness of taking them down is beyond the moment. But this series of responses, I'm just going to offer, Mr. Thompson's amendment should be accepted. This gentleman is not infamous. He is a fine public servant, and he's doing the best with the tools he's been given, and the Republicans will not give him money to do his job. Pass the Benny Thompson amendment and give the gentleman due process for us to have a serious review of the Department of Homeland Security. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. I now recognize the queue is empty. Let's see, Mr. Golden, you have not gone yet. Mr. Golden, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to correct one thing that my friend from Outer Long Island said earlier, which is that we disagree about the situation at the border. Now, we can get into semantics about secure or untenable or chaotic, but the bottom line is, and we've made this very clear for months now, that our system is broken and cannot handle the number of people who are coming to our border. We need to address that system. We need to address the asylum backlog. We need to address the policies and the resources that we have to deal with an untenable situation at the border. Now, you can spin the words and talk about secure operational control, but the proof is in the pudding. Because right now, President Biden and Senate Democrats and Secretary Mayorkas are in the midst of negotiating a comprehensive border policy deal. that would go further than any Democratic proposal has ever gone before. My colleagues haven't seen it, yet they have said it is dead on arrival. President Trump, former President Trump, has said it is dead and he will fight it to the end. He's not in government now, right? He's not one of the three entities that would actually have to pass it, but he effectively controls this body. So let's not fool ourselves to think that this is a disagreement about what's going on at the border. This is a disagreement about whether Secretary Mayorkas has committed a high crime and misdemeanor. And you don't have to take my word for it, as I know you otherwise want to do. Let's look at the Wall Street Journal editorial board. Not known to be a particularly liberal editorial board. In fact, quite well known to be very conservative. At 6:38 p.m. tonight, the Wall Street Journal editorial board published an editorial entitled, "Impeaching Mayorkas Achieves Nothing. A policy dispute doesn't qualify as a high crime and misdemeanor." Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter this into the record.
Could you state the title of the article? Could you state the title of the article again, please?
This is the conservative Wall Street editorial board saying, "Impeaching Mayorkas achieves nothing. A policy dispute doesn't qualify as a high crime and misdemeanor."
Without objection, so ordered.
Well, let me read a little bit from it now. Because again, this is the Wall Street Journal editorial board. The board talks about what they perceive to be failures of policy and execution. Same arguments that my friends on the other side of the aisle make. But are they impeachable offenses? That seems doubtful. The Supreme Court has not ruled that the Biden catch and release policies are illegal. As for catch and release, and I'm reading, one problem is the statutory, quote, credible fear, unquote, standard for claiming asylum in the U.S. It isn't clear under the law that the administration can legally deport people claiming asylum before they get a hearing. The U.S. lacks the facilities to hold asylum claimants, so they are released to await their hearing, and that can take years. But the problem is asylum law, as Republicans have long argued. Article 1 also claims Mr. Mayorkas has violated the law by expanding humanitarian parole. That's probably true, but the law puts no cap on parole numbers. House Republicans dislike how the administration is interpreting immigration law, but Congress has failed to reform asylum standards or humanitarian parole or to otherwise tighten immigration rules. That's why senators are now negotiating over language to reform both the asylum standard and parole. And finally, impeaching Mr. Mayorkas would be the political equivalent of a no-confidence vote. Grandstanding is easier than governing, and Republicans have to decide whether to accomplish anything other than impeaching Democrats.
Gentleman's
Mr.
time has
Mayorkas
expired.
is an easy political
Gentleman's
target,
time has expired.
and impeaching him accomplishes
Gentleman's time
nothing
has
beyond
expired.
political symbolism.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman, I now recognize, actually, we have some people in the queue here. Mr. Jimenez is recognized.
Thank you. And I haven't spoken much here, but I want to make sure that people understand where I'm coming from. This is not about policy. This is about breaking the law and not adhering to the law. And Secretary Mayorkas and this administration has used policy as a way to disguise the fact that they are not upholding the law or the will of Congress. And if the theory that I guess I'm hearing from the other side is that the administration has absolute discretion over everything that we pass. Well, that's what I'm hearing from you all. This is all discretion. It's all discretion. It's all discretion. When Secretary Mayorkas does mass parole, when the law says specifically it has to be done on a case-by-case basis, that to me is breaking the law. It's not a policy. It's not discretion. All right? It says case by case. When he did that, he invited the crisis. He created the crisis. Somebody talked about the fire chief running out of water. Well, I happen to be a fire chief, but in this case, Secretary Mayorkas, the fire chief, actually went to the border, started the fire, poured gasoline on it, and then is complaining, gee, I don't have enough fire trucks to put the fire out. He actually created this. He created it from the beginning. It was on purpose. It was a willful violation of the law. And that's where that side and myself are going to disagree. You think it's policy, I think it's law. And in that case, when we think that the administration is willfully violating the law and they're not, and they have a breach of their constitutional duty, the only recourse that we have at the end, because what? Oh, we're going to do appropriations. We're going to cut the money to Customs and Border Protection. Is that what we're going to do? That's going to solve the problem. The only way that we have recourse is to impeach the individual that's violating the law and the will of Congress. And that's what we have to do. And no, I will yield now to the chair. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I'd like to say something about the xenophobic comment on H.R. 2. It's 160 plus countries coming. When I was down, a big group of Russians, they're whiter than I am, okay? So this idea that an attempt to border security is somehow racist or xenophobic, it's ridiculous. It's really not fair. As for the process, it's sitting there. We sent a bill to the Senate. All they have to do is put it in their committee and amend it to the way they want it. And then it comes into conference committee and we work on it. That's how the process, it happens all the time with the National Defense Authorization Act. I used to be on Armed Services and we didn't agree. Boy, sometimes we were pretty far off, but they changed it, sent it back to us. We met in conference, this big conference committee. If you've never done conference committee, volunteer for it because it's educational in the process here.
Would the gentleman yield?
For
a question.
When I'm done, so hold on to the question. So the work's been done. Okay, call it hard right, whatever you want to call it. So amend it and send it to conference, and then that's where we negotiate. That's how this process works. And I did it for several years with the NDAA, and we always passed an NDAA, and it didn't look like the House version when it came out of conference. That's the process. So if you really are serious about it, tell the Senate to do something on that. System is broken. I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. We need to fix the laws on the books on immigration, but that's another committee, and I know we've been mocked for making that statement here today, but that's just the truth of the matter. And yes, it needs to be fixed. As a cabinet secretary, you don't get to say, well, I would like a different immigration system, so I'm just going to implement whatever I want, contrary to what the laws are written. Honestly, if Mr. Mayorkas wants the laws changed, he should run for Congress and come here and try to change and get a bill passed to change those laws. Again, that's kind of how the democracy is set up. The secretary didn't just get to say, I'm going to pick and choose. But it says shall detain. And I'd like to read this. The Fifth Circuit, the district court in the United States versus Texas, the Supreme Court refused to decide this issue, made clear the statute specifically provides that the government shall take into custody any alien that has committed an aggravated felony. Yet the final DHS memorandum directly contrary to the statute states, and this a quote from the court, quote, DHS personnel should not rely on the fact of conviction when deciding on to enforce the law. The court added, consider that under the final memorandum, an officer who has reason to believe that an alien was convicted of one of the serious crimes implicated by Section 1226C can no longer detain him upon release on that basis. Perhaps most problematic is that an officer cannot, quote, rely on the fact of conviction. Yet that is precisely what Section 1226C demands. The mandatory detention of certain criminal aliens who are convicted of certain crimes. The final memorandum says otherwise. Staff can no longer follow the statute's categorical command. This is from Mr. Mayorkas to his people, telling them to disregard the law. This flips the presumption of detention on its head by starting from the premise that an official should not enforce the laws. Now, granted, I'm a physician. I'm not going to mock someone who doesn't understand how to put a chest tube in or what a Boerhaave is. Not going to do that, because I wouldn't expect that. I'm not an attorney. There has been a little bit of condescension from some attorneys in here today. No offense, Mike.
All right.
But this is the Fifth Circuit Court of the United States, and the Supreme Court didn't rule on this. They ruled on standing. So they basically said Mayorkas has turned it upside down and done just the opposite in a memorandum telling his people not to enforce the law. I'm sorry. I don't think a cabinet secretary should be able to do
Chairman,
that.
yield for a moment.
I yield.
To amend your point, here's another paragraph or two, some language from the lower court.
You got to be quick.
ICE had continued to rescind detainers based on, placed on criminal aliens. It says, rejecting the government's claim that these dropped detainers were necessary in light of limited resources. The court found that the government persistently underutilized existing detention facilities. The average daily detained population in April 22 was less than 40% of the 3-year high.
The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Thanadar. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to let my time be used by Mr. Ivey.
Gentleman yields to Mr. Ivey. Mr. Ivey, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. I'll be quick. But, Mr. Chairman, I think, I couldn't tell from what you said, but, you know, the case I was reading is from the Supreme Court. I think the case you were reading from is from a lower court. And I believe that
But it's about two different issues. They were reading about standing.
It's the same statute, though. And the Supreme Court reversed the lower court. So, I'll leave it at this.
I think we're talking apples and oranges, but I'll let you finish, sir.
Well, they're talking on the same statute. 1222.6, 1226C is the statute that they're discussing here. And I'll read it again, but basically what they've said was, on the standing issue, you guys are trying to do something that you're not legally able to do, lower court. And that's why they reversed it. But in addition to that, and I'll go to it again, they also make clear, and this goes directly to the points you guys keep making over and over again about policy issues, and that goes to the issue of the prosecutorial discretion and the inability to have the sufficient resources to keep everybody detained. So let me read it. As the district court found, the executive branch does not possess the resources necessary to arrest or remove all of the non-citizens covered by 1226C and 1231A2. The reality is not an anomaly, it is a constant. For the last 27 years since 1226C and 1231A2 were enacted in their current form, all 5 presidential administrations have determined that resource constraints necessitated prioritization in making immigration arrests. So I'll say it one more time. When you all talk about the catch and release and there are too many people across and you're letting too many people, all of that stuff, those are policy disputes. Now you can say that they're violating the law, they're willfully breaking the law and all that stuff, but what the court just said there is decisions have to be made and we're going to give discretion to the executive branch to do it because they don't have the resources to fulfill the statute and lock up everybody or whatever the particular provision is. That's what it says. So when you say you're impeaching for willful disregard and all of this stuff, you are directly contradicting what the Supreme Court has said has been happening for the last 27 years.
Gentleman, yield.
I'm actually going to yield to Mr. Goldman, but it's
because I could clear it up.
Mr. Thanader's time.
I yield to Mr. Goldman.
Let's take, for example, the child separation policy. One judge said it represents one of the most shameful chapters in the history of our country. It is brutal, offensive, and fails to comport with traditional notions of fair play and decency. At a minimum, the facts alleged are sufficient to show the government conduct at issue shocks the conscience and violates plaintiffs' constitutional right to family integrity. Under your standard, that would be enough to impeach the cabinet secretary. Well, let's look at the military ban on transgender people. The district court said there's absolutely no support for the claim that the ongoing service of transgender people will have any negative effect on the military at all. The justification is suspect and likely unconstitutional. The Muslim ban, it goes on and on and on. The reason why this Supreme Court opinion matters is it's directly on point and it undermines the entire argument in these articles of impeachment. I want to turn just in my last few seconds to finishing the Wall Street Journal editorial. Grandstanding is easier than governing, the board writes, and Republicans have to decide whether to accomplish anything other than impeaching Democrats. Mr. Mayorkas is an easy political target, but impeaching him accomplishes nothing beyond political symbolism. A better idea is to strike a deal with Mr. Biden on serious border security reforms that would restrict his discretion on parole, rewrite the asylum standard, and give the executive other tools to control the border. That's from the Wall Street Journal.
Time has expired.
I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to focus back on what this amendment seeks to address, which is due process, and specifically Secretary Mayorkas' due process. And I appreciate my friend and colleague and ranking member, Mr. Thompson, for raising it. Because as Mr. Guest, I believe, alluded to earlier, and he was talking about some of the specifics in the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2024, there was a specific provision that you all had before this hearing started, and it was summarizing here an outside counsel restriction. The measure, again summarizing, would bar DHS from paying outside counsel before all border funds are obligated. That was $2.1 billion as a reminder. And also to prepare for or defend against impeachment. So in the appropriations bill that you mentioned earlier and all the great things it would have done for the border, you specifically called out impeachment before this hearing started and said DHS would not be obligated to engage outside counsel. Now, Mr. Chair, I would like to I ask unanimous consent to include in the record testimony a memorandum opinion for the General Counsel Department of Homeland Security dated January 4th, 2023, titled Retaining Private Counsel to Represent the DHS Secretary in Impeachment Processes.
Without objection, so ordered.
So they're summarizing what they believe is going to ultimately be the basis for this impeachment hearing. And they state, our understanding is that all the Secretary's decisions described in the two articles were made within the scope of his office and implemented administration policy. Critically, there are no allegations of personal misconduct such as treason or bribery. If the House initiates an impeachment inquiry against Secretary Mayorkas in the 118th Congress, we assume that House Resolution 582 would be a reasonable approximation of its contents. To the extent necessary, this response to your question, whether they can engage outside counsel, proceeds on that assumption, and our advice is limited to the circumstances presented by an impeachment inquiry. And they conclude that under these circumstances, we conclude that DHS may contract with and pay for private counsel to assist DHS in representing itself and the Secretary in such proceedings. You want to limit DHS's ability to do so.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
I will not.
Just a
right?
question.
Sir, there's been a lack of engagement and back and forth on both sides, and I would love to break precedent right now, but I'm going to finish this point since it's very germane to the amendment where a lot of our comments, frankly, on both sides have not been germane. The right to counsel, right? You don't have to be an attorney to know that is a fundamental right to due process, especially, we've all talked about the gravity of an impeachment hearing. especially in an impeachment hearing, and having the ability to counsel. And you all chose in your appropriations bill to limit the DHS's ability to fund private outside counsel with respect to an impeachment inquiry. You did that knowing that we were going to arrive at this destination. We keep saying that this was a purposeful pursuit of impeachment. That this was always a destination that we were going to arrive at. This is further proof of that case. And to the amendment that the ranking member has offered, you want to limit Mr. Mayorkas' due process. That's what's bothersome about all of this. And for all the policy differences, for all the belief that he should be impeached, he should have a right to due process. He should have a right to counsel. You all purposefully went out of your way to limit his ability to do so. With that, I yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. McCall for 5 minutes.
Thank you. You know, look, listened to this debate for quite some time. You know, Mr. Goldman, you, Mr. Ivey, I'm not sure about you, Mr. Magaziner. You sound like an attorney. Well, whatever. Then you're a well-versed one. You play one well on TV, you know, at hearings. Yeah, at hearings you play a good one. But yeah, we were U.S. attorneys, federal prosecutors. The statute's very clear. It talks about, from Congress, very strictly, that the statute, and this was the issue in the United States versus Texas case. Statute provides that the government shall, not discretionary, mandatory. I appreciate prosecutorial discretion, right? We all did, right? We always had to exercise, am I going to prosecute this case or not? But this law passed by Congress says shall take into custody any alien that has committed an aggravated felony. And this is like, you know, you're talking about sex trafficking, human trafficking, money laundering, firearm, offenses, drug offenses. I can't imagine a Secretary of Homeland that would allow people like that to escape the law and allow them to come into this country. I mean, I think, in fact, Ms. Green talked about a case where a man came in who was an aggravated felon, and we had 2 witnesses for this committee that killed the mother's daughter. And this, to me, is irresponsible. And so, to me, there are 2 prongs here. One, if you violate, you basically say to your agents, as he did in his DHS memorandum, you should not rely on the fact of conviction when deciding to enforce the law. And I know it's the Fifth Circuit, as Mr. Ivey said, but they determine the facts upon which the Supreme Court decides. And they said, Fifth Circuit, it's most problematic that an officer cannot rely on fact of conviction. And then when you look at the oral arguments for the United States Supreme Court, Biden's Solicitor General, right? Biden's Solicitor General says that impeachment is a remedy for abdication of the federal law. So here you have a DHS memorandum saying all aggravated felons can come on in violation of what Congress mandated. And then you have the oral arguments, which say the Biden Solicitor General says, you know what? I agree. Don't have standing here. That's what the Supreme Court said. However, Congress has a role here to play. And impeachment is brought up in the oral arguments between Kavanaugh and Biden's Solicitor General. And Biden's Solicitor General admits that, yes, impeachment is a remedy, because that's the only remedy we have left.
Will the gentleman yield?
Maybe. I'd be happy. I was just when you left, I was singing your praises being a federal prosecutor. We get this stuff. I admire what y'all are doing, but let's be honest.
Okay, yeah, that, absolutely, absolutely. I was just going to point out that the Proligar-Kavanaugh exchange is especially interesting because when Kavanaugh writes the opinion, he does not list impeachment as one of the remedies that's proposed. He, as I read before, oversight, appropriations, legislative process, and a confirmation through elections. So it's, I think it's even, you're making my point even more, the fact that they were discussed it, but then he actually thought about it when he was writing the opinion and left it out.
Well, but what he was saying was, okay, Solicitor General, you're saying that that we, Supreme Court, don't have standing here, so Congress has the remedy. And he is punting it to Congress, right? And guess who stands up? Alito, in his dissenting opinion, echoes the oral arguments between Kavanaugh and the Biden Solicitor General.
And
right?
it was a dissent, and it was an 8-1.
I know, but it was brought up in the oral argument.
Love the interchange. The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize. Okay. Ms. Titus, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Be that long. I just want to ask unanimous consent to include in the record a section of the book entitled Constitution Translated for Children. Explains what the Constitution's impeachment clause requires for impeaching an officer of the United States, makes it very clear, and since some of my colleagues have a problem with understanding it, maybe they can look at this version, Constitution Translated for Children.
Without objection, so ordered, and the gentlelady yields. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Thompson, the ranking member. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
For a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to committee rules, that Mississippi coming out again, pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of the substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman is recognized as an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Will the clerk distribute the amendment?
That's amazing.
And Chairman, would you give us 3 hours of continuing legal education credit for listening to McCall and Goldman?
I think we could probably do that.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, can't have my name.
Wow, this is going to go real well. Why? Well done.
The clerk will designate or will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HRES 863 offered by Mr. Swalwell of California, number 036, page 2, line 2, strike "in his" and all that follows through page 20, line 11, and insert the following.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with.
And respectfully, Mr. Chairman, I would object and ask for the reading.
I don't think you can do that.
Not in order.
Yeah, that's right. The clerk will read the amendment.
Partisan Republicans are seeking to impeach Secretary Mayorkas for the following reasons. 1, later this year, United States voters will choose a president for the next 4 years. The presumptive Republican nominee, Donald Trump, is a narcissistic, hateful liar who was found by a court of law to have raped and defamed at least one woman. He is currently facing 91 criminal charges for a wide variety of alleged offenses, including a felony conspiracy to defraud the United States. He was twice impeached by the House of Representatives, including for inciting a violent insurrection. He is currently working to foment discord and perhaps a civil war, encouraging Republican governors to order National Guardsmen to take up arms against the federal government. In a fair election, he will lose because the United States people prefer decent, honest civil servants like Joe Biden. Republicans are playing dirty political games, attempting to impeach Alejandro Mayorkas to distract from their own legal and electoral problems, score cheap political points, and appease their cult leader. 2, in the same election, United States voters will choose their representatives to Congress. Republicans are widely expected to lose control of the House of Representatives, in part because court rulings have overturned several gerrymandered maps and returned voting power to disenfranchised citizens. Voters are also witnessing the extent to which Republicans have failed to govern. As Republican members of the House of Representatives have spent far more time fighting with themselves over who should serve as Speaker than on any meaningful attempts to develop bipartisan solutions to problems facing our country. The House Republican majority has accomplished approximately nothing. As Republican Congressman Chip Roy put it, quote, "We have nothing. In my opinion, we have nothing to go out there and campaign on. It's embarrassing," end quote. As Republicans stare down the increasing likelihood of losing their grip on power, they are becoming more and more desperate, grasping at any opportunity available to potentially increase their poll numbers, even if it means pursuing an unconstitutional impeachment based on flimsy pretexts and dishonest twisting of the facts. 3, as Republicans sink deeper and deeper into lawlessness, their greatest fear is being held accountable. They worry that prosecutors will indict them.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I can't hear the reading of the amendment.
Are you speaking into the microphone?
As far as I know, sir.
Okay. Well, let's keep the chatter to a low amount. I mean, I know we have to occasionally whisper to one another, but let's try to keep the volume of our voices down. The clerk may continue.
3, as Republicans sink deeper and deeper into lawlessness, their greatest fear is being held accountable. They worry that prosecutors will indict them for conspiring to overturn elections, inciting violence, defying subpoenas, and otherwise breaking the law. Rather than listening to their better angels, Republicans are doubling down on their lawlessness, seeking to undermine norms and institutions so they can claim every attempt to hold them accountable is merely a, quote, witch hunt. They are pursuing impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas, along with President Biden and others, not because of actual evidence of high crimes and misdemeanors, but as a method of cheapening our country's tools for enforcing accountability. They want people to think impeachment is a political cudgel rather than a legal instrument. 4, Republicans have no shame. They know this is a fraudulent impeachment, but they are so caught up in their disinformation bubble that they think the United States public will not see through the charade. Unfortunately for them, they are wrong. Americans will continue to demand the representatives of both parties come together to deliver comprehensive immigration reform and border security solutions until it actually happens. Democrats will continue to stand ready and willing to negotiate real solutions as long as it takes for Republicans to wake up from their Trump-inspired fever dream.
Thank the clerk for that.
Mr. Chairman, I insist on my point of order that was previously reserved earlier.
The gentleman is recognized on his or her point of order.
Mr. Chairman, this is not germane, and I ask that this be ruled out of order.
May I respond when in order?
Yeah, just a second. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying that this is beyond the scope and purpose of the bill and therefore violates House Rule 16, Clause 7?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Pursuant to House Rule 16, Clause 7, the amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and the fundamental purpose test. Therefore, it is not germane and out of order.
Does the gentleman who offered the amendment wish to be heard on the point of order?
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
You have
5 minutes.
Yep.
Nothing is more, quote unquote, germane than for the American people to understand what this is all about. Now, I have sat here for nearly 10 hours with the rest of my colleagues, and I think in good faith, my Democratic colleagues have responded to some of the legal arguments that are being made by Republicans, but to be honest, we're giving them way too much credit. These are not legal arguments that are being made. This is doing the bidding of one individual because they have assembled a law firm here, Insurrection LLP, and they're working on behalf of one client, and that's the former president, Donald Trump. And they're here every day to carry out his petty grievances. And we heard him say, this border deal helps Joe Biden. So they need to take out the Secretary of Homeland Security so that
Mr.
they
Chairman,
can reduce.
point of order. Move to strike the words insurrection LLP.
Would you like LLC?
Wait, are you talking about in the,
from,
or what you just said?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman is recognized.
are you recognizing Mr.?
I'm still trying to understand what he's asking.
I move to have the words taken down, insurrection LLC or P, couldn't understand what the last letter.
You want to strike what he, in his testimony just now?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I move.
The chair suspends for just a second, excuse me. Yeah, you're recognized.
I'll withdraw my request to
Strike those words. Okay. I do want to take a moment and remind all the members that they should direct their comments to the chair. And, you know, if you disparage a group, that's getting pretty close to disparaging an individual, which we all know is against the decorum rules. So just be aware of that going forward, and the gentleman may continue.
Great, thank you, Chairman. This amendment is entirely about letting the American people know what's going on here. It's not about 6, 7, or whatever violations that are being alleged. It's that Donald Trump still does not accept that Joe Biden is the president, and this impeachment, just like the future impeachment of Joe Biden that they've got going down the track, is a continuation of the insurrection. They didn't accept the outcome of the election. The majority of them voted to overturn it. Many of them cheered on the terrorists who did that. Many of them show comfort and aid to those terrorists by going to the DC jail. And here, this is just a continuation of the insurrection by trying to get rid of a secretary who has the hardest job in the whole administration, while the president and the most conservative Republicans in the Senate are trying to solve the problem. And it's not just angering me and my colleagues. Read the Wall Street Journal editorial board that just dropped an opinion a couple hours ago that said This is ridiculous. It's not going to solve any concern that you have. Listen to Senators Tillis and Thune and Romney and others over in the Republican Senate chamber saying this is trying to do Donald Trump's bidding and putting politics in front of people, essentially. And so we have an opportunity to do something in a bipartisan way. So again, I respect my colleagues on our side who are taking some of these allegations at their word, but let's just be real. This is about this law firm working on behalf of one client, Donald Trump, to carry out his petty grievances, and he wants Mayorkas gone because he wants the problem at the border to get worse, not to get better. So we should just call it what it is. That's what makes it so germane, and if they don't like us calling what it is, they have the votes to vote it down, but they're not going to silence what's really going on out there, and that is we have a president who's working every day to try and bring us together, find solutions, and we have a former president who would not want to govern, but would always, always choose chaos into ruin. And with that, I yield to the ranking member.
The gentleman yields, and, oh, you yield to the ranking member. The ranking member, you are recognized for 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Thank you very much. I support the maker of this amendment. Clearly, truth is the best disinfectant of any operation. I compliment the gentleman from California in his resolution amendment. Mr. Chairman, it is clear that this impeachment effort is all about making sure that Donald Trump is satisfied as the potential Republican nominee for president. He's already said
The gentleman's
clearly-
time has expired. They're starting the clock again, and I'm not sure why, but the gentleman's time has expired. And I want to just say that I have heard both.
Mr. Chair, the clock's still going.
I know, they just reset it to 5 minutes and started it again, and that's not what was, I mean, the previous time, he had 1 minute and 14 seconds when you started, and that time expired. I have heard the point of order, and I have heard the gentleman who offered the amendment. The chair is ready to rule. This is about an election. It has nothing to do with this impeachment. And pursuant to House Rule 16, Clause 7, the amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and the fundamental purpose test. Therefore, it is not germane and is out of order.
Mr. Chair, I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Gentleman appeals the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table.
Gentleman moves to table. I'm assuming. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no?
No.
The ayes have it. The motion is moved to the table.
Chair, we ask for a recorded vote.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall.
Aye.
Mr. McCall votes aye. Mr. Higgins. Aye. Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Jimenez.
Aye.
Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Pfluger.
Aye.
Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Aye. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Ms. Green.
Aye.
Ms. Green votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez.
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Lalota. Aye. Mr. Lalota votes aye. Mr. Ezell. Aye. Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito. Aye. Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee. Aye. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Luttrell. Aye. Mr. Luttrell votes aye. Mr. Strong.
Aye.
Mr. Strong votes aye. Mr. Burkeen.
Aye.
Mr. Burkeen votes aye. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes aye. Ranking Member Thompson. Nay. Ranking Member Thompson votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Payne.
No.
Mr. Payne votes no. Mr. Swalwell.
Nope.
Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes no. Mr. Carter?
No.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Tanadar? Mr. Tanadar votes no. Mr. Magaziner?
No.
Mr. Magaziner votes no. Mr. Ivy?
No.
Mr. Ivy votes no. Mr. Goldman?
No.
Mr. Goldman votes no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes no. Mrs. Ramirez?
Ramirez votes no.
Mrs. Ramirez votes no. Mr. Menendez? Mr. Menendez votes no. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes no. Ms. Titus? Ms. Titus votes no.
How am I recorded? How's the chair recorded?
Chairman, it's not recorded.
The chair votes aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Did we miss someone?
how am I
How's
recording?
Miss Jackson Lee
Ms.
recorded?
Jackson Lee is not recorded.
No.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes no.
Clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, there were 18 ayes and 15 noes.
The ayes have it, and the appeal of my ruling stands. The tabling motion stands. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 37.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved, and the clerk will distribute the amendment. Or not germane.
So you have to read dispense, and then point of order.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HRS 863 offered by Mr. Swalwell of California, number 037. Page 2, line 2, strike, quote, in his, end quote, and all that follows through page 20, line 11, and insert the following. Under President Trump, several administration officials failed to comply with subpoenas issued by the Committee on Homeland Security to appear before Congress or provide documents including: 1, former Department of Homeland Security official.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with.
Respectfully, I object, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will continue to read the amendment.
Former Department of Homeland Security official Kevin McAleenan for failing to appear for a public hearing on terrorist threats facing the country. 2, former Department of Homeland Security official Chad Wolf for failing to appear for a public hearing on worldwide threats to the homeland. 3, former acting National Counterterrorism Center Director Russell Travers for failing to appear for a public hearing on terrorist threats facing the country. And 4, Inspector General of the Department of Homeland Security Joseph Kafari for failing to provide documents related to a review of the deaths of 2 children while in the custody of U.S. Customs and Border Protection. By contrast, Secretary Mayorkas has testified before Congress over 24 times since taking office, more than any other member of President Biden's cabinet. Secretary Mayorkas has testified before the House of Representatives Committee on Homeland Security 6 times since his confirmation in February 2021, including: 1, March 17, 2021, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas testified before the House of Representatives Committee on Homeland Security on, quote, the way forward on Homeland Security, end quote. 2, September 22nd, 2021, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas testified before the House of Representatives Committee on Homeland Security on, quote, worldwide threats to the homeland 20 years after 9/11, end quote. 3, April 27th, 2022, Secretary